like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Oh, yeah. Keep me waiting, keep me guessing. I know you can blow my mind. I'm clear-headed, so upgraded. Every moment feels like I'm high. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Yeah. I walked through hell, got out of breath. Then I found you, must be God's sign. Nothing goes bad under your spell. Kinda feels like I'll never die. If you keep me waiting, I'm not moving, I'm here. Keep me waiting. I got trust in you, dear.
Oh, it's a good year. It's a damn good year. One and all, welcome back to the streams. That's right. It's time for more Age of Empires 4 action, but something has changed. Turns out we've got... I woke up, I looked, it turns out I got this tiny, itty little tick right next to my name. It's very power play. It feels very good. I am now one of the elitist, folks. Thank you for the support, folks. We were able to actually crack partner. That is something that I have not been able to do for many years, for many different reasons. Folks, like, honestly, you're incredible. It's not easy doing it when you are a full-time esports commentator and host, because you just don't have the hours that is necessary to fulfill the requirement. But you guys are incredible. Your continued support made it possible. So you guys are absolutely fantastic. Wait, are we lagging a bit? We're not lagging, right? I think we're good. I think my PC's dying, so actually it's a perfect time to start, like, drawing in partnerships, I guess. Oh, yeah. OBS is using, like, most of my GPU, and I don't know why. That's a bit funky. Is my GPU okay? I think it's just Task Manager tracking wrong. 1 second. Go back here. Is there something wrong with my full cam? Cam seems a bit sus. I'm not sure why. Deactivate. Activate. All right. I think we're fine. It's probably just Task Manager having a heart attack. I'm going to close and reopen Google Chrome just to be safe. But yeah, we've done it. We've done it. Oh, yeah. All right, there we go. Just restart that. Make sure it's okay. It's honestly always Cal's fault. We know this by now. I mean, he tries to feign irresponsibility. Actually, yeah, he is irresponsible. But he's definitely responsible. But no, we done it. Dude, like, what? I think like this is so weird in that we got partner, and my PC is just completely having a heart attack today, and I'm not even exaggerating. When I originally started up, the cursor, nothing would move, so I literally had to completely restart the PC. And then when I restart the PC, the camera didn't work. I hope that sponsor I reached out to responds soon positively. Really would like a new PC. Uh-oh. I don't know what's causing this. Is everything at least smooth for you guys? That's all that matters to me. Is everything coming smooth on your side? Right? Thank you, Taka. Thank you, man. No, thank you, everyone who tuned in consistently. A lot of you just keep turning up with ridiculous watch streaks. Actually, it's kind of baffling. Everything is smooth here. Okay, that's good. That's what's important to me. So, we are going to update the title because we already have a series. It's going to be a fun one. Avali versus GUA. Yeah, this one happened last night. I wasn't going to hang around, not until 9 p.m. for the series, so I decided we'd catch it today. On the agenda, there are some amazing series. One or two of them I probably won't be able to cover, which is a bit of a heartbreaker. I really wish Avali and Voldemar's series was like an hour earlier because they start at 6 p.m. my time. But I have a prior obligation. I'm going to be covering a pub quiz. I do a pub quiz for charity with a friend of mine, like the first Friday of every month. So I will not be casting that series. But we should hopefully be able to catch some Wham versus Vanderdorf at 4 p.m. Also, on top of that, maybe there'll be another series that will pop up. Because I know Sassy versus Matisse and Anatan versus Matisse has not had a time set yet, but that needs to be played today. GUA versus Kiljadi also has no time set yet. It also needs to be played today. So hopefully we'll have some pop up. If not, if this is the series we cover and we have to dig into the recordings from last night, we can do that. Alternatively, there are a bunch of team games. In fact, I've had people like Pathless messaging me about some pretty amazing games that they played. So we will definitely have options. And good God, I just realized while talking how loud this music must be. Let's turn that down a bit. Since you're having official cow streams tomorrow and Sunday, what about it? What, you're hoping the overlay is smooth? I think the overlay is fine. I just think my PC is freaking out a bit. It seems smooth now. I think we're better. I don't know what caused it. But anyway, we should be good to go. So let me just quickly reset the score, make sure everything is good, and then we can hop into a play or free. Competing stream viewership. So the thing I always point out in that regard is your goal should be to associate sponsorships. But yeah, we can discuss them more in private. All I'd say is, like, my recommendation is why I always like make sure I adhere to it. Have the tournament name in the title. Then from a partnership tracking perspective, you can package those numbers. That's like business development stuff, though. I can talk to you more about that behind the scenes. For now, let's get ready to go. Oh, God. Steam, no, Steam, get out of the way. I don't want friends popping up there. Okay. All right, here we go. Kicking off the day with more competitive action. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the play all threes of Chiefs of War Chief. With some familiar faces to start off our day. We've got Avali in the teal playing as the Japanese. And on the other side of Rocky River, they are going to be facing off against an NA prodigy. It is, of course, GUA whipping out one of his most classical civs, actually, the Abbasid Dynasty, to kick off their Play All Free series. This should be a fun one, actually. Draft-wise, bans were prioritized on Rus Ayabids, Mongols, and Jeanne d'Arc. Interesting that GUA opened with the Abbasids here, considering he also had the English, and I do think Chinese can play this map reasonably well. Byzantines would have also been another good shout for an opening map like Rocky River, but I think it's because he was worried about the Japanese coming out. This might be the better solution to them. The logic here, in this matchup, I think GUA is going to try to do what he does best. He's going to try and set the tempo. For those that are unfamiliar with GUA, GUA is a relentless bloodbather. He loves to just get up in your face and non-stop pound at you. And I think his military wing build could do that right here. And he's going to have to be fast about it because the fact of what we've been seeing at the moment out the Japanese, these guys think about only one thing. One thing only. And it makes me sick. Have you seen a Japanese fast castle build? We might see one here. Avali is a very big fan of it, and it definitely makes a lot of sense in this matchup. Another fun thing about this type of matchup, having either Irobids, Abbasis, Delhi up against Japanese, focus point becomes berries for both, actually. It means that you get these very wide scouting patterns that are more feasible because you don't have to come back with sheep as quickly. And Avali already has gone for a little bit of a wider arc, has remained primarily on the sheep. I'm a little bit surprised by this. No Tawara research coming in. Suggests Avali might be going towards the Shinobi route here. Usually you want a tighter timing on your fuel age if you're trying to get out your ninjas, because ninjas, they're very similar to French Knights, right? The first French Knight you get out is a very big pounder. It does a lot of damage compared to the next 2 or 3. So timing matters a lot, similar to English with their first 3 to 6 longbows. So weird part is I think he's assuming that GUA has played Pond. We can see GUA has not done such a thing. I mean, it makes sense he wouldn't. And looks like Avali did scout out enough that he's convinced that he doesn't have to worry about this. So it's just going to be the Kura Storehouse coming out on the left side. Love what Avali's doing here, by the way. This is really cool. His first 6 farms should be very safe to farm on without any harassment. The other cool thing about this is by placing the Kura Storehouse against the wood line, not only does it block out this more further out, a little bit more risky farm placement, it also means that now this Kura Storehouse functions as a drop-off point for the lumber camp. Remember, this is a universal drop-off location. It doesn't just work for food, doesn't just work for wood. It works for any resource you want to drop off here. So pretty cool read there. I've noticed a lot of players have been neglecting that detail, or they just aren't that interested, which kind of surprises me because I think with the time you're going to spend on a wood line, sure, you're sacrificing a farm or 2 in the meantime, but by the time the rotation's complete, you'll probably have chopped like 4, 5, or 6 trees deep, which is enough room to free up that space for the farm. Another side of this, it is going to be the military wing, so nothing too unorthodox. This is exactly what we were expecting coming to this from GUA. GUA, probably one of the biggest utilizers of the military wing in the entire game, still to this day. And it makes a lot of sense in this matchup, because his paranoia should be that Avali is going fast castle. Avali now does have the Tawara coming in, so this would be a prime time to move across. I love this as well, like the way this is played out, right? Because actually he had another sheep which got rallied onto the farmhouse over here. He has just enough food to skeet by. And the whole logic is once that sheep mass runs out, even if the scout doesn't come back, he can run everyone now over onto the berries with a superior gathering rate. So great read there. Rax opener here. Not too surprising. Avali had 2 choices here. He could have either opened Rax or he could have opened with an outpost on the gold. I think for him, the worry here is the outpost would struggle to protect both sides here when you know it's going to be an archery opening with the double archer, double spear. So instead, Avali's likely going to go to a samurai here. I hope it's samurai, because I think Onobugishi is a mistake. It's just going to take too long to scale them. You don't have that much food in reserve, so you'd have to pump probably 4 Onobugishi to win this fight. 1 is not going to cut it. Has he got the stone required as well? I mean, he could actually get Tatara and then go 4 Onobugishis. Okay, so he has to wait. 2 coming out. I actually like this. I'm a really big fan of the Onobugishi spam at the beginning of Feudal Age. I've been a very big advocate for it. I actually think 2 to 4 Onobugishi is incredibly potent at the beginning of Feudal Age for Japanese, especially when you queue up the level 1 Tatara. The only player I've seen frequently use this actually is Voldemar, so it's cool to see it coming out from Avali, but he needs to wait for 4 before he engages. You have to remember these archers do get bonus damage up against the Onobugishi. Actually, Avali, he's charging out. Archers are going to target down the right target here, though, so the Onobugishi not doing too well. I think Avali may have jumped the gun, but his hand was a little bit forced, right? The sheep haven't come back yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, he went all the way around. Mistakes made there, but looks like the archer should eventually get cleaned up still anyway. Not the most optimal micro there. GUA just trying to cycle around, but it ran past the spears a bit too wide. So trade-wise, it's still decent for GUA. Like, he has killed off several Onobugishi. In fact, he gets another one before losing the archer, and Avali a little bit slow on the switch over there. We'll get rid of the archer finally, but so far this is an expensive investment for Avali, right? Like, he lost, how many was that? That was, I feel like that's 3 if not 4 Onobugishi going down. And only killing the archers in return. Now, admittedly, if he had the same amount of spears on the same amount of health, right, same amount of big issue spears, he could take this fight very easily because the attack speed is so much faster. But he has to wait a bit longer. G-Wei not instantly reacting there, so Avali now going to push back against this. Now, Avali, here's the interesting thing. He can run across the field. He can try to deny the second TC, and it's in his interest because G-Wei done something pretty crafty here. He waited until Feudal Age to go for the docks. Why does he do this? One, he wants to confirm it's not going to be Koka Township because Shinobi play screws over dock play. Two, it now means even if there's an amassment of units coming, you can play into archer ships and counter out anything coming your way. Great read here by GUA. And you may wonder, why did the Japanese not go for the pawns? And I think it's because there's just not as much value in it anymore. I mean, GUA, sure, for him, you could argue, why would he go into this? The Japanese, they get 45 wood cost compared to 75 wood cost. But the problem there, and big shout out to Lucy. I see you coming through, my friend. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Welcome everyone to competitive action. Don't think I need to introduce Lucy Front to everyone. Lucy, man, I'd love to see you actually competing in these tournaments as well with the upcoming players, but I'm looking forward to seeing you more EGC tournaments in 2024. But just to redirect to what we're talking about here, Japan aren't really opening with pawns anymore on Rocky River, and I think it's because the down payment of 150 wood for the return of 1,000 food doesn't really sound as good as just being an Abbasid player, paying 75 wood for a dock, and then paying the extra 30 wood per boat. If you do the maths on that, that's still going to work out a little bit cheaper, right? And it's a little bit easier to justify because it means you can play multiple docks. And if you get blocked on one, you have a backup option, right? For the Japanese, the problem there is you basically invest in one pond. If you get countered, you're stuck. So I think it's going to be a pattern that Japanese players just do not rush out into water on this map anymore. Having the flexibility to go Koka Township makes a lot more sense. And Avali going for a very different build now. Drops the second TC, goes for the stable play follow-up, and he's still spamming Onibagisha, even though GUA has got additional archers. It even has camel archers coming out, which is an interesting read, but I like it. It's really smart here from GUA. The logic is the archers will get gap closed by the Onibagisha. The camel archers, not so much. If they hang around a bit too long, sure, with the charge will get the Onibagisha close enough, but because they've got superior movement speed, they can always start a step away. And if you think about it from a raw damage perspective, even with the bonus damage that you get, the archers don't compare. Like, cost efficiency-wise, sure you're paying a lot more for a camel archer, but they do 24 damage compared to the 10. It's like the scout is going to go down here. So they scout out that Avali has gone for that second TC. Placement is pretty nice here as well. He's already in the stone, so we should be progressing into a level 1 daimyo here. Just about accelerating that food process, right? Because the issue that you've got right now if you're Avali is you are going to be stunted on your food access. You're playing a pretty condensed style of play until you've got maybe 10 plus Onibagisha. Love that he's going for the Horseman, though. Horseman, the perfect counter to Camel Archers, and G-Wei, unfortunately, did not go for Iraq. So right now, from a counter perspective, he's a step behind. He's ahead in other regards, though. Really big thing to keep in mind here is that G-Wei has got the pawns. He has got second TC. He is going to scale a lead here, and it is going to be more efficient because, remember, he's paying 32 food instead of the 50. And he's already on his way up into Castle Age. This is an impressive timing from GUA. Pretty smart as well. If you think about what Avali stopped off for, the Horseman, the Onibagisha, these units are really effective against lightly armored units. They do nothing if you're able to get into Ghoulems or Lancers. I imagine that is what we'll be looking at next here. It's probably going to be a stable drop from GUA. It would make a lot of sense. Like, the base is pretty condensed for Avali, but it's quite easy to dive at this point. And Avali also hasn't had a reason really to go for Steeled Arrows. Sure, he's got 2 TCs, but usually if you're not going archery range or additional outposts, it doesn't feel like the highest value proposition. Nice snipe there with the 1 archer, by the way. Not really a kill you'd expect him to get. And I believe Avali just got the bad news. I think he just saw the tech up is on the way. So Avali needs to hold all production here. He needs to focus on his own timing because he can actually clap back against the Abbasids up in Castle Age. If this turns into heavily armored units like I'm suspecting from the Abbasids, Avali has the advantage of gradually playing into a Duchy Samurai, which will destroy the Ghoulems. Okay, no, I can't allow that, Faye. Yes, Onibagisha technically do slap everything in the game. The problem is when you're in a fight with swords, slapping doesn't hurt that much. So you are correct in that they slap, or maybe even just tickle the armored units. If you get hyper late game, I'll agree. But at this point in the game, this is where Onibigisha are kind of the most flimsy. I find Onibigisha are very effective in Feudal Age and very effective in Imperial Age. Castle's more subjective, it's more situational. Archer finally gets cleared up after being an absolute nuisance here. Looks like we are going to get the level 2 Takazaiku tech coming through. And Floating Gate now on the way. Cool thing about Avali's build, he now has Flexi. And G-Ray's not really sure what he's going to be up against, right? But from Avali's perspective, it should be very simple. You should be opening stable Yorishiro here, just because right now you're not contained, so you want to try to raid your opponent before it becomes a problem. And the cool thing with that is because of the nerfs to Floating Gate, they actually buffed the early presence of this landmark. Sure, late game presence, Floating Gate now sucks because you only have 4 Yorishiros, you can't have infinite. But because you get these Yorishiros a lot quicker and you get Shinto Priest for free, what that means is that the follow-up play after you drop 1 Yorishiro is only 2 minutes away. Looks like he is going to opt to go for the racks, but I think this is because he's leaning harder into Onibigisha. It's not the worst idea because it would give him the follow-up into Odachi, and as soon as I say that, he does change his mind to what we were talking about. It does just make more sense, right? Mounted Samurai will destroy Golems. They will destroy pretty much anything they find in the field one-on-one. They'll even take on Spearmen one-on-one incredibly well. Something to be conscious of here is if you're ever at equal numbers of Spears versus Knights, you're meant to lose that matchup with any Civ, right? It's actually much worse against the Japanese because the deflective armor absorbs that initial brace blow that's meant to be a free hit for the Spearmen. There we go. Stables is going to be garrisoned, and look at the food, it's just the gold needs to be sorted. So I would rush a drop-off here just to get production pumping, because right now you're missing out on a key window of opportunity here. Wait, he queues up Mona Bagisha. Okay. This is kind of interesting, actually, because the whole point... Okay, there we go. Now that makes more sense. I was about to say, the whole point of dropping the Yorishiro in is meant to be to rapid-fire that production. Turns out it's going to be mass horsemen here. Not the worst of ideas, considering that you are up against like some archers, some crossbows, but this feels more like a lack of gold access, forcing him to go this way until he's gathered up. Either that, or he just hasn't spotted what's happening on the other side. Now that he sees this, it should be a switch away from horsemen. So there you go, queues up into the Mounted Samurai. Keep in mind, by the way, he has got the Daimyo levels, so he can easily now just get into the Uma Bannerman. Pretty important here with the horsemen, because horsemen plus Uma Bannerman actually hit pretty hard. They already have 10 damage up against Golem with 4 melee armor, and you can juice that further. Keep in mind also, Avali does have 2 melee techs still to buy in this age. Meanwhile, Shinto did go wide, took the relic far on the other side. Yue still has one parked much closer to him, but notice that Givyongzai hasn't bothered to go for relics himself. He's just parked himself in. He's now adding in the Mosque on a delay. I actually think this is the correct approach. You already knew there was Onibigisha out in the mid-map. If you just built straight into Imams, they would die. Mount Samurai does discover the main army. Wait, is this a bait? Wait. Oh my god, he's actually baiting him, isn't he? Oh my... So Avali built one Mounted Samurai to get a reaction out of GUA. GUA has now doubled down on more crossbows. He's slowed the Golem production. This could end really badly for GUA. Avali, though, might have to reveal his comp a bit earlier than intended here, as the raids are hitting in under the farms. Looks like the reaction is going to come in. So he does see Onibigisha. This should be the point where GUA queues a lot more Golems. Horsemen now raiding in as well. Are going to find 1 or 2 villages walling in. That's right, GUA. You're not allowed to wall. That's not how you play. There's a reason you're a Mongol main, okay? Don't do this. Avali's trying to remind you of your true identity here. This wall is going to be breached. And GUA, look at the panic. He sends everyone home because of this. What worries me about this is whether GUA is going to get the right comp now, because adding in a lot of archers, which you'd think would be great up against the Onibigisha, but if you don't have the mass, if you don't have composite bows, if you don't have good choke point positions, I actually think you choke on those arrows. I love this comp, by the way. Horseman plus Onibigisha. It's the most fast and effective double unit comp you can get for the Japanese. Onibigisha at 1.5 movement speed, Horseman, of course, up at 1.88. There's no other infantry unit you can partner with this unit to keep maximum raid potential. Knight's still doing damage from GUA, though. This really needs to be answered at some point from Avali. He's just been kind of lacking in his response to this. I think he's hoping to just get the final level, the Shogunate Castle, because if you do get Shogunate, you don't care about these Lancer raids. They just get picked apart. So he's going to shift across on the stone now. Meanwhile, Horseman and Onobugishi were able to peel back, but Jiwei right now has a much better composition. Avali honestly feels like he's doing some sort of stress test right now of how strong Onobugishi are. And that worries me a little bit because I don't think this is the time and the place to do this. I think Avali, I'm not sure he's actually qualified yet for the playoffs. I'd have to double check that. I think this series does actually matter for both players still, if I'm not mistaken. It's like walls are going to come up from GUA. I actually think it's very smart, the amount of walling he's done here. It's not as much he can't deal with these raids coming in from Avali. It would be difficult because they're fast. It's more that because he'd be running around after them constantly, he wouldn't be progressing towards his own aggressive point. A little attempt. A little bit cheeky there. Avali will pull back just in time. Looks like we're going to get a breakthrough here. GUA, he sent the army out again. Please don't send it back. I'm hoping he's just going to rally reinforcements here to block this. Repair crew coming in. GUA needs to be a bit careful, though, because I've noticed repairs on walls with this many villagers gets a bit clunky. Sometimes they don't all join in. In fact, he's slowly losing this wall. Spinmen are on the way. I just don't know if they're going to be quick enough. Even a Katana Bannerman is here. So the extra aura is going to benefit the Onobugishi to fight back against this Spearman in a bit of trouble. There are crossbowmen, there are Ghoulims, so it looks like that is going to get cleared up. And actually, the Onobugishi are over the wall! I love this from Avali. Remember, Onobugishi have extra range. They can reach over the wall and far, far away. That's going to be a cost of, what was that, 5 villages going down from this raid. Avali will take that every day of the week. This fight he's now going to take as well. Onobugishi do ride out, and it looks like it's going to be a forced retreat. GUA not able to dent this area. I think he did find 1 or 2 villages, but now with the Shogunate Castle coming out, his dive potential into the main base shrunk heavily. Do love this from GUA, by the way. Still actually has pretty good map presence, so what did he do? He played out to berries. Unfortunately, with that fight loss, he might now be in trouble. Quite a lot of trouble, in fact. The ladies are on the charge. This many villages. I mean, there's actually 3 surplus villages here, so you can't actually protect them all just by outpost garrisoning. Avali also here with villages of his own. I don't know if that was intentional. He was just like, yeah, all the ladies. I don't care if you're owner or not. Everyone, go. What is going on? He'll break the tower. He'll run them down. Avali starting to flood the map a little here. GUA still actually has the better composition. The problem he's running into here, and this is what makes Onobugishi so frustrating for people to fight against. You don't get to fight them. You show up and they run away. It's genuinely as painful as dealing with horsemen. The reality, though, is it's more painful than dealing with horsemen because it's more cost efficient. Horsemen 120 resources, Onobugishi 80 resources. For that, your attack speed is actually much better. I've talked about this before in official casts on tournament channels. I actually think as we move forward, Onobugishi are going to become the answer to horseman spam. They don't trade as well as spearmen, sure, but the difference is they're able to gap close upon horsemen, and on top of that, they're then able to actively raid themselves. It's a very efficient unit for dealing with anything lightly armored. And if you look at the stat values with Horseman versus Onobugishi, look at their attack speed, you realize why Onobugishi are favored here. Health pool wise, they're actually not that far off Horseman, really, for the cost at all. On top of that, though, their attack speed mirrors the attack damage of the Horseman and then exceeds it. Break from the wall, though, from GUA. It's going to start marching in here. Well, lol. It looks like Avali is going to have to pull back there. Min-maxed it, though, so should be able to snipe this out and keep 1 relic in contention here. Already has 3 for himself, Avali being a greedy boy. And GUA now marching in, but the Shogunate Castle is the difference this time. Yep, you just saw that right. That was just to kill 1 unit, folks. Then GUA immediately realizes he cannot die of this. Now, boot camp does mean you can take 2 shots from the rockets, but still, losing your Ghoulims in 2 hits from the TC every, what was the timing on that? 4 seconds? Not ideal with such a slow unit. Meanwhile, Raid on the other side. Onobugishi again going to find the villages. All goes up, but this is looking ugly right now for GUA. He pulled the whole army for this, and now the backstab comes in. Avali able to take 2 fights at once. He raids into the farms. He chases down the main army. And GUA, he's not turning around. This is problematic. The crossbows are going down first. Samurai are starting to be layered in by Avali in small quantities. For the breakthrough, the wall isn't there either. But it looks like the army will at least react to this. So minimizes the losses, stops it flooding into the main base, but still, GUA is quickly losing control of this map. He went from trade to being raid. And not the Shadow Legends kind, no. This is just him being slapped left, right, and center right now. Farms get shut down on the backside. Sure, there's a lot of dead ladies, but I don't know. I guess Japan's in the middle of a population boom back in this century because he can afford to keep pumping them non-stop. Double the food income, folks. Something to keep in mind is that GUA looked strong for a while because he had all this extra food coming from the ponds. That's now gone. He's trying to farm transition, and he doesn't even have Fertile Crescent or agriculture to assist with that. So right now, he is crippled compared to the Japanese economy. About 2,000 food with his Shogunate Castle placement and all these farms. Onobugisha now going to march even deeper. Avali, I think he understands that he's on the precipice of victory here. GUA can defend for a little bit, but my worry is if Avali just considers a tech up, which he can afford at this pace, and you get into Oda tactics with unlimited Onobugisha, it will be over. This little detail I love as well, by the way, is ignore the Veteran Samurai, but the Katanas. I love that Katanas actually move quicker to be this bridge point between Onobugisha comps or Samurai comps. It does mean that to have that aura, your comp is moving slower, but imagine how much more painful this would be if the Katana Bannerman moved at the same speed as the Samurai. So, cool little detail from the devs. Just want to give a shout out to that, because I think it was very smart. Onobugisha charge in, though, and that is going to be a massacre. GUA found on the wood line. Will be forced back. The body box could come in here, though. And there it is. He gets the surround. He'll chase even deeper, though. He's feeling greedy for good reason. Avali realizes even if this wave gets cleared up, he's ready to go again. He's ready to pull the trigger whenever he needs to. And on top of that, he'll be looking to pull the trigger for a tech up. Goal's been gathered. Avali now ready to go up into Imperial Age. And this game looks like it's close to over for GUA. An interesting comparison between Musafadi and Onobugisha. Keep in mind, one of Musafadi's big upsides is they can stealth into areas. On top of that, you're talking about a counter to heavy armored units versus a counter to squishies, right? This unit was always meant to be kind of more of a raidy type unit, whereas I think Musafadi's role is to kind of beat back those men-at-arms spams. If you're spamming Onobugisha against men-at-arms, it's not going to end that well. You'll trade better than you would think due to the attack range, sure, but you'll still lose out in the end. Pull one out for the ladies. They even take a villager with them. Well, that's definition of I'm dying, you're going with me. And oh, good lord, if I'm diving, you're coming with me on the other side of the base here. Onobugisha moving again. GUA, essentially half his economy seems to be idle at any given time here. Needs to be careful, the Mangonels! Well, that is a freebie. Never let these units near your siege. Avali behind this, now setting up a proxy base in the center. He wants to keep that push going. This is done. Avali now transitioning pretty hard into Samurai, so it looks like he's going to have that support line of Onobugisha and a front line of Samurai. Cool thing about doing this comp, and why it's so effective at this timing, is because it's all Oda tactics. It only requires one tech upgrade to get maximum impact out of it. Outside that, it's just your standard blacksmith plays to really milk it for every piece it's worth. And yeah, GUA making spears to counter the owners, I think, is more to do with the lack of gold access. It's his only choice. It's actually not a bad choice, though. If you build archers, I actually think that the spearmen and the Abbasids fare better against Onobugisha than archers due to phalanx. Phalanx allowing 2 units to attack. It's not as terrible as a solution as you think. It's just terrible because he doesn't have any gold to build the real counter. Means if this army ever gets wiped out as well, he's basically dead. Racks in the center, though. And that's going to be bad news for GUA. He knew he had to march out fast. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be quick enough. Looks like we are getting active production of hand cannoneers here. Did he even use the tickets for that? No, I actually think Avali's holding on the tickets. I love to see this, by the way. This is something I noticed Demu start doing with the Ozutsu. In general, it's a good idea with whatever you're producing. The logic is you passively produce, or not passively, actively produce into your unit type by paying the price, all the while stockpiling stock tickets. Then, after you take a fair trade and your opponent's like, okay, I've reset the army, all of a sudden you spam out 10, 20 of these free units instantly, and they get swarmed. I've seen it with Azutsu, I've seen it with hand cannoneers. It's a pretty smart read by Avali to be doing it here. Oh dear, GUA may have stepped up a bit too far. Mangonel does go down. Gets one shot on the hand cannoneers, but it kind of feels like it wasn't worth it there. Not that he was ever getting out right. Not against this movement speed. Oy, oy, oy. Now, that's a fair point that he could upgrade the archers and just go for that play. Admittedly, he already has. Playing harder into archers, I kind of get where you're coming from. He is running out of wood, but probably has enough to make that play. The issue is the moment you go full archers as a Bassids, it's going to be full samurai spam, right? So it feels like you have to have both bases covered. So I don't blame him for leaning crossbows. Crossbows, from a damage perspective, isn't too far behind archers. It's a little bit different with comps of bows, sure. But with samurai already starting to be laid in a little bit earlier, I understand why GUA got paranoid there. Crossbows for the time being will be able to hold back against these Ono Bugisha, but this is an entire age difference here. Castle versus Imperial. I think to the point the Faye's making, this is an example of where scouting and vision is critical. GUA didn't really manage to maintain that scouting vision, so he didn't know if it was a full samurai transition. I don't blame him for the crossbow play off the back of that. What you may be able to blame him for is not trying to get a scout deeper, but even that tends to be difficult. If you think about the comp from Avali, what was very smart about it is he brought Horseman out, which denies scout vision. He also had Onobugisha, which are also phenomenal at taking out scouts. So it feels like Japan is one of the most difficult civs to scout on right now in the mid-game because of the flexibility they have in shutting down that vision. And this should be Oda Tactics complete now. Just double check that. Yep, that damage number looked like it was. So Onobugisha up to 13 damage without abandonment. This is the stage where it's nice to have the Katana abandonment, but not actually essential to win these fights. And this is what I was talking about, by the way, with the Onobugisha in the late game, is if you're a heavily armored unit, look how hard they hit at this stage. They now hit for 14 damage. You add abandonment in, that's another +2. Check it. Look at this. 17 damage. Okay, yeah, good luck with the Golems. I don't think they're going to work out. And people keep asking, why is GUA just building spears? It is literally gold access. He's only got a bit of gold out here, and even that doesn't feel safe. Like, all of his safe gold has been exhausted. In fact, he's being walled off from other gold sources by Avali right now. At this point, though, it just doesn't matter. There's no way GUA gets back into this game. This is played out to the point that Avali would have to select his whole army and delete it twice for GUA to get back in this game. And even saying that feels like a stretch. Cool play by Avali in game one, though. I mean, this was a divergence, right? This wasn't just your standard play we've been seeing out the Japanese where they fast castle. He was present. He countered the military wing pretty damn well, and GUA kind of got baited hook, line, and sinker into going with this fast castle build that I would say, not fast castle, but decent pace castle build from Abbasis. I think actually favored Avali more than it hurt him here. I think something that maybe was on GUA's mind that does freak out a lot of players right now, the Japanese, is this right here. You know, the longer this game goes on, the more passive stone coming out, the more likely you're going to get those farms buffed up, and that tends to light a fire under any player's ass. Avali seems all too simple. Takes game one with the Japanese. If you're liking what you're seeing here, folks, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you're following this channel. If you're watching on YouTube, definitely make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the videos and make sure you comment down below. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of this series getting uploaded because I think we are at the beginning of a very exciting playoff free. Whew. No, shout out again to Lucy for the raid, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, so let me get game numero 2 ready. Because these guys, it's a playoff free, by the way, for anyone who hasn't seen any of these yet. This is Chiefs of War Chief. It's a tournament hosted by Rising Empires. The finals, the playoffs rather, are going to be playing Saturday, Sunday. I'll probably aim to cast some of them on Saturday. Sunday, I already have carved out time to spend with family, so I will not be doing anything on Sunday. Maybe we recap the games on Monday, Tuesday, we'll see. But let's get these games between GUA and Avali. Beautiful farmland. It feels good when you get it right, you know. Anyone else here play Japan and you just build all these structures close to the TC and afterwards you're like, I really want farms there. Just me? I doubt it. There's nothing on Liquipedia about this tournament. Well, I mean, Liquipedia, I don't know, talk to the Liquipedia people. In fairness, they're volunteers, so they can't be expected to catch everything. When's Zero Space? Oh yeah, I actually have access for that. I don't know if people would really want to see me stream it, and I'm not sure when I'd be able to squeeze in streaming it. Maybe we'll see if we can find some time for it. The goal is to stream for about 6 more hours. GUA win first game? No, GUA got his cheeks clapped in the first game. Game number 2 is going to be Avilee on Delhi and GUA on English. Ooh, that's actually a good matchup for him. Wait a second, I need to update the score, don't I? Oh, wait. Cal, does this prediction window work that you've added to the overlays? Does this actually work properly? If so, that's a big poggers. That's really cool if that works. I just noticed it. Should we try it? Let me have a look. Let me see. If I click le bouton. It done nothing. We tried. Oh, let me update the draft as well. It looks like Japan was used, and so was Abbasid, so we'll update the draft there. Does it not work? All right, I guess it doesn't work. I will manually enter the predictions. So, who will win game 2 is going to be Avilee or GUA. I will give you guys 2 minutes. Let's get into it. All right, cool start to this series. I think it's going to deliver some bangers still yet, though, folks, because we've got game number 2 between Avilee and GUA on Avilee's own creation here. We are, of course, on Coastal Cliffs, a.k.a. Dry Arabia on a Slim Fast diet. And Avilee, creator of this map, will be whipping out the Delhi Sultanate for game number 2. A very strong civ on this map, actually. I think it has a lot of potential to just dominate due to how tightly smushed together these 2 sacred sites are and how short the map can be. But on the other side, another civ that benefits from everything being a little bit claustrophobic. GUA pulls out the English. English, I actually think they might be S tier, if not A tier on this map. They are that good for a good reason, folks. For a start, TC Boomer civs suffer from the far out stone outlining, and then any other civ starts to feel the pain when you tend to get spawns of wood lines like this about 80% of the time. Both woods for Avilee are forward of his TC, which means English Lombos can shut you down. Interesting thought here, and actually reality check on this map, is even if you get the back spawning wood, check how close to the edge of the map you are. Back spawning wood isn't really back spawning wood. It's still going to be exposed to English Lombo fire. So great read in the draft for GUA to pull himself this. And looks like he's going for the Men-at-Arms opening, which is going to be beneficial because I've noticed a lot of these gold spawns are on the forward. Now, we've seen this play before. I think it was Killjadi who tried this opening with a Men-at-Arms. One Men-at-Arms doesn't work against the Delhi due to the heal rate. If you bring a second one, however, you can ruin the gold gathering. And that second Men-at-Arms should be on the way now. It has been scouted by Avilee. Looks like the Skull's going to have to pull back. So Avilee, wait, yeah, oh, dude, this hurts. There's actually a lot of idle time involved in this, just standing still and not even gathering. In fact, he almost loses a villager here. Does back away just in time. GUA, on point with what I'd expect out of him, folks. Give you anxiety, probably the most aggressive player from NA. And he's showing it here. Second Men-at-Arms should force Avilee back, and I'm a bit worried he hasn't got enough gold out of this. Avilee, I think you have to pull 3 more workers and just go for it. Oh, man, he almost loses one there. Okay, this is really bad for Avilee. He doesn't have enough gold for a tech up. He's 9 away. Okay, hear me out. This is the play. Avilee, send a 1 worker, actually 2, over to the gold vein here. Instead, he sends them all out. If GUA just dives to the Scholar, this is it. Oh, he's got his fangs out right here. Avilee gets baited in with the Scholar. GUA will have to just commit onto the villagers here. So Avilee is going to get his required gold for a tech up, but this just does not feel good. In fact, he almost loses one there. Good heals just in time. This Scholar, however, at 26 HP, he's not going to be capturing Sacred Sites anytime soon. So you've now got to ask the question, was this worthwhile? Because what did this cost GUA? GUA had to spend quite a pretty penny on this. 150 wood for the racks opening, and then he had to spend 240 resources on the units. I would say it paid off, though. Even though his tech time is going to be delayed, the damage this has done, the idle villagers, also now injured villagers, which maybe can be sniped later, the Scholar also not being able to immediately come out for map control, GUA is still going to get a window. It does mean his timing is a little bit off, right? Because it means the Lombos initially coming out aren't going to be strong, but these men-at-arms do still serve a purpose in the fight. Even though Ghazi can technically counter them, when you back that up with spears, which are definitely going to be coming out because he already has a Rax, and you back that up with Lombos, men-at-arms are going to get their licks in these engagements. Even if he snipes the mining camp out, that's not a bad little booster for him. 6 on the Tower of Victory here, though, so Avali trying to get up into Feudal Age as quickly as possible. Now, typically, unless your hand gets forced as the Delhi, you always go for the Ghazi Raiders as an opening. This does feel like a matchup where I'm expecting Avali to open with Ghazi. 1, because there's already men-at-arms that you can counter with them. 2, because the follow-up play for GUA playing as English logically is to go longbows. And by the time he's adding in Spearmen with the English, you can easily be getting into archers as well. Avali needs to AFK and edit the map. This is most of the spawns, though. Like, this is actually intentional. If you ask Avali, I do believe this was the full intent behind his design. He didn't want a campy map. And I've got to give credit to him, man. Like, this is... It kind of feels like it's ticking the box that Mountain Clearing was trying to do, but doing it cleaner. In that Mountain Clearing was designed to make people come out, but the reality of what Mountain Clearing turned into is they couldn't come out because they were boxed in within 5 minutes. This map, you're at least able to play out and present. There's ways of recovering, but it really does make you fight tooth and nail for every little bit in that early game. GUA and Stump patrol around the base. Lombos are on their way. Avali already queuing up the first Ghazi. Really needs to rush onto the wood here to get into the Blacksmiths, and there it is being dropped. Blacksmiths are critical in this matchup. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if Avali adds in a second Blacksmiths, because against the English, they get so much value already by default out of Lombos, having 1 extra base damage compared to Archers, that you need to rush Undermesh. At the same time, if your second unit type is going to be ranged as well, you need to have Steeled Arrow coming out alongside it. So we'll see if Avali does go for the double drop. Ghazi are already hunting for any sort of trickle of troops they can find. GUA is being very smart about this, though. He's not rushing out. He's waiting for spears to escort these Lombos across the field. Looks like it's going to be immediately into the archer range. So Avali does prioritize the Undermesh, but isn't rushing for Steeled Arrow as well. Has got plenty of wood coming in, though. 10 people working the wood means he should be quite rapidly into the required surplus to both produce archery range units and then also get his hands on the second Blacksmiths. Ghazi, just trying to find a raid opportunity. The problem is with this map is you tend to get a wood line, A, yes, forward of your base, but B, close enough that the TC always protects him. So there's no threat to GUA. In fact, this few Ghazi raids, just 2 of them, if they actually dive the base, this many short bows whip out their bows, you're just going to die. So he'll just prowl around the field looking for an opportunity, but I don't expect him to find one with this opening Ghazi. Men-at-Arms just still guarding this. Avali only has got a single Scholar, by the way. That Scholar is heavily injured. That's also problematic because what we're seeing from Avali, the reason this is still crippling, despite the levels of copium that many Delhi players will try to tell you when they say they're fine, the reason they don't feel fine here, Avali doesn't have double production for the stables or the archer range. He isn't outpacing GUA. Right now, GUA has more production power with the double archer range and the racks. And that's one of the big edges why Delhi stays ahead of everyone else, is the efficiency with which they're able to pivot into additional unit mass. Looks like he's fixing it now, but that does come at a cost. It means that Sanctity and Piety are going to be much slower to come out here. Archery range is going to be double pump, but it's already 4 Lombos. Undermesh is half complete. Ghazi are on their way home, so it looks like Avali is getting all of his units together for a fight. GUA just looking for some freebies. If you can tickle down a few of these units, it's going to be an edge when the clash commits. Lombos already looking for that tickle. No Blacksmiths coming out just yet. That's just been dropped, so no Steeled Arrow upgrade. We should be seeing that come in just a second. Remember, he needs enough wood to do so. GUA. Whoa, we are a little bit loosey-goosey here. Lombos caught out. GUA will get the brace in to protect 1 or 2 Lombos at the end, but that's a lot of archers coming out from Avali. GUA very much misreading his position here. Avali, quick on the punishment. Yeah, that's the slowdown you usually see when someone goes into Blacksmiths. I think GUA this is one of the awkward things about this matchup is usually I think English can afford to wait an extra 2 minutes before they add in blacksmiths and just mount more lombos. But in this matchup, that's just not doable because you know you're on the timer, right? You know there's been a blacksmith drop, which means that the Delhi are gradually getting these techs for free. So felt a pressure to get Steeled Arrow earlier. Now doesn't really have the units to utilize that. So Avali, perfect timing there to strike out. And now with a very big military edge here. Lombos just have to keep retreating, right? And remember, these aren't just your casual archers going down. These are premium archers. You do pay surplus resources for them. Dive on the TC a little bit ambitious here, so we'll back away now. This is where Avali should be looking to target in the sacred sites. He could access the gold again. I think he's just going to pull the Scholar, capture Sacred, and then get passive gold generation. But now, the reason you do this is why Delhi are so effective in so many maps right now, is because any other matchup, when you do what Avali done, he has to go into the base. He has to find value. He has to punish you, right? That's the back and forth. That's the dance of Age of Empires 4. I take a fight near your base. You then turn that. You have to come back to my base to try and punish me on economy. And what's the trade-off there? It means whoever's defending has production advantage. This is where the Delhi warp the reality of Age of Empires 4, more so than almost any other Civ in the game. Oh, I want to fight in the mid. I'm not going to come in your base. My economy benefits come from elsewhere. And that means that GUA now, after losing a fight, has to come out into no man's land, where both of them have equal production power. And he's already behind. In fact, Avali has double the firepower right now. Scholar moving to that North Sacred Site. Another downside of being English in this matchup when this opening backfires like this, you've gone for slow-moving units, which means you can't go and block the Scholar play. It's actually pretty comedial that in this game, Avali has a 38 HP Scholar. This should be like the easiest kill in the game for GUA. In fact, if he had killed this when it was walking out to that Sacred Site, Avali is completely reset, right? He'd have to build a mining camp, he'd have to gather gold, he'd have to pay the full premium. It would take him ages. But in this matchup, GUA has no potential for that because you don't go stables. It's just an unfortunate detail here. It shows you how important the first few minutes play is between these two civs. I've seen English dominate Delhi, and I've seen it vice versa as well. It really comes down to that opening. The interesting details, I'm wondering if GUA wonders if maybe going 2-minute arms is a bit too much. Right, if that strain is eco and he missed out on that window with the Lombos. Here's Avali. Well, he's now twisting the knife a bit here. Sacred Site's locked in. Army positioned confidently around the back of the English base. Not something that many players will do, just because it means reinforcing is harder. And good question. GOA being ahead, that's a good spot. Avali, he must have missed unit production here. That's quite a lot of unit production. 3, in fact. Wow. Good eyes. I wouldn't have anticipated that. I mean, you know, this is the thing. I think sometimes we put the top players on pedestals because, you know, they are so good at the game, right? These guys are definitely in the top 50 competitors, I'd say, in Age of Empires 4. But they aren't innocent. They aren't immune to mistakes like this. It looks like Avali is simply... One of them might be textiles. Yeah, that accounts for 1, but that's still 2 villages we can't account for. In fairness to Avali, he does make it up though, right? Having 2 sacred sites, that gold generation he's now getting, a nice, very cozy 250 makes up for the loss there. He's still eco ahead. Raid coming in, and he's definitely going to be eco ahead here. Cuts him down. GUA losing 3 workers now. All right, guys, there wasn't any. There was no missed production. I don't know what you're talking about, Avali says. We're neck and neck on villager count. Everything is fine. Damn, that's rough. And that's the power of the Ghazi, by the way. Compared to normal horsemen, just higher base damage, rank 9 versus the 12. And 140 health means it's much easier for this Civ to dive English TCs than other Civs spamming the horsemen. So great read there by Avali. Does lose 1 the Ghazi on the exit. GUA has to come out. In fairness to him, though, militarily, he is ahead. Avali has a bit more army value here, but the men-at-arms is pretty smart by GUA. There's some comments highlighting Ghazi counter men-at-arms, and you are correct, but the reality here is GUA, he doesn't expect the kill to be quick on the Ghazi, right? He's gone for these men-at-arms because even though they take extra damage from Ghazi, they do last a lot longer than Spearmen facing off against this many archers. So pretty cool read there. And then the goal for GUA is just to use all these Lombos to swarm his opponent. And in fairness, it's a smart read because Avali, I think he should have went for that second Blacksmith in this game. In fact, it's worse than that still. Avali hasn't queued any extra techs. Okay, there we go. He hits all the buttons to make sure this time. That's now him 3.5 minutes away from an Archer upgrade. Meanwhile, the Archers of the English, they're starting to pummel a little. Gazi being pushed back. Raid comes in on the other side. It's going to be a dive with the Cavalry. Avali goes in underneath the English TC. Not enough room to keep everyone safe here. Needs to get Spearman to protect, but GUA, he's slow to react to this. So actually his woodline is now going to be raided. Mainly the reason he's slow is because he goes for his own massacre here. Dives into Avali's economy. But Avali getting better hits in here. Even forcing the villagers out of the base now. So it looks like they're going to run across the map. Wait, is GUA going to gather wood from the center? Okay, if he is, this is sick. This is disgusting and genius at the same time if that's what he's doing. It feels like that's what's happening here. He just migrated the base, and he is. This is so big brain from GUA. This is incredibly smart here. He now has about enough eco at home that the TC will protect them, and the Gazi can't raid him anymore. Meanwhile, he's going to get all the wood he needs. He also has what he needs on the front line now to build up an outpost to give him the aura to negate the effect of the Tower of Victory. Such a crafty read, such a smart read. Now, a lot of players wouldn't do this because this is an all-in by GUA. But he doesn't really have a choice here. He's just going to lose in these trades long-term. So now he goes for the one that Avali cannot ignore. Charges in with the Lombos, with the men-at-arms. Gazi have to commit here. Archer count shrinking fast. Gazi are wrapping back from the backside of this. The outpost being rushed up, though. And the aura is there. And now I'm worried for Avali. That's 11 men-at-arms. Gazi cannot reach in. Lombos now reaching in on the villagers. Several going down here. The dive continues. Meanwhile, the Gazi, they're going to chase for eco. This is a full villager trade-off. Avali, I'm shocked by this. The fact that he dove the base consistently like this, I was not expecting, but he goes underneath the TC. He finds troops even respawning. Gazi were a little bit late here, though. Wow. Avali. I think he got distracted there. This dive really threw him off because he was ready to dive onto that wood line, but he didn't chase past. So instead, his Gazi kill a single longbow. The villagers get away, and that eco lead that Avali had built up so potently doesn't exist. Now, Avali doesn't have any wood being gathered, so he doesn't have the ability to scale more archers. He can only go for Gazi. Speaking of archers from the other side, these Lombos might get trapped eventually, but they keep chasing after the eco. 9 villagers just stuck out here, not feeling cozy. Meanwhile, south side, 1 men-at-arms keeping 5 more people busy. Men-at-arms coming behind this. This is actually a bit of a bait. GUA is losing Lombos. The men-at-arms are a different matter. Like, Avali doesn't want to contest these in a fight. Yeah, you win, but it's not as clean of a fight as you'd want, especially for a guy that has half his economy just not working right now. Avali now playing a very dangerous game. Out into the deer on the flank. GUA with a new wave coming in. Remember, that outpost is still up. Hasn't been moved. Avali, after all of that fighting, after all the impressive plays, GUA, with the all-in maneuver into the center with the villagers, is now ahead. Economically, they're about neck and neck. Militarily, they most definitely are not. GUA does not have to fear anything here. He knows what he's done to that woodline. He understands that his opponent cannot get many more archers. So he's now switching into a few more spears and into many more men-at-arms because he wants to dive the base. The idle time again. Avali. He just can't gather anything on the wood. Oh my god, and it's getting worse. The Lombo scout this out. I can't believe Avali's staying here after he just got spotted like that. More troops are on the way. We're seeing a first-hand example of exactly why you should not allow English to be picked on this map. This is so oppressive. It's the Ford Wood, man. I mean, this matchup requires archers with Gazi to win, but Avali, he's been stuck at barely double-digits archers for a while now. Now villagers once again idled up. 22 of them unable to work here. Avali, even going to lose a few. Gazi are eventually going to react to this, but the idle time alone has been worth it for GUA. All the while behind this, GUA now adding in the 3rd farm cluster, so his food is inflating, right? Avali's shrinking. Doesn't have any safe food. Has to play out of the base, even on the berries, onto deer. Neither of them exactly seems possible right now. Does at least get the burn down on the outpost, so that's actually a good spot for Avali to find himself in. It's probably the only spot that feels good on this map for him right now. He's also almost done with the berries as well. You know, it's crazy when you look at this game, you'd wonder where the hell all of Avali's food went, but you have to remember how many Ghazi have been spawned and how many have died. That's where all the food went. And he's running out of remaining options quickly. This is just not feasible. It's too far forward. The deer is the only spot he has. It's the only spot he's going to get here. And people asking about the loose trees. The straggler trees can be gathered from, yes. The problem is Avali, like, he hasn't got any near his base. They're designed to be on the outskirts, which would put him essentially in a non-safe area against Lombo men-at-arms spam that he knows he can't fight directly right now. TCAP finally coming in. It took a while for this, but Jiwei understood he needed every resource on the front side, and it looks like Avali is going for a dive again. Oy, oy, oy. Instantly hesitates. I mean, well, it wasn't as much hesitation as the quick reaction by GUA. He saw it coming a mile off, so Avali won't even try for the dive. He's a bit too reluctant. He understands that these Ghazi aren't replaceable anymore. With the deer expiring soon, he just doesn't have food to work with anymore. Ghazi now marching home. They're just going to have to take the fight. It ain't going to be pretty, but what choice do you have here? Archer's coming in with a backstab, but the men-at-arms react to the Ghazi. Lombo sidestep it all. And it's ring of rosies. But a pocket full of nothing for Avali. Forced to take the fight now. Lombo's trading out up against the Archers. The men-at-arms are standing their ground. This looks to be the killing blow. Avali, despite how strong he may have looked in the first, GUA strikes back just as fiercely in this second game. Army has been reduced to nothing. Villagers got one load of wood gathering in before they were forced back. And now they're going to be forced to an early retirement. And by retirement, I'm just being nice because the kids are in the chat. They're dead. They're very dead. This is retirement the same way that when your parents flushed your goldfish down the toilet, it was going back to the ocean. It's not pretty what Avali's doing here. I respect him for trying to find a way back in, but I mean, this is the end of the road. The Lombos have found him. 26 villagers. Oh, no. Even if he gets this backstab, this is going to cost him. Scholar even being sniped out. Really doesn't like those reader boys. Ghazi Mass is now down to 6. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a cleanup by Avali, but that's not the reality of this fight, folks. These men-at-arms, these absolute beefcakes, have traded well. Sure, they're being cleaned up, but the new wave's coming in, and Spearman and Lombo are going to trade so much better against this, and Avali now finding himself a lofty 14 villagers behind. Oh, man. It's so painful as well. I imagine Avali, every step along the way is like, oh, yeah, I've done it, I've recovered. And then the next wave comes in. And the reality is he can't actually scale a new defense force, guys. He's got 0 food income. Oh, my dear God, actually. Have you ever seen someone so little income at 21 minutes into a game? He has got 30 wood coming in a minute. Oh, sorry, 45. This person's been working overtime. God damn, that's painful to look at. Well, credit to him. Avali refuses to give up. I mean, I don't think he's going to bother much longer once the cast stage comes through. I think that's the only reason he's got this false sense of security is that GUA isn't cast stage yet, so he just thinks this is like an overinvestment and he can weather the storm. I love the fact that he keeps using these Ghazi to cut off reinforcements, but it's just... There was a time where this was the difference maker. That time was 10 minutes ago. We are far past that point. Now, King's Path coming in, ready to complete in about 20 seconds. I think that will be the wave of the white flag from Avali. But hey, look at it, guys. It's got a lot more food and wood now per minute. Shout out to Ahoy Sailors coming through with the gifted sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate all the support from everyone. Those watching later on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. That is absolutely free and ensures that you do not miss a single video, because I've got a feeling this is the type of series where every single game is likely to get uploaded. This one definitely feels worth it. Tech up now complete. Avali, what are we doing here, buddy? See, here's the thing. If the nationalities were reversed, I'd understand the strategy. It'd be like, oh yeah, he's in Europe. I'm going to keep him up later so he gets tired. Avali is the German here. GUA is in NA, so only person who's likely to get tired here is going to be Avali. I don't know when the call time is for GUA because he's training or is a nurse, right? So maybe Avali knows something I don't about GUA's work schedule, and this is all a ploy to force him to default the final game. But I think we've just reached the end here. This can't feel good in any way for Avali. What have we got left in the draft as well? Just looking forward to thinking what we can get in the final game. So Avali has still got access to the... Whoa, he got... Wait. He has Zhuji Legacy. Okay, I think this is going to be swings and roundabouts, folks. Game 3, Avali has Zhuji Legacy if he wants it. And GUA just used the best counter to Zhuji. So this could be a 2-1 quite easily for Avali in game number 3. Other choices for GUA remaining has Ottomans, Byzantines, and Chinese. So it might be a full China showdown. I haven't seen that matchup at all, but my instincts tell me Zhuji just beats Chinese because of how quickly they progress the early game. We'll have to see, though. We'll definitely find out in a minute, because now with these villagers being absolutely massacred, he has to realize it's over. GG comes out. Props to Avali for trying to claw his way back into this one, but instead he's going to have to look for that game number 3 to see if he can take the majority of the points from GUA. Whew. Thank you again, Ahoy Sailors. Appreciate you, buddy. And no, you don't use camera while you're casting the game. That makes no sense. No. This is cast. This is not watch party. If we do watch parties, it would make sense. Right, so we have one more game between these guys. Let's see what it's going to deliver. Sup, Hymenator? How's it going, buddy? He did it. He picked GG. Oh, man. All right, guys. I've told you he picked GG. What would your reaction be? I want to know, everyone in the chat, feel free to contribute your thoughts here. Your GUA, you have Byzantines, Ottomans, and Chinese left over. What is your safeguard? What is your pick on Dry Arabia to counter GG? What would you pick? I'm looking forward to a bunch of people being like, well, I only play Byzantines, so guess I'm going Biz. Imagine if he did pick Biz here, right? Like the trashiest of trash civs. I'd be against the best civ, really, right now. Like Zhuji, I think everyone's tier list would have it at number 1. I wouldn't blame them. It is insane how powerful it is. Also, China, yeah. I have a feeling people are going to lean that way. So Ottomans is where he goes. That's where he makes his stand here. Makes a lot of sense. Let me just update the score because we were 1-1. 1-1s are easy because I don't have to worry about flipping the score at all. You can cosplay as English as Biz? Yes, but the problem is your mercenary timings are a bit too slow. We can talk about that in game, though. You guys ready? Let's get to it. Oh, boy. This is not the way you want the series to end. Avali versus GUA. Actually, it is. It's 1-1. It's exactly what I want. Boy Scouts and non-binary pals. Welcome back to the group stage of Chiefs of War Chief for a deciding game between Avali, playing as the Zhuji's Legacy, and GUA, playing as the Ottomans. Ottomans OP! Yeah, but are they as OP as the Zhuji? This is the craftiness of Avali, of what he's done here. Game number 2, so give you anxiety, get the counter pick in English versus Delhi. Unfortunately for GUA, the way he drafted, that meant that he had removed the best answer he had to Zhuji's Legacy. So now, he has to go for the backup plan. GUA, he digs deep into the memory bank. He remembers all the Reddit threads before the expansion screaming Ottoman OP. And then he puts his faith in them. Let's see what they can do. We have, of course, on Dry Arabia, so it's about as fair as it gets to pretty much every civ in the game. But sometimes this map is just unfair to the Zhuji. And I mean, a bit too fair and biased towards them. That is a double berry gold right next to his base. On, by the way, the most fair map, I just said that the most balanced map in the map pool, and yet on the most balanced map in the map pool, Zhuji somehow breaks all expectations. That's going to be a meditation garden, literally on the same screen as the TC. So he doesn't have to run out into dangerous territory. It's also retracted. And this, the reason I am going on about this placement so much, folks, that's going to be 96 food and 30 gold. I cannot believe how often I see swarms like this. There's something about the berry patterns especially that just makes Zhu Ji OP with the Meditation Garden opening. I think we're going to see that shortly here. Scouting-wise, looks like it wasn't wide out from GUA. I appreciate that. On the other side of it, Avali played a little bit tighter, already dropped off the sheep, so only 6 compared to the 12. So great opening for GUA. He's going to need it. He's going to need every bit he can get, because right now what's about to happen is Avali's about to generate almost 100 food for free each minute, and GUA can't match that yet. Sure, you can eventually get the passive production, but that's just step 1 in the vicious cycle that is playing against the Zhu Ji. Should be seeing it coming out in a second. I don't think there's any other placement here unless he wants a lot of wood, but, you know, the only type of landmark that should be placed here is a high trade house. Avali has not opted for that civ, so... What? Oh, he chooses the stone instead. Now, maybe I'm wrong on the measurements, because I feel... We can actually measure this with the screen, right? Let's have a look. Okay, no. In fairness to him, I don't think he would have been able to get both the berries. He would have been able to get, like, half of each, so it would have been worth it. So credit to him. I think Avali did get the best placement here. I'm still going to rant about this, though. This is still going to be 48 food, 30 gold, and 30 stone. Isn't it wonderful that we have a civ that literally can place this landmark right next to their TC and still get 100 resources passively a minute? Basically a better Manta Quarry on a civ that builds landmarks more efficiently. And remember, folks, this is just step 1 on the Zhu Ji tour. I've got a feeling we're going to be looking at a multi-TC build from the Zhu Ji. Looking at the spawn, it's pretty decent for it. He's got the retracted deer behind his base that you can play into for a second TC. And then I imagine we'll be looking at a Song Dynasty granary transition around where the stone is. Just such an easy thing for them to do as well. And anyone who plays a lot of Chinese, tell me, how is your average timing on transitioning, right? When do you typically go into granaries when you play Chinese? Put a timer. Like, I'm sure I have some people who are prolific China spammers. I know it's too late in the day for Drongo Dancer, but like someone else who plays a lot of Chinese, tell me what your average timing is. Because I can guarantee you it doesn't even catch up to the Zhu Ji. Zhu Ji, I've watched Zhu Ji players, Zhu Ji spammers. They would call themselves... connoisseurs. I would call them filthy spammers. They can make that granary transition at 8 minutes into the game. 8 minutes. A granary transition, remember, granaries cost 150 wood each, and then farms cost 75, and they can make it at 8 minutes into a game. That's the insanity we're talking about here. So yeah, final number. Okay, not final number. Looks like a little bit of harassment came in for the scout. Scout. Luckily for him, Avali was away from the TC gathering on this mill. One detail that did surprise me, actually, is that Avali didn't go for the mill on the berries. Instead, he opted for it closer to the TC. I think this is because his opponent was opening military school, so he was a bit paranoid about spearmen. And it looks like Avali has changed his build. Dude! Did he just bait GUA? My god, he did. GUA... Okay, he sees it now. So GUA came in with a scout. Avali started to build the Jiangnan Tower. He then cancelled it after the scout left. But now, GUA has already invested more into this plan. He's gone double military school. And he's slow pumping units. Avali, on the other hand, is going for the fast castle build. And remember, as the Zhu Ji, you do get a 15% discount on this. So, not as pricey as other civs. Look at that. 10-20 food, 5-10 gold, and this is a Shaolin Monastery. And folks, I've seen this build a few times. I actually think it was Vortex and Matisse were the first players to do this and optimize it. The Shaolin Monastery build allows you to just flood out with these very pricey monks, 200 food each, and pick up relics. Why are they worth that price? Because Bald is glorious. Okay, no. The real reason is because this unit can fight any other unit in the game at this point one-on-one. Because at this point in the game, nobody else is Castle Age. So, GUA getting this Sipahi out, their cheeks are going to get clapped by the Shaolin monks. Archers, doesn't matter. Harden your skin. Men-at-Arms, forget it. 1, it's Ottomans. 2, even if you could, they would also get their cheeks absolutely and utterly clapped. And here he comes. the ball boy. Shaolin Monk on the way from Avali. And looking at the relic placements, I mean, this is going to be an easy-peasy 4-relic game, if not 5. And GUA, he's trying to go for Castleage himself, but his timing is going to be so much later than this. I mean, I don't think any Civ can compete with this, right? I'm pretty sure that the Zhu Ji has the fastest castle time in the game. Iobids can kind of match it, but I think Zhu Ji can exceed it. I'd argue that Avali, like, he actually had more wood gathering, right? He could have been a little bit more optimal with his food and gold and got this even quicker. And the reason is because this Civ builds quicker. It doesn't just get all this extra resources, it also builds the landmarks insanely quick compared to every other Civ. Here they come. The man of the moment. He might look wise, he might look friendly, but that stick is not for walking. The only place that stick is going to walk is right up your ass when he beats you in here. This is ridiculous. 15 damage on a 0.75 attack speed. That means that this Shaolin Monk hits you for 15 damage every 3/4 of a second. And this Sipahi, if he does actually find a Shaolin Monk, he'll wish he didn't see it, because it will kill him. It's actually not even close. The fight will be so one-sided. And the sad reality is if you can't kill a Shaolin Monk, then you just lose anyway, because the Shaolin Monk heals itself. And yet, notice he doesn't turn around for a fight. Okay, he's like, okay, we can start now. Baits him underneath the TC. I think that was a bit of a mistake. Avali should have just went back to drop off the relic, because you either fight straight away or not at all. But he did bait him in, does some additional damage to Sipahi. Are chasing out. I don't think I'd back to Sipahi to beat this Monk. I just couldn't. I wouldn't. These Monks, there are now 4 of them in total. Lancers are also being added in, so a little bit of idle time here, but not enough. GUA about to complete his tech up, but everything is passive production. His existing army isn't exactly what I'd say should be feared in this game. Okay, keeps raiding in. Just trying to do that chip damage, but it's just never going to be enough. And once Shaolin Monk can just guard this on his own. A little bit of a misclick, Avali. Avali, buddy, we like gold, all right? We love the feel of it, the touch of it, the smell of it. But we can only get it if you put that back in the monastery. Well, that's 4 relics. Ouch. 5th relic, also feasible here. And GUA is not going to rush for it, right? Because there's no point now. You don't pull the Imam. There's no... It's just a waste of Vizier points. You don't rush your Moss because that's 200 wood, and you just can't afford the additional right now. You need to actually build active production here. Looks like he is pumping into Knights, but I mean, Avali is going to be able to mirror that. He's going to be able to match it. In fact, he'll be able to exceed it. Wait, guys, can we stop? What's going on here? Drop it off. Okay, he does need to build another monastery, remember, because he can only hold 3 in here. And I think he is. Yeah, is he going for the 5th? I mean, he's scouting out here. Wait, is it bugged? Wait, what happened? wait. No. I'm sure he'll fix this with another monastery. Whoa. New Civ. Well, I take it back. Zhu Ji have a bug? They're totally balanced now. Oh, man, this looks anything but balanced, though. Second TC coming in. Wow, he didn't even get Xiangnan. I'm a little bit surprised that Avali didn't go for the Xiangnan first to get a 160 wood rebate on this TC. He should be getting Xiangnan before he goes into the farm transition, just because that's when it's most efficient. Avali says, well, if I can't drop it off, I guess I can wall low. Village is going down, though. Good raid coming out from GUA. Damage that he most definitely needed in this game. This is a secondary TC, so no hand cannon slit to quickly dispatch the Lancer. However, the Lancer trade-off does mean the heavily armored unit is going to be gone. Shaolin, buddy. He's like, kill me! I just want to drop it off! I actually think... Wait, did GUA just help him? I think he just helped him. Oh, no. We couldn't drop it off before, right? So this did actually just assist him. Oh, I mean, in fairness to GUA, he doesn't know 100%, right? But, like, you should suspect when you see this relic gathering monk just chasing after you like that it's probably bugged. I don't know if GUA knows. I mean, I didn't even realize that bug was there. So that was the discovery moment for me. Probably for Avali as well, but now he should be able to just bank it in the monastery at the back. Wolves also going up. So Avali playing into that corner. Perfect area for a farm transition later. And yes, the Monks can tank. They have 2 melee armor, 170 health. And you might say, oh, so the counter to this unit is to go ranged. Not quite. Body of Iron. For 15 seconds, they reduce incoming range damage by 50%. So they actually have a solution to most threats. And on top of that, like we said, the damage output, their effective DPS per minute is 20. Right? Bow Staff hits for 15. They hit every 0.75 seconds. Another interesting detail, actually, they have slightly more range than other units. So 0.33 compared to the 0.29 of most sword units means that they're more likely to get a second attack out before you retreat. And speaking of attacks, GUA hitting strong here. Knights keep flooding in. Avali, you've got to get some spearmen, man. Like, the play into Lancers is so expensive in comparison, and the reality is so far in this game, all he's done is defend with those Lancers. Great snipe on the Imperial Official also. 150 resources just gone like that. And also, now just crippling the ability of gathering surplus food on the backside for Avali. GUA is impressing me here. I mean, this should have been a fairly cut and dry game, right? It's usually Legacy just looking so ridiculous with that opening. You wouldn't have expected GA to recover like this, but props to him. I think Avali may have been a bit greedy with the Shaolin count, like 200 food per. I mean, that's the food requirement for getting 2 Lancers, right? Like, this to me screams 1 less Monk, 2 more Lancers as a result. Avali right now has 2,000 gold. I stand by my statement. That was way too many Monks. Avali says, it's fine. If we're going to die, build a keep. And then probably go back to get more stone for another TC, right? He builds it right in the face of the Cav. Unfortunately for GUA, the Lancers, well, Knights Row has started dying off, right? So he doesn't have the means to stop this castle going up. Avali, a pretty smart read here. His game was close to falling apart, but this is at least going to recover him. And yes, I am the guy with the famous laugh in Dota 2. I can't... Is it that famous? I don't know if I would call it famous, per se. Avali looking to buy his fame right now. Almost 2,000 gold still in reserve. Please drop a marketplace. Okay, he's got it down here. I think it's time to buy some food. Everyone in the Zhuji Kingdom is starving right now. Please, think of the children. Damn, that castle's doing work, though. That's exactly what he needed, so that's not going to protect his economy. That's going to slow down GUA. GUA, who does have a mango here, but really needs something else. And Jiangnan Town now coming in. So Avali, he is prepping for the transition into farms. And the cool thing, the OP thing about this Civ is how cheap those farms are going to be. Song Dynasty gives him a 40% discount on farms and granaries. That means you essentially, if you, as a Chinese player, visualize your farm layout, when you have 2 granaries, almost full of farms, it's usually have 3 full of farms. No. Oh, no. GUA, buddy, no! Oh, that was his one way of getting through the wall. Okay, yeah, he has got another one coming. Unfortunately, these Lancers are getting a lot of freebies. Not just the Mangonel, but also trading out phenomenally well up against the crossbows. I mean, he's basically got them in A-click, and that's what kind of makes it worse for GUA, is that he's trading so poorly when Avali's not paying attention. Finally, he reacts here as he pulls away, but that other Mangonel can't come up here now. It's just at risk. Tries to hit in, though. Villagers will pull back just in time. Avali, remember, Avali is on 2 TC, so he's closing the gap here. GUA does have a lot of passive production, though. 4 military schools and a Mehmed Imperial Armory. That's like having 20 extra eco. So he is ahead, but then remember the relic difference here. 4 relics being added in. That is almost 10 extra villagers for Avali. GUA. Well, the reason why he throws away Mangonels usually is because they're not Rams. I mean, GUA has one true love in life. I'm not going to lie, folks. I'm shocked that he didn't just switch it over to Ram production. Clearly, that needs to be buffed. If even GUA will not do it, someone has to change. Lancer's going in again, but this castle's just going to destroy them. It's not even close. I mean, the Spearmen just block you out, and all of a sudden, you've just wasted 480 resources. Credit to him, though. GUA is making this map really uncomfortable for Avali. Avali has practically no resources in this map. This spawn wasn't great for him. Look at the open battlefield on the west side. Usually, your benefit here is usually you can play the left side of your base if you get sold on the right. There's nothing to play for here, so really problematic area. Looks like we are going to get the Granary drop actually away from this corner. A little bit surprised, but at the same time, remember what we just said. Like, Avali is predictable he's playing into this corner. GUA, what he wants is to be able to park in one location for maximum idle time. Because Avali's now setting up his eco on the left side and gathering from the right, it means that he's only ever going to be idled half eco. It's never going to be the entire war machine shutting down. All has broken down. GUA is going to be very disappointed when he marches through here. He's like, yeah, let's get it. Oh, they're not here. Also, Springel's now coming out. So Avali, just more cost efficient here. He's going full hunker down mode. GUA behind this is starting to lock in some sacred sites, but there's still Shaolin monks out to contest on the flanks. Spinman. Whoa, boy. Whoa, boy. Get out of here. This little bit of idle time actually is quite important. Like, Avali right now just doesn't have surplus food to produce really anything. So even just denying them, delaying them 10, 15, 20 seconds does add up. GUA now, a big bulk force coming out there. 40. He pulls the Janissary points. What? This is usually a play you make when you think you can win the game or you're about to lose the game. That's what you'll always hear me say about this Vizier point investment. Anything outside of those two variants, it's a bad play. So GUA presumably believes that he can close this game now. This is dangerous, though. You're up against a Civ that have one of the best counters to Janissaries, Chugen Nu. Avali does already have archery ranges. He even built into some crossbow. He could quickly switch over. He can even supervise to get that upgrade ASAP for the Juji. Not to mention the fact that you've got Janissaries and there's already a castle up from Avali. I hate this Civ. I'm not even going to try to be unbiased, but I actually hate this Civ. Oh. Farm's also being set up now. Wait, the Janissary... GUA, what? But gun beat gun. No, it doesn't, GUA. No. Oh, wow. Half of the Vizier point investment dies. GUA. I don't know. The fire alarm must have gone off in his apartment because he was sleeping at the keyboard. Are those base keeps? Yep. That's just... I mean, remember, that's the way Chinese keeps work. Hand cannon, hand cannon, hand cannon. That damn effective. Oh, man. That's crazy. And also, you free hit them, right? Because the Janissaries should be taking bonus damage from the keep. That's so nasty. Nesta B's now here as well. Yikes. And GUA only has one Springel, so he's out-countered there. Oh, wait. Meta. Almost gets baited into his death. Sacred Sites have been locked in. So GUA does have a way of forcing Avali out. The issue, though, is this is not China, right? China in this position would be uncomfortable because they still want 5 minutes to really get that farm kicking. For Avali, playing as the Juji, he's very content to be out of his base in the next 4 minutes, right? Like, he's already got one granary pretty much fully set up, and the next two are going to be very cheap. So GUA has to go in. He breaks in at the wrong location. Wood's just simply not being gathered right now by Avali. Has to pull away. In fact, yeah, he's sneaking on the west side here. Makes sense. He's got the castle in the area. He sees the outpost. He sees everything, right? So he'll know if there's a rotation. And now, GUA. Oh, I feel so bad for him right now. I mean, the idea makes sense. He thinks that Avali is gathering straggler trees up here. He's not. He's ran all the way across the west side. And folks, this maneuver by Avali is not an easy one. This is a long walk. Let me just drag it across the screen for you to realize how open this battlefield is. That's his TC. This keep has completely changed the layout of this game. And crazier part two, there's a fat stone outcropping here. So Avali can extend with another keep drop over here to secure long-term wood. GUA just looking for scraps in the meantime. GUA is starting to wall in the sacred sites, but it's only going to be wood walls, not stone walls. It's not keeps. So not exactly something strong to hold back a tide of Palace Guard roaming out. They will be coming soon. Palace Guard count up to 10 already. And yeah, I do think that Avali optimized this incredibly well. Like, he was threading the needle with this build. If you think about how limited the wood access was and how he had to negotiate for that space, the timing on this granary transition, if any one small thing along the way went wrong, it would be GG. That's how rough it was. Credit to Avali as well. By going for this fast castle build, taking all the relics like this, that gold has allowed him to buy up all the surplus wood he'd require for this transition. He's still holding on to 1,200 surplus gold. So very cozy from that position, and it's all because of that Shaolin Monk fast castle build. Outpost crawl now commences, just so he knows he's safe in this area. GUA is starting to roam with some supply here, but his main army is much slower to react. Up to 4 mangonels now, 2 springles, but the problem is on the other side, he is up against 3 springles, so not to mention the fact that you've also got Pathguard to worry about. Pathguard are incredible divers. I think for GUA, sitting on the sacred sites could kill him. It feels like the type of game where actually instead you need to prevent Avali from reaching Imperial Age. It seems a bit greedy to do it from here, but think about what Avali gets from Imperial Age. If he goes for the standard choice, right, on the tech up, if he chooses to not go for the library, instead going for the Temple of Sun, he'll immediately have the movement speed for the Pathguard to run across map. In fact, they're already getting ready to run over. This isn't exactly what I'd call a strong defense from GUA. Also, Pathguard, this many are going to burn through quick enough that you won't be able to defend it easily. Army is marching, but I wouldn't be surprised if Avali pulls 1 or 2 Pathguard to go far right. Looks like the entire army is shifting to the south side, though. Burn through complete. We'll start the decap. GUA pulls the villagers on just to hold this. Army now marching around. He's going to try to wall him in, but I don't know if you want to do this. Army is coming behind this. Villagers are going to start going down, so it looks like the re-wall, it's not going to be successful. He can burn through it. Army is marching across from GUA, though. Pathguard need to get out fast. Spin with the brace, Springles with the trade out. Anti-siege for anti-siege. GUA does now have the edge. The attack speed aura really paying dividends here. Avali has to back away, so Sacred Site remains in control for GUA. Now, a heavy military lead. In fact, GUA close to popped. He could start thinking about Imperial Age if he wants here. That would make sense. This is really smart from GUA the way he's now playing this. I was a little bit worried that he's being a bit too lazed back about this. I felt like, you know, he needed to go a bit faster, but credit to him, man. It's only a 13 eco lead in raw eco count. And you do have the free Sacred Sites to even up the value that these relics are providing for Avali. So Avali still very much up against the ropes here. GUA now going to start marching in. I think he needs to be a bit careful, actually. That read was perfect. I don't think you overshow your hand here. Avali trying to sneak a keep. That's an ambitious one. Not going to go up. He lost too many Pathguard. That's unfortunate. If he didn't lose the Pathguard earlier, this would have worked. But instead, that needs to be a keep denial. Wait, Avali? Avali's going for it. What? No freaking way does he get this. The siege isn't here, folks. He actually may have read this correctly if he rushes with the villagers now because the siege is nowhere near GUA. Oh, he made a blunder here. He'll try and go for the villagers, but it's going to cost him dearly. And he still doesn't get the final one. Siege is coming over, but the mistake that was made there, GUA, he took out the outpost with the mangoes. Avali knew he could do this. And now he's going to try to push out against it. Nesta Bees getting a good amount of flurries out here. 1 villager and a dream, still building up that castle. Mangoes have arrived, though. Springle's trading out. They're going for the anti-siege. In fact, the backstab comes in with the infantry, so he is going to find it. Final shot needed, doesn't get it. Springles do get rid of the mangoes, though. Nesta Bees are still standing, and it's limited melee. I can't believe he's done this. Avali actually recovers it. GUA, with the overextension, has been pushed back. And now Avali, 1 villager and a dream. A dream of a castle that will be. The insanity of that fight. Mangoes unable to find the shot. Avali on point with the dodges. The Nesta Bees uncounted for so long. And just the melee flood over onto the anti-siege and the delayed arrival, setting GUA back. Someone crown this guy Emperor. He deserves the title. One villager to save it all. 4 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory, but Jiwei is now going to have to stand underneath a keep to hold it. Crossbowman marching in. Remember, these castles have 3 hand cannon slits. You die pretty fast underneath Chinese keeps. Navali behind this. I think, yeah, he's got as many farms as he can right now. He's gathering Last of Stone. That's going to open access for the final granary placement, and then it's kind of just GG, right? The food difference is going to be a mile long. And no. Let me correct on that. The day that Jiwei learns how to use Siege is the day that Jiwei actually becomes god of this round. Unstoppable doesn't really cut it. So I think a lot of things Jiwei does well, but, you know, Rams is his speciality. The placement of the Siege here, the timing, the peel off there, I think it just cost him the game. Newcastle going up. Jiwei. Before this, he was ready to go Imperial Age, right? He was popped, but now he's not there anymore. Trying to deny the second castle from going up. Avali does have to pull back from this. He's going to go for the build again. Avali, very hesitant to take this fight. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Villagers are now building up the castle. Dive comes in even deeper. Able to pull back. You can't cancel it anymore, by the way. The cost loss here is going to be too high. Springles do move in, though, for the trade. Villagers return to prepare. I love this. He's keeping it on the edge to force the bait under. Jiwei keeps diving this, and he's losing so many troops to the keep. Looks like the villagers are going to go down, so Mangoes will eventually kill off the castle, but I think the price has been paid, and it's too high. Jiwei now behind a military. A great bait and a great read by Avali now. Spiral count down to just 1. He has to back away. He cannot even finish off this keep. I mean, he could try, but I think it's going to cost you. Goes in for the dive. Avali doesn't even bother to cancel the castle. He's happy to just keep him parked here for longer. Mangoes do get sniped out. And Jiwei now heavily behind. This will be a dive. This is it. This is all he needed. Avali with the pristine bait because he understands Jiwei can't let that keep go up. If that castle ever goes up, it's GG for sure. But the way that he baited him into denying it guarantees it's GG all the same. Sacred Site now being decapped. Spring count down to none. Mango count down to 1. Springles will get the snipe out. All sieges gone. Nesta Bees reign supreme. Navali will push him back in entirety here. Jiwei, I don't know what your win condition is now. The only way you can recover this is by going Imperial, but I've got a feeling that Avali is going to do that much quicker. You know the crazy part about the way Avali done this, by the way? That wasn't even all the Springles. He held 2 Springles back when he was sniping out over here. He still was able to dominate the siege battle that much. Jiwei now just massing crossbows against Nesta Bees. I get it. You need it against the Palace Guard, right? But right now, I think what you need even more so, you need a tech up. The fact he's queuing this many crossbows is because he's paranoid about getting dove, but I think the only way that Jiwei recovers this game now is if he goes into Imperial. Even that's going to be a stretch, though. Like, Zhu, they're not a pushover in Imperial Age. The Divine Haste that you get from your landmark alone is good enough. I mean, honestly, this is the type of game where you actually just get Divine Haste. You never think about activating any of the other abilities in Temple of the Sun. I actually can't believe he pulled that off. You know, it's hard to tell where the godliness of Avali begins and the OP-ness of Zhu ends in this game. Yes, Zhu is OP. They are an absurd Sith. But Avali played this game incredibly well. From the optimization of his base, the choice to cancel Song and go fast castle, the way that he just finessed that fight over the central sacred site. Yes, his Civ is broken, but I cannot take anything away from the way he played at this game. This was phenomenal by Avali. I'll agree. I think there is a key moment where Jiwei had to make a mistake in this one. I don't think it was the fight over this sacred site, though. I actually think, well, not the second fight. It was the initial fight. The critical error Jiwei made, and it seems oh so simple. It was when he attacked this outpost with the mangoes. That broke up the fight in a way that screwed his entire game. That's when GUA lost the game. And now we are just waiting for the fallout. Imperial Age reached for Avali. Upgrades coming in. GUA, not ready to tech up himself. Quite a way away. Bait post, I call it a bout post because this game came roundabout because of it. And Avali now in a position with Divine Haste where... Wait, did he go? Actually, I think he went Library, right? Oh, that's intriguing. Library first, I did not expect here. Yeah, I don't know why so many players do this. I've noticed a lot of players with usually build Library and then they don't even use it. Like, look, he's got 2,000 gold. Okay, there we go. He's at least going to prioritize it. That's the thing that really puzzles me is I've seen so many players now go Library first over Temple of the Sun, and they don't even queue up tech for an extra 5 minutes. If you're not going to queue up tech for 5 minutes, you can get both your Imperial Ages within that next 5 minutes. So always go Temple of the Sun in that situation, unless you have a specific plan. That plan from Avali is pretty cool, actually. He's going for the AoE damage on Bombards. I haven't seen this in action often, but in theory, on paper, it's pretty broken, and it kind of tilts me as a former French player. Because what they've done is they've just made a better College of Artillery. So this unique tech, remember you're going to get 2 of them. The Cloud of Terror is going to give an AoE splash to a Bombard shot. There is a unit that does that already in the game. It's called the French Cannon, the Royal French Cannon. But that Royal French Cannon activates the ability, and then it goes on cooldown for, I believe it's 2 or 4 minutes. Why do Zhuji get a better Royal French Cannon? On a landmark that isn't restricting their choice, right? Because when you choose the College of Artillery, unlike the Zhuji, you can't build both landmarks. And also, this is just one of 2 techs you choose. So it's pretty insane. And yeah, the other thing that actually... Another little change that the devs are watching this, I think someone that should change... Well, I mean, one, obviously, College of Artillery needs a big buff, considering the comparison now. But also, I think that activatable ability should be... It shouldn't be activatable, it should be targeted. It's insane to me that those Bombard shots can just shoot the wrong thing very easily. So, tech up complete. Looks like he let him get up to him. I don't blame him. Avali right now has nothing to fear here. But Zhuji itself. And luckily, we don't get mirrors, so he doesn't have to worry about that ever happening. Crossbow mass, essentially countered by a single Nesta Beast. Soon, it's going to be countered by Bombards. Avali now arriving here. Let's check the damage from the Bombards. Here we go. Shot coming in. No Nesta Beast, don't ruin it. Backs away from the smog. Kind of hard to see the wall up there. Nesta Beast still look a lot better, but remember, this is still also something that blows up buildings quickly. Oh, wait. No, no, not the siege. What? Well, that is the freest giveaway of siege. Actually, no. Actually, that's the 3rd time we've had this much siege given away for free. There we go. That's more accurate. Looks like he will clear it up in time, but that would have been dicey. A few pass guard, and that's going to be GG on the siege line, but this is still looking pretty done. Bombards. Sieging into the buildings now. GUA running out of base fast here. I don't see any recovery in the Ottoman's future. But Ottomans are OP in Imperial Age. How can they lose? Guys, it's Zhuji. Zhuji at S tier. Pretty much every player agrees on their tier list that Zhuji is the absolute top. And I stand firm in agreement with them. Ottomans are not going to win this one. GUA is at least going to give us one good fight to round it out, though. Siege being sniped out. Bombard shots. Ooh, that damage actually isn't too bad. It's not like insane, but I think the splash of it seems to be decent. It's subtle because it's like Nesta Bees are just nuclear, right? Manjanique's fire effect looks nuclear. I think the Bombard poison's a bit more subtle, but it is damn effective. And now with the Fire Lance coming in on the spear, yeah, this is GG. The only upside right now for GUA is that he's not built both Imperial Landmarks, so he doesn't have the Divine Haste to gap close. But he has enough spears that they'll still reach you. And those wondering what this tech does, this one over here, Roar the Dragon, gives the Fire Lance effect to Horsemen and Spearmen for the Zhuji, meaning that they get that nice little splash explosion. Wait, what's this? We're saying we have trust in the Great Bombard? I would too, if it wasn't for the fact we're waiting for a Mangonel still. Castle coming. I think all of his landmarks are going to die before we see a Great Bombard in this game. I mean, it's 3 Bombards now. Military schools are going down. Anytime you're losing your military schools to the Ottomans, you know it's over. Cool series, though. Really back and forth. I love the fact that we got into this third game 1-1, as for some reason the UI disabled again. Apologies for that. And this final game actually felt like either player could win. GUA in that mid game looked unstoppable, but it shows you one small mistake can give it all over. And Avali would not hesitate to take that opportunity. Gets the series 2-1, gets the win. If you like what you're seeing here, folks, make sure you are following me on Twitch. Subscribe on the YouTube side as well. Make sure you're liking and commenting on the videos to let YouTube know how much you love them. And I'll see you all in the next chapter. Imagine if you put keeps on the sacred sites. I mean, Eco kind of stretched thin. I kind of understand he doesn't do that. I think the big issue here, legit, is the fact he attacked that outpost for the Mangonels. It just felt unnecessary, really, right? Like, it's actually crazy that such a almost petty seeming detail cost him the entire thing. Okay, so having a look to see who we've got next that we can cast. Give me a second. Wait, did Anatan and Sassy play their series already? Because I know that wasn't... No, Anatan and Sassy played their series ages ago. Okay, so they've just been scrimming against each other then. Got it. Because I noticed they played 3 games in a row, so... Hey, sup, Lidicorp? Thank you. No, it feels good, man. I've been streaming on and off for... How many years now? 7? I think 7. But it was always difficult, especially with esports getting in the way. It meant that I just couldn't have enough days consistently to ever get it. But apparently someone had a look yesterday. They saw the big subtrains. They saw the viewership trending upwards. And they're like, get this man his tick. And I tipped my hat, said thank you very much. Okay. Vanendorf and Sanet should be starting about 30 minutes ago. Interesting. That could be an option. I'm just checking all the series because there was Soldier versus Nyan last night as well. There was Nyan versus Divine. And there is meant to be Sassy versus Matisse and Anatan versus Matisse at some time. There's also meant to be Jue versus Kiljadi. All those series have to happen. None of them have a time stamped on them yet. Part of me wants to ask Avali and Voldemar to do their series an hour earlier because I really want to cast it. Do Bronze League cast these 30 minutes? I mean, we need Bronze League replays for that. People need to submit interesting games. Because finding interesting bronzes on our own is difficult. So, let me double check this though. I'm just going to have a look in the channels that we have to see if they have scheduled an extra series for today happening anytime soon. Because, like I said, there's three extra series that haven't got timestamps on them yet for today that are meant to happen. So let me have a look-see quickly. I don't think anything else has been talked about. Let me have a look. AoE 4 World as well. Where's Isanich been, by the way? Because I feel like he was on the rise and then he just kind of disappeared for quite a while, didn't he? It's interesting because he's with the 3D clan now, but I think he was with the GG crew before, right? So Vandendorf is rising as well, actually. Up at 182nd now. Not bad. If I want to cast the Dimir game, you played against him. I mean, I don't... Dimir doesn't like us casting his games. I don't think. So I've been taking a break for a week from him. It was not a very good game. Okay, now I want to watch it. Oh, hold up. just to flame you more than anything else. No, I won't. I'll leave that one secretly hidden in the lands. Sanic mainly does coaching now. Vanderdorf, so I haven't got either of them added, I don't think. So that might be a problem. Let's have a look. Oh no, okay. I think they are a second game in. All right, you know, I'm gonna let chat decide because I know we're gonna cast more series later, and I know people like a mixture of team games, etc. So I'm gonna put a poll up. What do we cast? 20, which is gonna be Sanic versus Vanderdorf. We'll put Van because poll doesn't let you type longer things. We can do live 1v1s. We can do team games. You guys got 2 minutes. Start your voting now. Boom. I'm gonna take this jacket off. Actually, it's a little bit warm, overly warm, even. Oh. You've won a game against Vanderdorf on the ladder. Wow. Guys. You ever get like a win against someone, just one win, and then you just retire? You ever done that before? Like, here's one for you guys. So I have a 100% win rate against Supreme, a very talented carry in Dota 2. Got a 100% win rate against Fogged and Lacoste as well. Just saying. I only played them once, but it counts. Hear me out. Here's what you do. My goal is going to be to queue into Faye. And then I'm going to try to predict which Civ she's going to pick. And if I do, I know I'm going to get an insta GG because I know Faye hates mirrors. And then I will never play her again. It's smart, right? So smart. Beastie factor of 3 is best I can do. Huh? We're all good? You got 100% win rate in core and 1v1s. There you go. This is what I'm talking about, guys. It's all about just you get that one win and you get out, right? Because then you have it as like a title. The best one is when you put stuff in small print, like best Age of Empires 4 player in my town. You don't have a beastie number. What's a beastie number? Wait, have I missed something here? We're not talking about the stat cards, are we? I've missed something here, haven't I? What have I missed? Okay, you guys want more tourney games, so let me line this one up then. A beastie number. I haven't seen this before. What? All right, let's find out what my beastie number is. What is this? Should I know what this is? What have I missed? I'm 5. What does that mean? Here's your victory path to beastie. Silver Bullet, Reform and Opening Up, Sweep, Demu, easies, right? And then Beastie. What is this? It's the tool of AoE for World. What? So like how it would predict you getting high enough rank to queue into Beastie? Is that what it is? It's my Beastie number. Okay, that doesn't help. That really doesn't help. You beat someone that beat someone that beat Beastie. Oh, there you go. So I just need to beat Silver Bullet. And Silver Bullet, what rank are they? Easy. Got this. Sorry, Silver Bullet. You're going down, mate. So hear me out. By this logic, if you killed the guy who killed the guy who killed Stalin. Right? Oh, I've already won against Silver Bullet? All right, he got stomped. Easy. Right, so it's like... So this is going to get really weird. If you kill the guy who killed Hitler, are you a hero or did you kill Hitler? Right? That's where it gets really confusing. I don't know what to think anymore. All right, where did we beat Silver Bullet? When? When would I have beaten this guy? I do love all the wins against Merlin, by the way. Makes me feel very good. Yeah, it's apparently I haven't beat. Okay, page 2. Wow, we are going over a year ago. When did I beat this guy? Page 3. Easy, guys. Easy. Beat him with French on watering holes. Water that hole. Now, I'm not saying that I'm better than Beastie, but I'm better than the guy who beat the guy who beat the guy who beat the guy who beat Beastie. So, is what it is. Okay. With that done, should we get ready for the series? Let me grab the draft link because it should be in the channel and we can get underway with Van der Dorf versus Sanic. So, give me a second. Have they not posted the draft link? Okay, I'll just check AoE thingy for it. Spectate. Sanic, where are you? Van der Dorf, Sanic. Got it. Wait, no, that's not the one. There it is. Got it. Perfect. Okay, update draft. And we're good to go. It means Beastie didn't beat Silver Bullet on Waterholes with French, so we know who the better gamer is. That's true. That's true. See, Faye understands perfectly. Oh, I mean... Wait, actually, can we do the maths on this? Who's made more grand finals? Is it me or Beastie? I'm actually not sure on that one. Just a thought, though. I think I've made more grand final, finals weekends. So I guess we'll flex that and get ready for the game. That actually, by the way, the final thought, that used to be one of my favorite things is, I remember one time a player was getting, it was a Dota 2 player, he was getting really, sassy with me about things that I was wrong about. I was like, you might have a fair point, but in fairness, I've been to more lands than you. And I had been to more lands than him, so it held true. As a caster, sure, but it still counts, right? Right? Chow, back me up on this. Okay, let's go, though. All right, exciting one here. We get to show off some new faces. I don't think I've had a chance to cast these guys in well over a year. So, boys, girls, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. More games for the Chiefs of War Chief group stage. We're joined by 3D Clan's very own Ice Sanic. Sanic, who actually is a fairly competent player. I think he ranks frequently in the top 300-ish area, but they used to rank a lot higher. In fact, they were previously with the GG clan. Nowadays, they mainly coach, which is why they're not competing as much, but still a very capable player. They're going to be whipping out the Malians, playing as the blue here on Gorge to open the series. Across the way from them, Van der Dorf, a rising player, a rising star here, playing as the Byzantines to open this series. A peculiar choice, but maybe this guy knows something that all the top players don't, because Van der Dorf has been climbing the ranks pretty effectively here, folks. Actually, at the time of recording, Van der Dorf, a player for France, ranked 182nd in the world. Last season, they finished 153rd. Here's the crazy jump for you. Season 4, they were ranked 949th. Season 3, they were a diamond. Season 2, they were a plat. These are the stories that I love to highlight. The persistence, the grit, the grind, leading to improvement. Van der Dorf has definitely been showing that here, and is off to a great start with the arrival of these new civs. And I'm curious to see what he's discovered and what he's going to be able to show us in Game 1 of this playoff 3. Sanich on the other side is just playing the boring Mordians. But this is an interesting map. I'm not the biggest fan of Marlians on Gorge. I think the community is like kind of split on this. Some players actually don't mind it. Some players agree that it's pretty lackluster. Because step one on them even functioning comes down to the RNG of the generation. In that regard, Sanich actually lucked out here. I feel like the majority of games has the gold spawning on the forward here because you don't get this second wood line in the front of your base. If this wood line doesn't spawn, gold always seems to spawn more aggressively, which means that your gold is exposed and also your second gold is really far away. Fortunately for Sanix, due to the way that this spawned, his side gold is actually quite close to the secondary, and that's critical to success for the Marlians. Like, if you're stuck on just one gold vein, doesn't feel very cozy. Even worse still is if it's a forward gold vein, there's a lot of civs that can tower rush you and shut down your early game. But this one is not going to be one of those games you have to worry about that. Just looking at the sheep haul, looks like it's going to be 7 coming from Vanderdorf, 8 already for Sanich. I say already. Oh, wow. Sanich, this is one of the awkward things about Gorge right now, is you just need to choose a side and commit. Something I've noticed time and time again is the sheep are a little bit busted. There tends to be like a 60-70% split, one side over the other. So if you choose a line and run down it, just commit to it. Another thing I have noticed from some of the best players at hauling sheep on average on Gorge, I feel like the best route seems to actually be to go down the center here and grab the sheep that almost always guaranteed spawn, one side or the other on the center. And then from there, choose to go either right or left into the back corner. But in this game, looks like Sanich done that half-half rotation. Does at least grab the sheep in the center, so it's going to be 9, I think that 10 for him. Meanwhile, Vanderdorf only going to get 8 by the looks of it. It feels like the sheep that have been missing here, right? Something seems wrong with the count. Corner sheep, maybe? Corner sheep. But more or less an even exchange. Now, the thing that's going to matter a lot more for Vanderdorf in this game is the berry placement. Looks like the first is on the retracted. Second is pretty far out there, but does have a very healthy 8 berry spawn in a very tight location that can easily be defended. That's going to be important in the mid-game here. Vanderdorf, though, not too focused on the berries in the early. Chooses to go for the Imperial Hippodrome. An interesting choice, but not the worst idea up against the Marlians. You are, of course, going to be up against Donzos, but cool thing is with a few horsemen and a dive in with the Triumph, you can actually contest those initial Donzos and force Marlians to invest further in defenses. Also, because of where that second goal vein is, tends to be a lot harder for Marlians to defend both. Typically, Marlians are most comfortable in these type of defensive formats where their pit mines are almost touching, because then they can build all these houses that create choke points, little avenues where your full range comp can just win. So Sanich should be now getting the critical info here. Very crafty position from Vanderdorf to build the Hippodrome the way he did. Not many players do this because usually you just want this for the lumber camp. But he done his best to hide it. Unfortunately, Sanich does sniff it out in the end, so he knows which landmark he's up against. And this should be an immediate opening into a Rax coming out from blue. Wow, I say immediate. We've got to sort the wood first. Wonder what Vanderdorf's follow-up is going to be, actually. In this matchup, contract-wise, I think it is actually Javelins. It has to be Javelins. Keshiks aren't going to help you much more. I'm a very big believer that playing into Keshiks kind of baits you with the Hippodrome. Hippodrome is good. Keshiks is another unit that benefits from the Triumph, sure. But at that point, you're essentially just making a one-dimensional comp. You might as well pick French and build only Knights. For anyone who's grinded up to Plat, Diamond with that strat, calls me out here, remember these are conch-level players. So building literally one unit is not going to work unless you've got some ridiculous eco advantage. Expilatore is already in the way from Vanderdorf. This is the tech that gives him +2 damage against workers, as well as pays him 20 gold for every worker kill that a horseman gets. So looks like we are probably going to be going up to at least 4 horsemen here. Usually Expilatores is only worth it at scale, because it's much more difficult to return the value of the investment otherwise. Initial Donzos are going to come out. So Vanderdorf, I'm expecting an archery range follow-up to this. Yeah, it's already coming out. And the Merc House, a little bit early here. Vanderdorf, this is not exactly optimal. His berry gathering rate is pretty pitiful at this stage with only 3 workers. He barely has enough olive oil to buy the contract. He's not going to have enough to get the jabs afterwards. So, do you think this is a bit suboptimal? It means that instead of investing in additional archers at the beginning of this archery range timing, you're just throwing it into a Merc House that doesn't do anything for about another 2 minutes at least. Horseman still trying to find a way in there. It's a smart read, right? Like, Marlians rely heavily on just funneling in that gold. They're always going to have probably 4 to 8 workers at this stage on the pit mine to push out the cattle. So you're always going to have a target. But Sanich, you see how easy it is for him to defend, right? All these houses create these little funnel points. It means usually if you were any other Civ that doesn't build houses around the gold like this, you wouldn't be able to hold these choke points with 2 or 3 spears. But because there's so many little avenues and the way the horsemen split up, they aren't ever able to overwhelm, right? Like, if this was, for example, HRE, and you had spearmen holding on the left and right side of the mining camp, you'd have many more opportunities to overwhelm with horsemen, right? Like, 2 spearmen would be defending against 5 horses. In these chokes, you basically have 1, maybe 2 horsemen attacking a Donzo. Scout. He's not going to be pushed away, so that should be denied entirely. He did get critical info, though, so he knows that the archers are coming. I'm still perplexed. Oh, wow. I'm more than perplexed. I'm baffled. He went Keshiks. This is a bold choice by Vanderdorf. I don't think Keshiks is the way you play this. Jazz makes a lot more sense, so you can kind of counter out. I guess, in fairness to Vanderdorf, because he went for Hippodrome, his thought process is probably that if he plays into jabs, he just has less in the matchup, right? Because Marlians will always scale more jabs. So maybe that's why he didn't want to go. But between the fact that you're already up against mass Donzos and the fact that you're also playing into choke points, I'm not entirely convinced that Keshiks are going to be able to overwhelm this. Horseman. Around the back, though. Like this detail. Oh, Triumph. Unfortunate there. That's one of those things where you kind of want to wait to activate Triumph until you're past the villagers. Otherwise, it's just a wasted charge. So immediately just ends up wasting those 10 seconds worth of buff damage. Good reactions there quickly by Sanich to minimize any damage done and make sure no villagers go down. So far, Exploratorus has not paid for itself at all. Second archer range now being added by Vanderdorf. Vanderdorf, who still does not have the olive oil for that first contract. Looks like he finally got the drop-off. But yeah, how long ago did he build this, guys? I think I was complaining about the Merc House 3 minutes ago, right? It seems nitpicky because you might say, oh, he was going to build the Merc House eventually anyway. But the reality of what happened here is that he had a dead weight investment that could have been an extra archer, an extra horseman or 2 already coming out in an early phase. So it does actually matter a lot. I actually hate Marlian base building so much. Okay, so Marlian base building, because of the comp they go, it's very simple to explain to you. Outside of making sure you have room for a Fulani, all you have to do is select a building and then click it anywhere close to other buildings. That's all you have to do. Your goal as the Marlians is to spam as many buildings in a tight area as possible, because now your entire ranged army, yes, this is an entirely ranged army, is able to fight. Half of Vanderdorf's can't. Sanich is a little bit overambitious with his positioning here, though. I'm a little bit surprised he came this far out. We'll better push back against it nonetheless. Yeah, because remember, these hardened Donzos, funnily enough, have more range than Javelins with their Javelin throw. And that means they're a hybridized force, so even though they're not permanently ranged units, it means when you're engaging initially, all of Sanich's troops are hurling crap at you, and half your army is just kind of stuck there holding their junk in their hands, right? They just can't do anything. I think we are going to see it play out into that 8 berry stack. It's going to be glorious. 50% of the food you drop off is also going to be added in as olive oil. So very beneficial to always lean towards berries. In fact, right now, it's the way that the Byzantines are even able to function remotely for the first 20 minutes. Big part of why we haven't seen Hippodrome as well is because Grand Winery on that first batch of berries gets you 2 loads of mercs and then some. Whereas for Vanderdorf here, he's only able to get 2 loads of mercs because it's a 400 olive oils, right? So the difference is if you went Lombos, you wouldn't have had the ability to get 2 pumps out before moving to new berries. So yeah, kind of a little bit awkward right now. The interesting part is when you look at the tooltip, you're meant to be getting 30% olive oil from berries. I hope they don't adjust the berries to give less, to give the 30%. I think they just need to fix the tooltip to be 50% because I don't see how this Civ is meant to be able to compete in the early game if this number ever went down. People wonder about the reload time for the Javs. The Javelin, I'm trying to remember exactly. We probably have a Marlin Aficionado in the chat. If I'm not mistaken, it's, yeah, 15 seconds. So it's a fairly long wait, but, I mean, if your opponent's probing, Sanich, this is kind of wild, though. Gathering berries in front of his base. 3 villagers go down like that. Kairos now in. This is sick, actually. If he aims past under the pit mine, he'll burn the villagers as well, and he does find them. Oh, my... That was the Kairos. What? That wasn't archers, right? That did not look like archers attacked him there. Is that a bug? Okay, wait, no. We're going to look away. Byzantines are like, God, no, don't tell them about it. But tell me what happened here, because Vandendorf just completely stomped Sanich. Oh, my God. I can't believe he broke him. More than that, still, I cannot believe the Kairos Siphon looks good in the early game. Whoo-hoo-hoo! Now, that's interesting, right? Because you wouldn't think it would be able to hit the villagers. Sure, it does splash damage, but the way that hit was not what I was expecting there. Gets rid of the pit mine, gets rid of the houses. So the interesting thing, actually, is that the Kairos Siphon can shoot over things where, for example, if you see a farm cluster and you aim for the mill, you can hit the farms as well. I have yet to see it hit villagers like that. That villager evaporated. Good God. And Sanich now in an awkward predicament here. Even if he tries to build the tech up, there's Keshik circling, and those Keshiks will have Triumph charges. That was a big fight, which means if we look at the count right now, he did deplete it down to 3, but he'll get time to build it up again. And you know what? Credit to him. I actually didn't think that the Keshik play was going to work out here. I'm baffled at how effective it ended up being there. Seemed like Sanich just didn't have the surplus jabs to pull this fight apart before it began. Vandendorf as well with the double Kairos Siphon. What a way to win this. I mean, Sanich, definitely, it felt like he needed a second rack's worth of production. I think he played this a bit too greedy. It's weird as well because nothing really hurts the Malians if they have to play another 10 minutes of Feudal Age here. They just get a bigger force of jabs and donzos, and that's always a comp you're upgrading. So it feels partly that Sanich was a bit too greedy, but Vandendorf with the all-in was bonkers here. Another cool thing I love out of Vandendorf's build, he's actually learning something quicker than most Byzantine players, building the blacksmiths. I've watched so many Biz builds fall apart in the first 10-15 minutes because they don't have blacksmiths here. Not only is it an up for him, it's a negative for Sanich because Sanich never went in for those tech upgrades. Trust me, long-term, Byzantine success is going to revolve around these blacksmith timings because so far, most of the games where I see them fall apart, I do heavily credit it to the fact that they have a big feudal army and they have no +1 on the archers. No +1 on the defense either. But in this game, Vandendorf, he prioritizes those two, and it's why he's able to now dive the base effectively. And this Kairos Siphon play just killed the Mansa Quarry. Are you kidding me? Vandendorf is looking phenomenal here. Sofa's also coming from Sanich because really he always got to work with his food and a little bit of gold, but that's not going to work either. Jav count now up to 18, but my question is, who kills the Kairos Siphon? Someone please kill the Kairos Siphon. This is really impressive. Like, I'm not overstating how incredible it is what Vandendorf has done here. I have yet to see a single person with early Kairos Siphon play look good. This looked incredible. The reason is that Kairos Siphons feel a bit too expensive in the early game for what they do. They are less tanky than your standard rams, and they cost more resources. It's not just 250 wood, you have to pay 100 gold as well. But to his credit, Vandendorf, he min-maxed that first Kairos Siphon, and he scaled at a reasonable pace without sacrificing military. And now Sanich is going to be thrown to the wolves here. He comes out with the Donzos, immediately has to walk back in because that is going to be 9 cav units that he has no answers to right now. They're going to charge in for the dive. Triumph does get activated, and that's going to be a long charge there. 25 seconds to play with. These jabs, too many are going to be going down. Sanich does get a few sofas out, but just a bad fight for them to be taking. Vandendorf looks like it's going to be an easy 1-up in game 1 of this play or free. The mining camp just gets instantly burnt back down. Oh, well, I mean, he's got extra wood, I guess. He's going to need it. Archery ranges are dead. This game is over. Sanich, even with all the cattle, there's no way he gets back into this anymore. Archer's also just standing here, even fighting up against Javs, just going to make space. The entire base has been erased. Holy crap, what a game out of Vandendorf to open the series. And this is the thing, because the Archers always get away in time, he just brings in a new line of cavalry and does it again. But each time it just looks better and better. Sadly for Sanic, he has just less and less to reproduce with now. Looks like he's going to clutch save on the racks. Archery range probably is going to get saved as well, but those Rams, like, I mean, one is limping to the retirement home right now, but they are still alive. I wouldn't even be surprised if he pulls a villager right now. I mean, you save yourself a lot of resources, right? Usually Rams like this, like, let one go down, but it's the gold cost that really makes it expensive. In fact, I think Vanderdorf, oh, that's awesome. He's going to wheel it all the way back to the villages to repair. I haven't seen many players do that. Like, some will walk a villager out to repair Rams, but not many will walk it all the way home. It makes sense, though. Look, at this stage of the game, this Ram does nothing else, so you might as well send it all the way back. Dude, I actually love what I'm seeing from Vanderdorf. I can't believe I haven't cast this guy before. Maybe, like, once, randomly, but I'm going to have to keep an eye out for him now. I like his creative approach to this Civ already in the early game versus the Malians. Malians who are now adding in archers, you never want to see it against this comp. He just doesn't have the gold, folks. That's why he's doing it. No pit mine. He's actually tried to mine out here, but he got denied on the western flank as well. So this should be the divide push, the killing blow. He stops off the mining camp again. Triumph once again activated. Wait, is this the game where I get to say it? Is this finally the moment I get to say it? Triumph is OP. There, I said it. I think it wasn't that simple, though. This was just surgical by Vanderdorf. Tore Sanic apart in this game. And this was not... I don't think many people expected this outcome in this matchup, right? Because Byzantines usually just survive the mid-game. That's when the Malians thrive, but no. Vanderdorf says this ends early, and it ends good for the Byzantine Empire. Takes an unexpected win to open this one up, but I'm glad for it. Now we can say what we need to say to the devs. Nerf the Byzantines. I'm sorry, Bees. So we're nerfing Byzantines, right? Right? Right now, people are like, no, please. They just won for the first time in competitive. Don't do this to them. Okay, so game one, let's mark up the draft correctly here. Game one, we had Byzantines versus Malians. Game two is going to be Abbasids versus Rus. Yo, what's up, farm man? How's it going, buddy? Silverbuilt would have won that. That's true. And I would have beat Silverbuilt, which means I'm better than all these players. So there we go. Sorry, Silver Bullet, wasn't it? Yeah. What do you play Johanna as in the fourth level? Oh, you mean do you choose like cannon or do you choose extra champs? Most games will be cannons, but some are good for the champs. It depends on whether you need to break base or you just need to break face. Oh dear, oh dear. I've ended the GOAT debate. I mean, guys, I feel like I've already been over this, right? So the truest measurement, I think, for a lot of people still on who the best player in AE4 is, historically, is Red Bull Wololo. Marine Lord won Red Bull Wololo. However, there was a player Marine Lord could not beat at that tournament. Magic is the best Age of Empires 4 player because he was the only one who beat the person who won Red Bull Wololo. End of debate. Magic's the GOAT. Don't forget it. All right. Did I not upgrade the... no, I did not update the graphics. There we go. And I need to now apply the score. It looks like... Which side is Sanic going to be on? All right. So Vanderdorf, give him the point there. Let's get ready for game number 2. Oh, also, as we get into this, just a reminder. Amazon Prime. Twitch Prime. Do it. In fairness, you don't have to worry about ads. This might be fast. We'll have to find out. All right, let's get to it. Exciting series, folks. I love the way this opened up. We already got a big shocker in game 1 between the Byzantines and the Malians. Be sure to check the replay if you haven't, because that was something I did not see coming. Let's see if they can shock me in game number 2. Less likely here, because we're going back to some classic civs. Sanic comes into Dry Arabia playing as the Abbasid dynasty. Vanderdorf pulls out one of the consistent powerhouses of competitive Age of Empires 4 in the Rus. Already going in for that hunting cabin, the multiple scout opening. Interesting matchup here. Sanic A little bit lower on the rankings. I think we highlighted he's usually around 300 to 500 range when it comes to the numbers. On the other side, this Vandendorf has been on the rise. Vandendorf, dude, I love now highlighting this story. I love finding these stories. I love building narratives. To me, my job is to build and be a storyteller. And what a story this is. Vandendorf, Season 2, nothing but a plat boy. Season 3, a diamonda. Past that, he starts to reach up in the Conqueror, but it's just a number. It's not impressing him yet. We come into the current season, he's ranked in the top 200 and on the climb. Vandendorf could be something special to keep an eye on in the future. And I'm excited to see what he can do in the Chiefs of Warchief. Already, the free scout's going to come out. I'm just checking the lay of the lands, actually. This looks like your standard Kremlin build into... Oh my god, he is the spawn of Marine Lord. Actually, no, wait, so this confuses me, because Vandendorf is going to get more than 80 bounty. But this is also a Marine Lord spawn, because it's that generous. So I'm not sure if we do call this a Marine Lord spawn anymore. This is something else. This is something unfamiliar. A Roost player with the biggest of jackpots imaginable. Berries, double deer, and it bridges with the Kremlin in between perfectly. This is creme de la creme. I don't think it gets much better than this for Vandendorf. Also, it's a TC next to the edge of the map, so it's hard for the Abbasis to wrap on you here. Let's check if Sanich got anything good on the other side. Oh, he got the double deer as well, actually. This is pretty good for him. He got the berry. Dude, we've got a game on our hands here. Both players getting really desirable second TC placements. Double deer plus berry for Sanich. You can argue the deer's a bit further out for him, but that doesn't matter because remember, he wants the TC dropped right here. And this is a great TC placement because he's got the wall from the wood over here in the edge of the map. So it actually essentially protects one of your flanks, and then you can just short wall between these gold pits. So really beneficial spawn from both sides. Exactly what I want to see in Dry Arabia. I hate it when someone just breaks the game based on their spawning. What? What? Vander who? Put him in a van? Put a bag over his head? Throw him out the van? The what? I get it. Vanderdorf. It's Vanderdwarf. Dwarves like gold. Vanderdorf wants to secure more of it. That's a peculiar Kremlin placement here. The only thing I can think is that this is about protecting the flank, but if that was the case, you drop it 2 tiles up so there couldn't be a wraparound here. The only other thing I can think is this is a free TC build, right? So 1 TC down here. Yeah, okay, so hear me out. Vandendorf, this is free TC, right? Because if this was 2 TC, you build Kremlin here, this protects the entire area. If you want to do a 3rd TC, you're probably going to do it near the wood line up here on the gold as well. So you know you're going to get that 2nd TC down here uncontested. The 3rd TC is a bit more tricky because it means you're not producing extra military, and Sanich is going to be. So I think this is about securing a 3rd TC placement. Now, you might say, actually, he needed the Kremlin to protect the 2nd TC because this is a Abbasid military wing. It's always going to be military wing. But the thing you have to remember is 1, he's getting paid, but 2, more importantly, he still has the Gremlins. The Gremlins are going to be really quick. So by the time Sanich gets here, it should be 2 tickets of Gremlins, which should be enough to take out the archers. That's kind of wild, though, man. Vandendorf just thinking 2 steps ahead. This is dangerous, though. Against some players, this would completely backfire because, you know, you go up against your Marine Lords, your Vortex, your Beasties. Straight away, they know exactly what you're doing with this, and they shut it down before you even get the 2nd TC. Sanich, on the other hand, has not scouted this out at all. He only went 1 scout, and that scout right now is parked down here. He needs to check north side to make sure this is not a Golden Gate. He hasn't even checked this area yet. I'm hoping he doesn't move. He knows both deer are down here, so there's no logical reason why he should move the troops away. Vandendorf. Wow, is he actually going to... What? Oh my god. No, it's just bad. And, all right, I'm sorry. I can't defend it now. It's just a bad start. He didn't put enough people on stone. He doesn't have what he needs for the 2nd TC, so he just had to run all the way over... What? This isn't even enough. What is happening? This isn't even enough. 8 villages with wheelbarrow. That's not going to be enough to get your 2nd TC. Okay, he's moved across now. He's in the right area, folks. Good thing he has Will Barrow because he's done quite a long walk. Holy crap, I can't believe this game. This is... What am I looking at here? Vanderdorf. This is why you should focus on the first step and not plan 2 steps ahead this early, because your move is very predictable. And you're against a very aggressive Civ. Now, he has got enough stone for the TC. So that's fine, but... Now, if you're Sanich, you just go back south. Like, literally, yeah, walk down here, sit here. He can't place a TC. Now, he does have Gremlin charges coming. He needs the second one here. He needs 4 Gremlins to clear up the archers. That's the only way this works. I am baffled, though, because I think he's going without the Gremlins. This doesn't work. This really doesn't work, Vanderdorf. Archer Spear's on the way. This is going to cost him, and he even cancels it. Oh, it's getting worse. Spear will just counter the scout here. So the problem is that cancel just killed him, because now the spearman and the archer is going to get back here. But keep in mind, behind this, Sanich already has his second TC up. He already has fresh food stuff, so he's living the good life. He hasn't built additional military. Right now, Vanderdorf... I mean, I don't know what this is anymore. He looks more lost than Atlantis. And now he's going all in with military. Vanderdorf is like, guys, it was a bait. Chill, it was a bait. I was never going multi-TC. This is a 1 TC all-in. I just wanted him to build the 3 TCs. Right now, I am like the detective from LA Noire with a look of doubt on my face. If he somehow recovers this game, I'd rather not think about it. I think it's better for us all if we just do not think about it. I actually don't think I've ever seen a military wing get more value than this. Because Vanderdorf isn't even doing the second TC now. At all. He just has 376 stone that just exists. You know, it's a companion rock, guys. It's someone like it's kind of like Wilson from the movie, the Tom Hanks movie, right? He's just going to paint faces on the rocks, and he has a friend. That's all it is. Meanwhile, on the other side, this Sanich now adding in the racks. 3 TC with fresh food stuff on Deer means he can afford military pretty quickly in this game. And after all that, he actually just goes for a hunting cabin. Okay, Vanderdorf has like 6 minutes to win this game. He literally has to go. Like his ass is on fire. He can't wait. Right now, he has 4 horsemen. And they better bring the apocalypse. Because Sanich is already getting the spears. He's already added in the initial archer of the military wing, right? I imagine we'll be looking at Archie behind this. And he has got 3 TC bloating him up fast. People asking, has Vanderdorf played Roos? Let's do the stat check. Vanderdorf, all time. This patch, he's played 4 games of Roos. All time, Roos is a top 5 played Civ for him. He's played 109 games on this account of Roos. So, theoretically, should have got the dunk. Interesting little detail about that game number 1 where Sanich played Marlians. Vanderdorf has mostly played Marlians on this account, so he knew that Civ inside and out. This one, he should have a fairly good understanding of, but this right now looks like a headless chicken screaming. Spearman, I'm going to push him back. And this should now be, yeah, stables plus double racks. So looks like he's just going to deal with the archers by overwhelming them with melee. Interesting choice. I was expecting archers here. Just because spear plus archer with boot camp makes a lot of sense. But instead, he's going to rely pretty heavily on static defenses to protect him. And Vanderdorf now going with the wooden fortress. Okay, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. He's got 376 stone. We build a TC hit. No. But what we can do, if we get this up, this is castle turrets. Plus 2 damage for each person inside. But he needs to be quick. The villager's getting pulled. Sanich! This is going to be enough to burn it down. It's going to be costly, sure, but it's going to be worth it. Wooden fortress already on fire. Vanderdorf cannot repair it quick enough. He's denied. And the villagers are absolutely fine with it. Sanic, he lost a grand total of 1 villager for that. Vanderdorf, what now? Because he didn't cancel that. That was built. So that's 175 wood down the drain. Could you imagine if this was the original plan? Could you imagine if he gathered all that stone simply to upgrade outposts? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, we're not even pretending. We're not pretending this was part of the strategy. We can't. But what if? What if it is? The only problem right now is Vanderdorf is that smelly kid that no one wants to play with in the playground. I'm sorry if that's too personal for anyone, because he's built an outpost and Sanic has just walked away. All right, well, I hope you've got more wood coming because, yeah, you better gather it quickly, Vanderdorf. There's still a second wood line to the north side, buddy. There's also still 2 TCs behind this that are inflating the eco, and they are completely uncontested. Oh, and Castle Age is on the way. I think this is over, man. If Sanic literally just builds spears, I think he just needs to build spears. That's all he needs. Because even though it's a lot of archers, like, it delays the fight long enough, and as long as the Cav can't dive the base, these archers don't do anything. TC's going to be garrisoned. Wooden Fortress, he did get the arrow slits. Guys, there you go. That's 50 of the 370 stone spent. We've got the strategy. This was all intended from Vanderdorf. He's now going Castle Age. He's also building a ram. Is this going to be quick enough? I don't want to doubt the all-powerful Vanderdorf, but is this going to be quick enough? He's got 12 archers to build this ram up. You're probably going to need 2. I do believe your opponent's going to be in Castle Age before you have the first ram. And he does have double racks, meaning golems. He's also scaling horsemen, which is a sign that someone is not going to be happy with just defending their base. They want to chase you down as well. Racks being built on the front side by Vanderdorf. Hey, man, if you're going to walk villagers across the map like this, you might as well set up base here as well. Raid coming in towards the TC. Not going to find any eco, though. Right now, this is a 30 villager lead for Sanic. Not something you often say at 30 minutes into a Rus Abbasid showdown. At least not for well over a year, actually. You'd have to go back to the days when Abbasid players built 5 TCs and lost the game at 20 minutes. This is a different game. Culture Wing, got him up. Castle Age has been complete. Upgrades should be funneling through soon for Sanic. Vanderdorf on the other side of this. I don't think you can go Castle Age now. I think that's too late. You just have to go in. Rax is being added in. Spearmen are going to be upgraded and committed to here. So Vanderdorf. I don't like the chances, man. I mean, I forgot to put predictions up. Probably a good thing. I don't think anyone would have expected this outcome at 14 minutes in, even if they believed that Sanic was going to win. Sanic backing away. No wheelbarrow here. Interesting choice to be this gluttonous with 675 gold in reserve, but now Sanic has a problem. He'll wish he had that extra movement speed for food gathering. He's suffering a little here. He's suffocating, actually. The food income is not impressive. He has got what? What has he got left? 2 berry patches and 2 sheep, I think? Maybe 3. Oh, boy. Sanic now going for the outpost. If he gets these outposts up, he's secure. This is critical, though. They have to go up. Archers should be just denying this, but Vanderdorf, he's giving space, really, that he should never be giving to Sanic. Sanic now getting Lancers and Golems out. Flash comes through. Horseman, Spearman right in, and the upgrade comes through. Veterancy's been reached, so this is a bad fight. Vanderdorf has to peel away, but doing that means he's going to leave the archers behind. So just tries to gap close, start to step it in the retreat, but so many units being lost here. Sanic still is behind militarily, but this is essentially him throwing away the crap to get out the good. Horsemen just get past it now, so on top of these archers, no escape from it. Trying to just trade out the Spearman as best he can, but now with Lancers and Golem arriving, this is where I think things are going to get a little bit shaky for Vanderdorf. Sanic has also got food gathering down here, so although his numbers look pitiful, remember, it's premium units coming out. These Golems are going to be as powerful as 4 units on the other side. Maybe even 5, actually. I mean, Actually, in fairness to Vanderdorf, if he just gets the knights here, he has got 13 knights. And there was a comment saying, no answer to Gulam. Feudal Knights can win this. He just needs to get them together right now because he's got 13 somewhere. I just don't see it. I see like 5. Has he got a miss rally somewhere? Or are they just taking this long? I feel like there's some sort of miss rally here. Okay, there you go. He went north side. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, no, that's where the knights were. Excuse me, I clearly need to update my prescription because I did not see that. Sanych, now only 15 villages ahead. Dude, that was sick. Vanderdorf, I was questioning what the hell the knights were doing. Apparently, they were so sneaky, even I, with the God Vision, couldn't see them. Vanderdorf, actually now just having Sanych up against the ropes here. Sanych has now got the premium army. All the cheap crap has been thrown away. He's still gathering berries on the south side. I think he needs to pull more villages here, if anything. Problem is, I think he's worried that that's going to just draw more attention. Last sheep is being gathered from, and this outpost has got the castle turrets. Oh, that hurts. Ram now moving in. No way has Vanderdorf turned this around. He can't do this to competitive Age of Empires 4. He has no right doing this. Yeah, he might. Sanych, he needs to get 10 plus Gulam to stand a chance against this now. Knights raiding, denying the food again. Sanych, only 11 villages ahead. Vanderdorf, what a read, what a timing, refusing to back off, saying, screw it. If I'm this screwed, I might as well be all in. 3 Rams knocking at the door. 12k HP on this House of Wisdom, but not for long. And these Night Raids just keep on coming back, keep splitting Sanich's attention. He's once again gathering the berries, but still no textiles this entire time. A fact that Sanych may come to regret. 2 more villagers go down. More idle time on the food. More spears being built. Sanych, he's going to have to go soon. If this House of Wisdom goes down with this many spears, with this many knights, with this many rams, the torch armor being gone means the TC will be committed to. And I don't care if you've got 10 Gulam at that point. 10 Gulam will not save your ass. Look how desperate he is for food. He plays out onto the berries next to Vanderdorf's base. Sanych, this is a Hail Mary, a long idle time that I don't think he can afford. And the villagers are coming. Vanderdorf, it's now or never. He's all in. Vanderdorf with the control shift A to get the big fat W in game number 2. And Sanych has no recourse. Villagers now being pulled. Textiles versus no textiles. You can't get into a shift battle here. All you can do is repair and pray. The Rams have reached their target though. And Sanych is dead. What a game. What a series out of Vanderdorf so far. We are in the 2nd game and now twice in a row, Sanych has cracked under the pressure. Villagers coming in now trying to clear up a ram, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Vanderdorf is unstoppable in this series. Game 1, Game 2 have both delivered some of the best AoE4, the funnest AoE4, bare minimum, we have watched all week. Vanderdorf is something special to watch, folks. And we'll be watching more of them. Dude, that was sick. Thank you for pointing out this series is going on. This guy deserves attention on him. I actually love what Vanderdorf is doing here. I think the problem that I'm seeing, and a lot of people trying to rise through the ranks, is they're trying to play that refined and no meta, right? The approach that you'll see out of a Beastie or your Marine Lord or a Dumu, where strategically they win more games than they lose. It works. It's proven to work. But what happens when you run into a problem, when you trip up and something doesn't work? Do you just GG and go next? Or do you just go completely off script? Vanderdorf is going for the latter there, and it's so smart. It's very reminiscent of someone like Corvinus, actually, or Mister, right? Where if the strategy does fall apart, they'll have a very quick U-turn that takes them into a crazy direction you maybe never even saw coming. I actually think it's very smart that Vanderdorf is doing that. It's great to know how to play your logical, strategic, very methodical approach to AoE 4. But sometimes you just need a Control-Shift-A all in. And Vanderdorf understood that with how messy that start of that game was, how messy the start of his game went, the only way he was getting back into this was to throw the most hailest of Hail Marys. Boy, did he do that. But folks, we have got one more game of Vanderdorf. He gets the second point on the board. Sanic surely can recover here. Surely he can get some points. What do you think Sanic would go to make his last stand in this series? Right? Because Marlene's and Bass is already used. Byzantines and Rus already used. Options are getting fairly limited. Vanderdorf has the French, the English, and the Delhi. He has insanely good options to round this out because Sanic has Japanese, Mongols, and Chinese. We are going to Rocky River. This has to be Japanese, right? No. Sanic opts for the Mongols. Vanderdorf, step ahead. He goes for the English. All right, well, I thought maybe eventually this series would get easy to claim a point, but Sanic is just getting worse and worse for him. We hop into the final game of this Playoff 3 series. 3D Client Sanic goes to the Mongols, the most aggressive of civs, but they are up against almost just as aggressive of a civ on the other side of this. Vanderdorf, who has shocked, surprised, and left us in awe, as well as Sanic twice this series, goes again, this time with the English. Let's get to it. Rocky River is going to be the final showdown for this series. Interesting choices being made, actually. Vanderdorf had access to the Delhi, the French, and the English. I think English kind of seemed like a given here out of those choices for this map. Sanic, however, had maybe some better choices. He had the option to go Japanese instead of going Mongols, and that would have given him a lot more runway in this game. But Sanic, picking Mongols like this, you have to be the aggressor. You can't sit back. You can't be slow. The only way you stand a chance here is if you bring all the firepower of the Mongols in the early game. And sadly, this is one of the hardest civs to do that against because already one of your options is handcuffed. You can't go for the outpost rush to deny gold against the English. Literally, there's not a worse civ to try that against. And that means it's going to have to instead focus on that fast feudal. Could open with stables. It's not the worst of ideas, but typically you only see stable play if your opponent goes towards men-at-arms here. And you also can't play towards docks because, one, the devs literally just crippled this map's fishing potential. Two, there is not a worse civ in the game to try and do these docks against on these bonds. English Lombos destroy anything that comes out on those bonds. So understandable that neither player in this matchup is going to play into them. From the English perspective, if you play onto pond, that means the Mongols have something to burn. You're probably just going to give resources away. Vanderdorf, it's all about getting those first few Lombos out. And for Sanic, I imagine it's all about getting the first opening on the Keshiks. Let's see how they're doing on the scout rotation. Looks like it was a tight one coming in from Vanderdorf. He didn't go for that 2-farm opening with sim up from a bunch of English players, but that's for good reason. If you go for the 2-farm opening, you slow down your tech timing. And this matchup is all about tech efficiency. You can't be behind even for a second. The other side of it, a lot more sheep going the way of Sanic, though. Up to 14 already. And I love that he was confident in going this wide of an arc. He will get back in time courtesy of the movement speed arrows. But even if he didn't, because he's right next to the berries, he's cozy here. This spawn is phenomenal. Double gold behind him. Deers all the way over here. Stone, secondary one very close by. Everything looks really good on this spawn for Sanic. On the other side of it, Vanderdorf has got a lot of exposed resources here. Both golds and the stone on the forward. Only berries behind, which is honestly terrible for English. You don't want berries at all. But it looks like he's going to try to fix this. He's going on the stone. Now, we've seen some very weird stone builds out of Vanderdorf. I don't think this is about a towered rush delayed with 350 stone. I think this is going to be about securing a TC next to the stone and gold so he has the options to go for Castle Age later. The other side of this, Silver Tree is going to be choice by Sanic, so nothing too insane there. Really good spawn format for it as well, because actually his trade post is on the west side of this, so he will get pretty much maximum efficiency out trade straight away. I'm still a big believer that it's much better to go for the Yam right now in most matchups than go for Silver Tree. You can still add in the trade on a delay, just walk out, you build a marketplace, or you just build a marketplace here and pack it up and move it over. And the cool thing is within like, what, 3 minutes, I'd say, even less, the efficiency Yam adds in terms of drop-off, you would have made that wood back in surplus. Much slower tech up coming up from Vanderdorf, so I think this is maybe like 3 longbows max. Usually when someone's this slow, it's because they just want the option for longbows. They don't want to actually do it. It's all about the optimal TC timing. In fact, Vanderdorf, yeah, this is going to be a TC next to the gold and the wood. So he's gathering from straggler trees. He'll have just enough to get him into that second TC. And we've seen this from a few civs, like for example, Byzantines do this, where they thread the needle and they have just enough wood to work with to get to that second town center. So pretty smart read here by Vanderdorf. Means that he can still go for about 3 lombos after the TC goes up, but I would be surprised if we get any at all before it's complete. That's right. Oh, no. Oh, this is so annoying. Yeah, you're going to have to build a Keshik, Sanych. That means you're not scaling trade in the meantime. Tech up complete on the other side. Vanderdorf has reached up into the feudal age, and there's the wood required. Last of the stones about to be dropped off, and that is going to be the TC exactly there next to the wood line. I can't believe he got that perfect time. And Vanderdorf, he's denying so much eco-scaling to Sanych, and unfortunately for Sanych on the other side of this, it means that by the time you're able to start producing traders, Vanderdorf is already going to be producing villages. Also means your first Keshik spam doesn't hit, right? Because these first Keshiks are meant to be riding across and trying to stop this TC timing or starting to dive the base. Instead, they're wasting the first valuable 20 seconds chasing after a scout. So Vanderdorf really pull away quick enough here. He should be alerted to this, so he'll shift away just in time. Silver Tree is going to be unpacked, but the TC is already active. Vanderdorf is already going to start building a lead. Immediate queue up here, so every 21 seconds. Meanwhile, every 20 seconds. Difference as well as you get gold, Vanderdorf gets whatever the hell he chooses. And also, this secures the gold, right? So now there's no denying him that resource. And behind this, he's got plenty of wood to gather. Would love to see Vanderdorf set up just one small wall here. It's worth it because then the Keshiks can't keep circling looking for targets. They'll have to come from one direction, which means that Vanderdorf could defend himself with just a small handful of spears. And I think this has to be a full trade boom for Sanych, actually. I don't think you can just try to squeak this slowly, right? Like, if you don't just scale eco and try for these small snipes with a few Keshiks, you're going to fall behind. I think for Sanych, the goal should be to just be efficient in approaching Castle Age, chipping away at Vanderdorf. Because Vanderdorf, with this second TC investment, it's going to take time to return its value. And you still have to make that farm transition as well. And yeah, so some comments about Silvertree feeling bad. I think in general, Silvertree just feels bad because ever since they nerfed trade or adjusted it so the trade trick doesn't work, Silvertree doesn't make sense anymore. Silvertree was most powerful when you were able to build it next to the Uvu, you double produce traders, and then you packed up and moved towards the corner because what would happen is you'd maximize the efficiency of the first drop-off. Doesn't work that way anymore. There's not as much value in that compared to what it used to be. I would argue it's much better now just to get the Yam first and then go and build a marketplace. It's 100 wood extra that way, sure, but think about it multiple ways here. At this point, 26 villagers would be more efficient. They'd be moving a lot faster in the economy, and they're already hard on wood anyway, away from the TC. On top of that, your traders that came a bit later would also be more efficient for half, well, not half, maybe a quarter of the route because of the Yam. So yeah, I actually think we're going to see a shift back from Mongol players, mainly into Deerstone in the coming months. It just feels like you don't get much else out of Silvertree at this point. Honestly, it might even get to the stage in a year's time where Silvertree gets changed so that Silk Road only applies if you have Silvertree. That might be a bit harsh, though. Maybe make it a tech unlock, similarly to the way that Deerstone and Yam works. Other thing I love about Deerstone, by the way, Deerstone is a mobile movement speed aura. You can take that Deerstone after you build an outpost at home and move it to the ford, and then it helps your attacks, right? Silvertree, I can pack it up when I've got all my trade, move it to the ford, and it doesn't help me do anything aggressive. So yeah, from my perspective, from both an eco and attack perspective, Yam Deerstone just feels better. Okay, just trying to push away the scouts. Lombos have been built by Vanderdorf, but there's not going to be many. This is just fast castle. In fact, in this type of game, I actually think he can get away with King's Palace, which is pretty cool. You're seeing that Sanic is going for his own tech up as well. I imagine we are going to be looking at Kurultai play here, which could be pretty strong if he gets to force together. I don't think you want to double dip the greed, right? Because you shouldn't need that many gold workers at this stage, so step readout's not going to change much about that. Vanderdorf. Something to keep in mind is, like, because Sanic wants that fast castle, you do not need to worry about needing White Tower here. King's Pass is good enough with a few spears, so free TC. It's going to be a little bit of a burden to begin with for Vanderdorf, but he's already, like, what, 11 farms in? Has a few sheep remaining. I don't think you have to be too worried if you're the English here. How much trade we got going? 9 already. Adding in a marketplace, so he's just trying to inflate it even faster. Kurultai is not a fast tech up here, by the way. Only 6 villagers working on it, which means the Keshiks can't dive. He doesn't even have a blacksmith yet, so I think Sanic's win condition is going to be diving that base by about 14 minutes. Otherwise, the English eco is going to get too big. If he wants to tick that box, he needs to be getting blacksmiths down in time for the tech up, because you need to get your upgrade on the Keshiks and the Undermesh. Otherwise, the double TC fire from the English is going to destroy you. Vanderdorf. Wow, okay. I respect it. I don't think it was necessary, but I respect the fact that he's choosing not to be greedy here. Vanderdorf instead goes to the White Tower. I think he could have got away with the King's Pass simply because there's just not a big army, but we have God Vision on that. Vanderdorf only sees limited things here, so for all he knows, there's double the amount of Keshiks in play already. We can see it's only 6. But this does at least guarantee there's going to be no dive. It also accelerates Vanderdorf's own aggression now, because this is a double stable. We've seen the power of the Yorishiro drop built from the Japanese, with the ability to triple pump the speed of those initial knights. English gets something similar. This White Tower is going to allow him to push out knights every 17 seconds. And there's definitely enough targets for it, considering that Sanic decided to double produce into traders. That might actually end up being his undoing. I think that's the really crafty part, and now that I think about it more, I agree with Vanderdorf's choice not to be too greedy. If you want to play a very long game, free TC makes a lot more sense because there's no pressure to your eco. But what this does is it allows him to prioritize his own aggression without worrying about raids into his economy. Sanic is not going to dive a White Tower. It's way too much arrow fire. You can see that 12 times free. And then you have the TCs behind it adding in even more fire. So now Sanic just has to back away. Meanwhile, Sanic is playing as Mongols. And there's a reason why Mongol players always try and attack you folks. It's because they don't defend very well. They can build some yam, they can try to run around, but they can never hide behind walls. And if there's any sign of a Mongol player starting to lose a game, it's the moment where they have to start defending instead of attacking. Right? Because how many games have you guys played where someone's advice to you was you should have built walls so you didn't have to keep running around like a headless chicken? Sadly for the Mongols, that's not an option. You do get forced to run around. And Vanderdorf, interesting choice here, did not go into knights. He opened with horsemen. Less burden on his economy means he's able to go for monks instead. This is pretty creative. I wouldn't have expected this here. I think knights would have made a lot of sense for either fighting or raiding. But this is more cost efficient for that raiding. It means he's going to have more troops to hold at home. Kurultai is packing up and unpacking on the front line, but the walls are going to go up in time. Sanic not quick enough to deny this. Scout does see the archers, and Horsemen have found the trade now. So Horsemen, a little bit better in some ways than Knights in chasing down trade with the extra movement speed, but a lot less impactful when it comes to hitting that trade. It's going to force the reaction, though. Army all on the way over, and that means Vanderdorf's second wave, when it's most weak, is going to get away with existing here. Men-at-Arms and crossbow transition incoming, and I believe we should have armor-clad by the time we're double digits on the heavily armored infantry. Oh, this is so annoying. Spearman even going all the way around the back with the Lombos. How did you get here? It doesn't matter, he's not here for long. Sanic, we'll clear him up. Horseman is the bigger problem. He doesn't have the Yam Ore yet, so his Keshiks can't actually chase down these horsemen at all. He's also playing a very blind game because he doesn't have those outposts. By the time he sees these raids coming in, he's already out of position. Great micro there. Vanderdorf just sidestepping where the Keshiks were moving. Goes back to the start of the trade, and although he's not killing many traders now, damage he does here is going to stack up later on. In fact, he even finds the villager instead. Great choice there. Vanderdorf. This keeps the pass open, right? So once again, now Sanic plays blind. he even gets the outpost. Doesn't hang around for the final torch, unfortunate there. 3 HP remaining on it. That would have been annoying. That would have been 100 wood just down the drain for nothing, as well as the villager. Vanderdorf, while this aggro has switched to the Mongol side, guess what that means? Means that he didn't have to guard the monks. 1 relic already home. 2nd, easily grabbable. 3rd is at least going to go the way of Sanich here, so it should be a 3-2 split in favor of the Mongols. Really, the only thing that feels like it is going to go their way at this pace. This Kurultai doesn't feel threatening. In fact, Sanich may have misread the situation here. This Kurultai is not going to get home. Sanich! He throws away his strongest tool. And great pinch. Vanderdorf knows. That's going nowhere. That stays with me. Oh, man. This is getting really bad. Sanich, he's on his way with the army, but if he takes this fight, he actually dies. You can't beat this many men-at-arms. The only upside for him right now is Vanderdorf has not got the armor-clad. That's a small upside. Looks like Vanderdorf is going to let it go. A little bit surprised by that. I actually think he had enough crossbows here to clean up the Keshiks and men-at-arms to finish off the archers, but I guess he just wants to remain strong here. Trade out. Now going to heavily favor him. Keshik wave going down. 2nd wave is a spooky one. They have got that buffed up damage, but men-at-arms, even without the armor-clad, are going to last a long time on the front side. This crossbow is just trading out up against the Keshiks as quickly as possible. And there is enough of them here. So Sanich, problematic. Crossbows were not on the front side of this. They only just arrived. Vanderdorf, with a decent amount of crossbows remaining. The attack speed arrow also comes in late. Vanderdorf, more than willing to continue this trade. Sanich, I think he may have overread his hands here. Just wanting to get that Kurultai down immediately again. Cost him dearly. Now that attack speed aura extended. Love that detail. Vanderdorf moving out for the gold, but now having that outpost there means he can continue to trade. 25% damage increase on one side, but the other side does have that 20% attack speed aura. Now, because it's only archers and crossbows, one outpost actually does a lot of damage here. It's going to start sniping out a few villagers. Vanderdorf is going to take that trade, though, just to reduce the numbers. Vanderdorf behind this. New wave coming in. Big shout out to Yellow BYQ coming in with a sub, by the way. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the sub support we've been getting at the start of 2024. You guys are absolutely incredible. You know who else is incredible? Vanderdorf. This guy is someone to witness. I think he's actually got Sanich on the ropes. Sanich, military is not impressive now. Trade is at least looking good, sure, but the worry here is if you ever go on the defensive, you now having this much trade isn't a positive, it's a negative. It means that Vanderdorf can hit any area of this line and find a value, and he's already prepping more horsemen for exactly that. Sanich, whoa. Oh, wow, he actually did get the 4th relic. That's impressive. Shout out to him for that. And thank you, Arthur. I appreciate the sub as well. Remember, guys, if you got Prime subs, I appreciate them being used here. Means you guys don't have to worry about ads. It means that I can keep creating more content. And Sanich, wait, no, it's going to happen again, but this time he doesn't have to stop. Sanich, no. He gets baited to defend. That's only 3 crossbows as well. Men-at-arms. They don't have the armor clad, by the way. They literally have been fighting without that. It's coming in soon. At that point, I don't think Sanich can win these fights anymore. This Kurultai is almost dead as well. Looks like he's going to force another fight out of Sanich here. Sanich has no way of unpacking the Kurultai quickly here. So Keshiks are going to get sniped out before they can do significant damage. The men-at-arms, armor class still hasn't kicked in, so Vanderdorf is going to reset, but in 30 seconds, he's going to be unkillable. Also, horsemen have started to kill elsewhere. And this is the stage where Sanich actually doesn't have enough military to easily react with this. Even one Keshik coming over here cripples his ability to fight. Vanderdorf. Now, armor-clad coming in 5. Kurultai, I think this is where the Kurultai is going to die. It's had a good run, folks. It's somehow existed and survived many a wars, but it will not survive anymore. Wait, what are the traders doing here? Wait, what? What? Oh my god, what in the everlasting hell of control groups has happened here? Sanich, not exactly as eco-efficient as the number at the top might lead you to believe here. Backstab is coming in. Looks like it's going to be the defense arrow being used by Sanich, but I just don't think this matters anymore. This game is over. Horsemen are still slowly stabbing down the trade. And more are coming. In fact, he's moving in with the villagers. Vanderdorf, he's going to cut him off with outposts. You know you're ahead when in an eco-even game, you can afford to walk 11 villagers out towards the enemy trade and not have to feel threatened at all. Vanderdorf, it feels like every game is going to end at this rate this way, right? Game number 2 had some outpost shenanigans. Game 3 wouldn't feel right if it didn't have some as well. He moves in with additional outposts after this. Spring emplacements are coming in. And this should spell the end of the road for Sanich. Can't believe he's done this to him. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. He's like, hey, Sanich, I noticed you hadn't completed all of your Mongol outposts. Here, let me help you. Immediately garrisons. And you think, oh, 5 idle workers, that's kind of bad, right? Not if he kills 5 enemy workers, which he's easily capable of doing here. Love the fact he went for fortification first. That's going to complete in 10 seconds. The Keshiks won't kill this in time. The crossbows are in the way. Oh, man, what a tough series for Sanich. This started off rough and didn't get any easier. Pleasantly surprised from what we've seen from Vanderdorf, though. This was great. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in the future. I don't know if he's made enough points off of the group stage to make it out into the playoffs of Chiefs of Warchief. But I imagine we'll be seeing him make some interesting runs in bigger tournaments later on the year. Don't know if he'll be able to break deep into, like, say, the top 32, but I at least expect to see him there quite frequently in the upcoming tournaments. For now, though, in this series, I think Sanich is just going to go back to the coaching. He doesn't want any more of this. A 3-0 clean sweep from Vanderdorf. Some insanely aggressive play. And if there's something I'm a fan of, it's all in aggro. Oof. Damn. Truly the most shellacking of shellackingness coming out there. That was impressive. And thank you for the congrats, folks. Thank you for the subs coming through. Looks like we've got a hype train going. That's going to end in 20 seconds. If you guys have got those primes, feel free to drop them. You are going to be getting additional subs in the future. I need to reach out to my emote artist, actually, because I think I now have 10 animated emote slots. I also now need to reach out to the partner support because I want to change that annoying prefix. Right now, the prefix is killer1, which is terrible. So I'm going to try to get it changed to either KP or pigeon so that it's just more natural. But no, that was cool. I actually wasn't expecting that fun of a series, but that, you know, no offense to them because it's like it's less known players, right? But that was actually brilliant. So let me have a look and see what other games we've got going on here. Okay, so it looks like the Matisse games are not going to be happening. Matisse had to just take default losses there. So those have been scratched off, which means we've still got G-Wave versus Kiljardi to play at some point. I don't expect that to be too early in the day. Next live series is going to be at 4 so in an hour between Wham and Vanderdorf. We will most definitely catch that one live. I'm excited to see that one. But that means we do have a little bit of time to burn here. I think we can do some team games, actually. Civ emotes? Do people really like the Civ emotes that much? I guess they do. It could do. I think we're capped out on our current static emote slots. The way it works with Twitch is that you have to get more subs to unlock more sub emote slots. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm close to, if not at the cap for sub emote slots right now. It's just that I have room for more animated ones. So I think we'd actually have to get quite a few subs to unlock an additional 16 static slots. I don't know if that's like 500 subs in a month or something. I think. Might be wrong, but that sounds kind of right. That would be cool, though, just like actually getting the flags. I wonder if I get a pigeon holding the flags like that. It might be a bit tight with the pixel space, but that could be cool. So, let's see who's playing. So we can watch live 1v1s, or we can cast some team games. Oh, yep, my game just crashed as I tried to load a live game. I'm going to put a poll up so you guys can decide for me because I'm lazy. What to cast? Do we do team games or 1v1s? I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes. I'm quickly going to go grab a snack just so that I'm stockpiled up in prep for a little bit later. You guys can vote. I'll leave you music. I'll be back at the end of the poll. There we go. We got team games. Okay, I'm up for that. Because I think I got told about, a very interesting few games. Let me see if I can find it, because I need to find what they're called now. Because there was some Mr. games that we can cast, actually. So, 1 second. Let me update the title quickly. So... Tournament games in an hour. You didn't vote? Outrageous. Unacceptable. Unforgivable. So, let me check the leaderboards because I'm looking for Tigger. Looking for Mr. Actually, was it with him? Let me double check. So it might not have been with Mr. that he played that. So it was him, Mr. and Corvinus I'm looking for. And they were versus... What are their names? Flotoretto. Let's see if we can find them. Flotorotto? I think that's the one. Boosin Willie and Get My Ball. Okay. Let's see if I can find this game. Who won last game? 3-0 in the end for Vanderdorf. Took all 3 games. So I think I'm looking for Gorge and I'm looking for a team ranked game. So not that Flotterotto, the other one. That's the one. All right. I've been told this is an absolute banger of a game because I believe we've got Corvinus, Mr. and Pathless. Corvinus seems to have some opinions about the Meditation Garden as well, which is going to be brilliant. You didn't even notice there was a vote? I did say the poll is starting now. When I say a poll, the vote's starting now, that's your signal to check for a vote. But which series did I say it was going to be? We're going to do Wham. So if you guys did enjoy Vanderdorf, we're going to do more of Vanderdorf at 4 p.m. GMT in about an hour versus Wham. Yeah, Wham plays in this tournament too. All right, 1 sec. I need to update the overlay because I need to have my pretty terrible, actually, I'd say, thing that blocks the timeline. Wait, which scene is it? Oh, there it is. Went too deep. Okay, there we go. Need to pay attention. That's true. I don't like doing that either. You trust in chat? Chat is very trustable. Right, so... I'm trying to think, actually, like, just want to try to plan out my brain. So we're going to do Wham versus Vanderdorf at 4. That'll probably be about an hour and a half for the series. That'll take us through to, like, me eating. Then what I'll do is I'll come back, we'll cast 1 or 2 games, and then at 7 p.m. GMT, I'm doing a charity pub quiz. So I'll probably raid across to there. So if you guys actually like doing pub quizzes, great. There's also a hydrate command, and I drink alcohol, so... She'll get 2, though. Let me pause the music and we'll hop in. Let me also hide the draft because we're not doing that right now. Oh, sorry. I need to hide the score in-game as well. All right, let's go. All right, I have been guaranteed an absolute banger by the players playing in this match. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the team action. That's right. We are watching from the leaderboards here with some familiar faces. In fact, 1 or 2 you may notice some of the names to the north side here. Pathless in the blue at the back here, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. Next to him, it is going to be the Iobids of Mr. I think Mr's most played Civ, in fact, in his ranked shenanigans on the team ladder has been the Iobid so far. He's a very greedy boy in them. And then rounding out, someone with a not too hot opinion. I'm pretty sure this is meant to be a Meditation Garden reference. This is Corvinus. Of course it had to be Corvinus. So a team of pros walk in. What's a boy or gal to do? We'll have to find out, because on the other side of this, the receiving end potentially, we've got Flotter Otto leading for the front with Jean d'Arc in the teal. Next to them is going to be a standard HRE player, unlike the Order of the Dragon that Corvinus is playing. In the red, it's going to be Busin Willy. And then finally, at the back, it's going to be a Marlian player called Get My Boar. I don't think you want the boar. They're quite far out. We'll see how they're able to do. I've been told this is quite a back and forth affair, so I'm excited to see how it plays out. Shout out to Pathless, by the way, for alerting me about this game. Pathless is a very talented player. They rank very highly. In fact, their account, at this point, I think on AoE4 World, let's check how they're doing, because I know they were rising on the team ladder. Yeah, Pathless is ranked 50th in solo play. They're 501st on the team ranked. So they're on the climb there, but they aren't quite up to Mr's standards. And Mr. on the TGER account is right now in the top 30 when it comes to team ranked. He hasn't been bothering with solo at all, as I believe there is some sort of tournament going down tomorrow or in the upcoming week, whatever it is, a 2v2 type tournament that's going to feature people like Wham and Puppy Paw teaming up. I believe there's also going to be Crackety and Ballatoon. There is going to be Pathless, sorry, not Pathless, it's going to be Mr. and Recon. So some exciting stuff happening, which is why a lot of players have been engaging in at least 2v2s, if not bigger team games. We are, of course, on Gorge. Gorge being my favorite map. Honestly, this map, the way they made it, it feels like there was actually some serious thought that went into this as a team map. And I appreciate that, right? It's like, right now, if anyone plays a lot of team rank, they'll know what I'm talking about here, where most maps feel like they were designed for solo play first, very clearly. This map, on the other hand, really feels like there was a balance. It was definitely designed for solo first. For those who watched Red Bull Wololo, it was originally made for that tournament. But the way it was adapted for team play makes it feel like it has a real identity, and actually adds a new layer of strategy to the way that you approach the game as a team, because you have this attacker and this turtler type format, right? Where the person at the back can be very greedy, or the person in the center can. But the person at the front usually has to be the person pounding into the enemy non-stop. We'll see if he's able to do that. It looks like it's going to be an Arkan Chapel build coming out from Corvinus here. And apparently he said my gold very loudly at the start of the game, because both of the other players are sharing gold here. Interesting thing about Gorge, the way it works, is that the gold vein that spawns per player, it's going to be a 2-for-1 here. You're going to get a fat gold between two players. If you have a 3v3, that means there's an extra gold vein to go around. If it's 2v2, it's just one big gold vein. If it's a 4v4, it's two big gold veins. But in the 3v3s, you get a little bit more bang for buck. How are we doing on the tech ups? It's going to be growth coming out from Mr. So nothing too unexpected there. I'm going to hit the fast forward for the first few minutes. Not much is going to be happening here. Pathless is just going to be in the tech up with School of Cavalry with just Jean +1 Villager. Means it's going to be needing a little bit extra XP to get into level 2, but not too much. On the other side of this, Flood Otto, I believe he done the same build, so this house should get him enough XP to go into level 2 after walking out for about maybe 10 seconds here. We'll see if he timed it right. And straight for the ball. Where, oh where, is Pathless going to go, though? Most of the ball are on the north side, so this should be pretty brain-dead simple, right? There's going to be a contest on the north side. Wow, stops off the mill. So actually, wasn't as close on XP as I was expecting here. Must have been a free villager build. Ends up cancelling at the end. Okay, that is really smart. That is super sick what he just done there. I love that from Flotter Otto. So Flotter Otto, what you have to remember is that Jean gets XP for building. And you don't lose any resources when you cancel a building if it's not complete. That's actually very creative. You could essentially just rush up buildings and cancel them and just keep going until you have enough XP. Now, I have been begging for like some sort of tower rush build, and I'm wondering if that might be part of its final form when it's been fleshed out. But just something to keep in mind there, folks. That's pretty cool. And no, Jean d'Arc cannot build at level 2. The goal is to get to level 2. But you have to build or gather to get level 2. And the most efficient way of getting XP with Jean out of those two is to build. You get a lot more XP out of building than you do out of gathering. So pretty smart read there by Flotter Otto. Usually the reason why people don't do that is because you're giving up resources, right? So it only makes sense when you need the buildings to be complete. But he needed a bit of extra XP, and that actually made a lot of sense there. Meanwhile, while we've been talking about that, Mr. decided he wanted to get a 6 minutes and 25 seconds Castle Age, because why not? You're playing the Ibids. Totally reasonable Civ. Doesn't make me want to vomit every time I see these tech timings. I can't with this Civ. Moss drop already in the way. This is pretty standard for Mister. This is the way he usually plays the game. He likes to just kind of boom up as much as possible. I've seen him do it with the Ibids. I've seen him do it with the Mongols. Seen him do it with the Japanese. No matter what Civ he gets, he always takes priority as the farmer. Makes sense, really, when you think about it for more than 2 seconds. Double Moss coming out, so that's going to be a Dervish spam, and there's a lot of relics to play for here. Not much to block you. Blue is going to kind of mirror what Teal's doing, so you don't have to worry about the raiding of Jeanne d'Arc. The HRE player is trying to race for relics, but he's going to be so much slower here. Boost and Willie only just hit Castle Age. 7 minutes and 10 seconds, you'd be like, how is that only? Well, because you're up against Ibids. And then behind this, the Marlian player has contributed a grand total of nothing. Welcome to Marlian Gameplay. Yo, what is up, Chris in a jar? Thank you very much for the sub, man. I appreciate the prime. Welcome to the Swarm. Give me them Bezo bucks. If you think about it, it's like a nice little tax rebate on your Amazon Prime subscription if you like the content. Because it doesn't cost you anything. But means the world to me. So Pathless, I don't think he's found too much hunt so far. Mainly just wolves and small scraps here and there. Because the boars on the north side did all go to Teal, right? South side boar, I think, was the one that Pathless did get to in time. But that means XP majority is with Teal. They do have an edge there to play around. They're going to need to force some fights, though. One of the negatives for them of what their opponents are doing here, both with the Order of the Dragon and with the Ibids, they're not playing out onto the map, right? Only Pathless is, and he has cavalry, which means that Jean can't find fights. Interesting cannibalism within the team here, by the way. Both of these guys want relics. What was the giveaway? I don't know. Was it the 3 different moss that have been built up here by Mister? Yeah, that might have made me a little bit suspicious that he was after something here. I wonder, is he going to be a nice teammate? Is he going to give relics to the Order of the Dragon? I could see this working where... Oh, God, he finds the pro as well. I could see this working where Mister sends his camels over to the enemy relics to pick them up first. And then the Order of the Dragon gathers the safe relics with the prelate. That would be a reasonable balance to the team, because you're still denying relics away from Red. Red, who, by the way, has already got 2 relics, so not too bad for them. Meanwhile, Yellow yet to bank a single one. And here we go. I think that he is going to be generous. Mister's a team player. He's a bro. He says, these are for you, laddie. I think he's going to keep some for himself as well, I'd imagine here. Yeah, dude. He's got so many of the relics. And also, the Gilded Knight denies the relic over here. Wait, Mister, come back. Come back. Here, boy. Gilded Knight finding a prelate like this is not good. Ambulance is going to get it. There's not much left here, folks. This is looking like this is going to be only 2 relics going to the west side team. And remember, the relic count in this map is, if I remember correctly, it's 9. So, if I'm not mistaken, the pro team are going to get 7 of the 9 relics here. And the last question is a fair one. Why keep any? Surely you just give him all the gold. Because you're assuming that players are playing optimal instead of greedy. Be honest with yourself here. Would you actually give all the relics over? Just be honest. It's okay. This is a safe place. We don't judge. We're all secretly greedy POSs. You'd keep some relics. Don't lie to me. Cleave coming out. Looks like the Guild Knight's going to be pushed away. There's a lot of Knights coming out from Teal, actually. Flotterotto. Does he have the lead? I think he does. Pathless. Yeah, 3 Knights behind right now. Interesting that Pathless is a little bit slow off the mark there. He didn't really do anything greedy, per se. I believe we should be getting more relics coming in, surely. Yeah, 3rd relic dropped here. He has got an outpost over here, so this could be easily 4 relics. This might just be a fast castle build, which is kind of crazy considering that Order of the Dragon is the front player here. Corvinus shouldn't be being this greedy. But I think he gets away with it because of what the other team are doing. The HRE player hasn't moved out at all. The Marlian player only just started adding in units. So in a lot of games, if there was 2 aggro players from the other team, this would be completely shut down. You'd be punished to the maximum here. But because there's 2 greedy players on the west side team, Corvinus is actually getting away with this. Well, low delays things. Flodorado, willing to commit to the fight. He's very strong right now. Looks like the ambulance is going to walk into the Stealth Forest. It's like, you know what? I didn't want it anyway. Have it. I don't think the Prolats from the west side are ever going to get this. See, now, once again, people using logic here of efficiency, where they're like, if I'm in the pre-made, I give them the relics. Yeah, but. Let's be honest. Do we always trust our pre-made friends? Once again, we're not judging. It's just a fair question to ask. If I was on your team, would you trust me with that? Be honest. It's actually hilarious how long it's taking him to pinch him. Oh, wait, sorry, this is Pathless, isn't it? Red and pink, red and pink. So Teal backed up entirely. Why? He had lead. I'm very surprised by that. Teal, that was the best thing he could do right now of his time. Instead, he's trying to find raid opportunities. I just don't know if he's going to get it. Pathless does get the cast age up, and it's going to be the guild hall. So over time, he's going to scale really well. Teal on the other side of this hasn't considered the tech up. They're lacking the gold. John Snipe. Oh, wow. Flodorado. This better hit. Because if this doesn't hit, this is a disaster. Mister being greedy. That is going to reveal the Night Raids. They are going to get in here. It's going to be a panic and a run. One villager goes down. West side of this, it looks like the extra Knights are going to be cut off temporarily, but Donzo's and Red is here, so they're starting to dive into the Order of the Dragon base. Meanwhile, the Raid on the backside, there's nothing to answer this right now. Comes in towards the wood line. Pathless trying to peel away. Well, Low's coming off cooldown. They're going to need it to delay this. Teal gets in on the goal. Pathless not reacting to this at all anymore. He seems distracted because they're taking a fight inside of Yellow's base. Corvinus barely holding on here. Dive in from Red, not able to get the Mango, so clutch save there. The Manjanique stay alive. Backside of this, Wololo is going to scare away the Knights, but Pathless taking heavy losses here. Down to 28 eco. Flodorado up at 44. A fantastic raid and a fantastic sync up by the West Side team. They're now going to back away, though. That frontal assault wasn't easy. It did cost them dearly. And reality is there's still relics being garrisoned here for Corvinus, right? He's still got effectively 8 relics. Meanwhile, Mr. sitting here with 3 of his own. And 3 TCs, by the way. Yeah, he stuck that in one quite quietly, didn't he? So 3 TCs for the Ibis playing up the flanks. Teal has got a decent number of Knights still, but the number feels much lower than it once was. Only 8 here now. I think Teal has to consider a tech up, right? Yeah, he's hoarding a lot of food and gold. What does incontinent mean in French? I've never actually asked this question before. Because incontinent is like constipated, right? Is that, have I remembered that correctly? Because if so, not constipated, it's the other type, right? Where you, where you whiz yourself. Yeah, oh, you can't hold your pee, that's right, yeah. It's not that you can't pee, it's that you always pee. But it means something else in French, right? Otherwise, that means Knights right around the map going, I really need the toilet. Like, that actually kind of makes sense, by the way. Because they're wearing all this heavy armor. You can't just, like, pull your khakis down and go to the toilet. Oh, that's actually brilliant. I can't believe I've only just clocked that. I mean, oh, that's absolutely fantastic. All right, tech up on the way. Nice little raid in there from the Mustafadi. Do cut down a few Knights. Flodorado is going to catch up into Castlage themselves, but with Rule Institute, they don't really have much of a runway here. I still love that. Meanwhile, Corvinus looking very solid now. Having the outposts up, relics with Springalds. This is scary. You can't just dive this area anymore. Love the way they've carved this map. There's a small entry point here, but you get seen coming due to the outpost vision, right? So yeah, there's no sneaking point where it matters. And Wolves are now going up on the east side to give them breadth as this game goes on. How many relics for Corvinus? Corvinus has got 4 relics. Mr. refuses to give up the other 3. He's like, I could give it to you, but instead I really would like to go for Imperial Age at some point. So make do with what you got. In fairness, Corvinus still has more than the average Relic Enjoyer would get in a 1v1. Musafadi raid in. I actually really like this idea of Desert Raiders as a counter to Musafadi. It actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it. They are light armored units. They have 6 melee armor at this stage. Musafadi only hit for 9 by default in Veterancy. So by default, you're doing 3 damage. Not exactly a great trade. And the melee from the enemy does 15. So pretty cool idea. I haven't seen anyone do this before, but then again, you don't really see Ibids versus Malians too much revolving around the idea of Musafadi. And also, added benefit for Mr. This also counters out the French. Curious what we're going to be getting in the future out of red. It looks like it's just going to be men-at-arms. That's a good idea, actually. If you're up against men-at-arms from the other side, you win that. The problem is you're up against Gilded Crossbowmen. Blessed Gilded Crossbowmen, by the way. 21 damage per shot. Imperial Age has been clacked as well. Cracked. As Corvinus makes his way up with the Pulse of Swabis, so he's going to be very eco-inflated in the coming minutes. That means that you have to press this if you're the south side team. Red desperately just trying to get that keep up on the forward. How many relics did we say they had? They had 2, right? Because there was 9 in total on this map. So 4 for Corvinus, 3 for Mr., 2 for Boost and Willy. Boost and Willy can use these relics on the forward for the keep. He's going to need to as well. Oh, so in Old French, incontinent means imminent or immediately. No. Wait. So wait. Just to clarify then. Can we get him to say it? Okay, way too many fancy French lines. All I'm going to say is if that's what incontinent means in Old French, that means that they're saying they are peeing quickly. That it makes sense how you got imminent immediately into cannot control P from incontinent. Let's focus elsewhere though. Musafadi raid is going to be answered by the Desert Raiders. Good reaction there. Another thing I love about this, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, we've still got Cambulances, right? Mass heal, following these guys around. It's like no damage is done whatsoever by the Musafadi. Heal's still in the flanks at the time being, but starting to feel a bit weaker and weaker, right? And also the Desert Raiders here are technically outnumbered. It's just not really a fight you ever want to take if you're Flodder Auto. This is interesting from both teams, though. So the pro team, they're trying to set up walls because they know from what they're seeing on the front side, the goal is in the next 2 or 3 minutes, the Musafadi and the crossbows are going to dive in, force a fight, and then after that, Flodder Auto is going to flood the flanks to kill Eco. They're not going to allow that, though. Walls are going up everywhere. The north side Knight count is now down to just 6. And this south side, this east side one, they're going to struggle to get through with the wall layerings coming through. Here we go. Yeah, got the healer boys here. So Desert Raiders to last forever. Resource count. It looks like Mystic is just inflating military and eco. He's not looking for a tech up anytime soon. He's got the second group over here. He needs to be careful, though, because the jabs do count at you in this area. Donzo's as well. So we'll be able to stab him down. Assistance is going to be needed here. It's going to be 6 mangonels, though. No. Hear me out. We switch it to fire mode because it looks scarier. I remember I actually tuned into one of Mr. streams where him and Recon were talking about that. We all agreed. It's one of the scariest looking things in the game. It's like, oh, look, you hold a rock. But then imagine when it's on fire. That's when everyone freaks. Well, it's freak out time in the eco. Flodder Auto is back again. 2 TC from Pathless to the backside. He's now going to be raided. Jeanne d'Arc up to level 3 also. So it looks like she did summon the boys. The champion should last a while here. Knights are now starting to react. But Pink and Blue both losing eco to this raid. Meanwhile, on the left side, it's going to be a swarm over Mangonels. Could not be defended. Get my ball. Gets the Manganiques. That's a heavy loss there. Mr. losing a lot from this fight. And funnily enough, on the front side, Yellow can't help. This is a stand guard here due to Red being here as well. The crazy part is they make those raids happen, and they still have more firepower behind this. Orange and Teal also have troops ready to assault the front. Still so many troops coming through. This is crazy. He also did go for Siege Festival, so he's burning everything so quickly here. What a sick read by Orange. Bombards in the meantime on the front, at least going to make it a little bit better for the pro team. They at least have an entry point down the center. They're going to need it, though. These Musafadi, these Donzo, heavily damaged, sure, but you need like 6 more Manjaniques to end them. Instead, they get rid of the TC, they get rid of the proxy base. It doesn't cost them too much in return. Good at Archers on the front are dominating this fight right now, hitting for 30 damage each. 50 if you happen to be a heavy unit. And guess what? Boost Willie is playing as the HRE, so a lot of his units are going to be heavy. Yeah, it doesn't really feel good to have extra movement speed when the enemy has extra range, right? It's kind of like Lombo versus Archer logic. Doesn't feel good. So it's going to be cleanup finally of the Musafadi and of the Donzos, and a lot of level up potential for Pathless. A big fight for him to be farming XP in. I don't think we've got Jean de Blast on the other side, but this fight could get it. If they can get on the Gilded Crossbowman, this could be big. Nice micro there. Corvinus almost sniping out Jean d'Arc immediately. Needs to snipe her now. Wallow's going to be there to delay this. Cleave comes in, and Jean is going dark. She's down. Wallow pushes them back, but he gets some of the Donzo and Musafadi. That should be enough to hold now. With Jean also gone, he doesn't have to worry about throwing away a lot of troops here. Cav count going down to nothing. Corvinus with a strong hold here. The Wallow God makes his move, and he makes it look good. Mango's now coming behind. Mister ready to clear up that back line. Manjaniques! It looks cool. It doesn't do much. But my god, was that scary. Yeah, so that was actually really sick by Corvinus. A lot of people don't think that you can counter John with range, but that's simply not true. Funnily enough, one of the weakest underperforming civs in the game right now is the best ranged counter to Jean d'Arc. If you're worried about the damage reduction Jean gets at level 3 and 4, build Gilded Crossbowmen. I've watched these Gilded Crossbowmen destroy Jean players. They hit for so much, and you have to remember that Jean is also heavy, so they will do bare minimum at this stage 46 damage rather, if not 50. So much damage, even with the reduction at that stage. Not to mention the fact they have good attack speed, and they also have extra tower range. They're going to get at least 2 hits in before Jean reaches them. Just a great read there. Love the comp from Corvinus. Now the Manjaniques moving in. I can't believe this is turning, by the way. Orange is still raiding, but Teal's going to lose the base. And they don't have a leg to stand on right now. Orange rebooming into the spears. Crossbow count not looking that scary. The Manjaniques do, though. Good God. Please leave him a TC. Oh, Bombards plus Manjaniques make this look a bit too quick. What is that? I think we got 2 Bombards, right? And then we got 6, make that 7 Manjaniques. This base is absolutely demolished. And these flanking knights, it looks like the last of them are going to get cleared up now. Push should continue as well. Flood Auto trying to defend his homelands, but there we go, she's gone. Jean de Busted, more like Jean de Busted wide open there. Whew. Night raids. I mean, I've got to give it to him, actually. Flodder Auto is trying to keep them in this game. These raids keep finding a lot of eco. I worry it's not enough, and I think Corvinus at this point is the eco you have to shut down. Just nobody's able to get to him. Funnily enough, being at the front of the formation has made him the safest. It sounds weird, but if you think about the dynamics at play here, it makes a lot of sense. And what on earth are you doing, mister? He's actually trying to set up TCs in the corner. Wait, no. No way. They cleared it up in this corner just in time. That's unfortunate for Teal. A few seconds longer, right? If the Knights didn't get on top of him here, 3 Knights could have done a lot of damage here, but instead Mister sets himself up for the late game. I don't know why I keep getting Teal and Blue mixed up. Apologies, folks. Level 3 isn't enough. Flood Auto has an opportunity to go into Imperial. He's going to need it. I mean, he's kind of a little bit landmark deficient right now. Oh, this is... I don't know how they're meant to break this. Maybe Musafadi with stealth, but the problem is that Mister's a crafty bugger. He sets up an outpost, so they have protection against stealth here. I think this is the last of the raiders, right? We've got 1 knight over here, 3 left over here, and that's literally it. There's nothing left after that. Flood Auto, in fact, down to just 19 military. Before, he raided because it helped the team. Now he has to raid because there's nothing else he can do. This keep apparently is a keep too far. They're willing to contest him on this. Corvinus rushing up. Remember, the Dragon villagers build quicker than standard HRE, so the keep is going to be complete. Better back away from this. The backstab coming in, though. And it's a good surround. Manjaniques get found. Exactly what they needed when they needed it most. And now the torch is out. With the Griot Bara, the castle is going to crumble. Go to crossbowman, now need to back away from this. Manjaniques just not able to do really any damage that mattered there. Now it's on Corvinus to fight 3 players on his own. Start step back is at least good here, so he's minimizing losses, makes his way towards the defenses. This is a flood. This is the moment. If they were going to recover this game, this is the exact moment they will. They need to be quick, though. Jeanne d'Arc does go down. No Jeanne de Blast coming out. I imagine we've got more Manjaniques on the way. If they fight in these choke points, it's going to be big. Wololo comes out. That's going to reset things. Red! Get the hell out! No way! Did he just get 2 Wololos in the same place? Boost and Willie decided that Order of the Dragon looks a bit funner than HRE. He converts over to the other side. Spearmen are going to get cleared up fast, but the delay is huge here. It is massive. Look at the losses on both sides. Boost and Willie, no front line anymore. Donzo's, Musafati dead. Corvinus holds on with 23 Gilded Archers. And in this choke point with the cannons, no doubt he will hold. I can't believe what I just witnessed here in this game. Red, apparently distracted, looking somewhere at something else. Does not pull back the spears at all. And credit to Corvinus, right? Like, the amount of units he lost there, that Wololo was perfectly timed to make sure that he actually got the units. Remember, if you're popped and you convert, they just die. So, actually worked out perfectly for him. Corvinus now reduced down to just 17 Gilded Crossbowmen, but the armies on the other side are nothing at this stage. He'll be able to hold this, and behind this, keep in mind that Mist has been rebooming in the corner, right? So he's going to be participating soon. Pathless also should be pretty cozy. I imagine that guild hall, yeah, he's pulled out the food. So if we check his resource count, he has just spent it all, going up to now 23 military, and actively raiding on the flanks here. Jeanne de Blast has to be coming in soon, and oh my god. There's no textiles. There's no textiles. Let me, Pathless just give me a touch. Just a little touch. More than just a touch. Oh no! And we press Q. Wait, no. Keep going. No, don't slow down. More Q. It's Jeanne de Blast! Pathless has done it. He's beat Teal across the finish line into level 4, and this is breaking point. Valorous Inspiration will buff the entire allied force. All they need to do now is mount an offensive down the center. Or, you know, Jeanne could just kill TCs. She does that pretty well as well at this stage. Just a casual 256 damage per shot. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice farms you had there. Let me just get rid of that. Let me just shoot you in the face. Oh, man, she's tough to deal with right now. Also, he does have the cannon to summon, so that's going to be coming in the future. Corvinus, in the meantime, does set up the walls, so good luck getting back in here. More choke points. Wrap on the back in the meantime, though. Orange going after Pathless's eco. Meanwhile, Mister just hides in the corner. I mean, that's one way to keep the eco safe, I guess. I love the way he's just walling off critical resources here, actually. So hard to do in big maps like this, but credit to him for it. The raid comes in. Pathless says, fine, go after my eco. I'll come after yours as well. Here's a funny thought for you folks. Jeanne can 2-hit the ranches, and then you can quickly snipe down the cow. For the time being, they're just going to keep backing away, but I wouldn't be surprised if they turn around soon. Wild base placement here by Red, by the way. Set up the Palace of Swabia right next to the edge of the map. Not exactly efficient for moving your eco out now. Speaking of that eco, no. He couldn't do it again, right? He wouldn't do it again, right? No, that should be illegal. Oh, Boost and Willie, even with Palace of Swabia, stuck at 88 eco. Corvinus, 85. But remember, his is a lot more efficient. Yeah, the reason that those villagers died so quickly, by the way, is because Red kind of done this to himself. He already lost a lot of villagers, and he never got tech stars. If you're up against level 4 Jean, you need Textiles. She one-hits with that ability. More siege now coming out from Corvinus. I'm not sure how much more South can do. The problem is that right now, this is more or less a 2v3 if you think about it. Like, Mr. hasn't really contributed anything in the last several battles, right? Like, the Manganites were kind of it. Now that his eco is inflating, now that Mr. is going up to 173 eco, he's going to build up reserves and then spam out. And that's when I'm getting a bit worried here, because the way he's walled himself in the corners, Teal can't punish him anymore. I really love the fact that we get the Jean's Elite Riders here. Most people just default to the Men-at-Arms, but honestly, for a map like this so open, Elite Riders makes a lot more sense. Otherwise, Jean just has to run in somewhere, just Yoshi a few eggs out, and then the Men-at-Arms are great. But like, they aren't able to get out after raiding, right? They just die. Whereas these Jean Riders are just going to scale up over time, and they're just going to keep adding more raid power in as the game goes on. Speaking of which, guess what? Jean de Cleve! Oh, no. Well, I guess it could have been worse. Here's another thought for you. That's almost a third of an Elite Musafadi's health ball. Good lord. Teal trying to break through the walls. Still only level 3. And oh no, Jean! Goodbye. How long has it been? I think Pathless has had Mecha Jean for 4 minutes at least now. And he's still just level 3. I honestly don't think you can play Jean d'Arc into Mass Gilded Crossbowmen. I actually think it's one of the hardest counters in the game. It only works if you can deny them gold, but this is the game where he has enough gold access wide, and he also has the passive income that he's never running out of resources. Big shout out to Zubi Ziratia coming in with the resub. Appreciate you, buddy. Love to see the continued support. Oh, man. Castles, at least, are going to be prevented from sneaking in on their territory, but I think we're reaching a point where this is just going to be a no-brain push down the center, right? Even that, or Mister's going to go for a wonder. I mean, honestly, the amount of eco he's inflated up to. Okay, he deleted it. He's gone down to 140 now. He's fully recovered. Military's being added in, and it is going to be mass Desert Raiders here. Oh, Desert Raiders against this. I mean, it does mean Teal just disappears straight away. And funnily enough, actually, Corvinus can clear up everything else pretty easy peasy. Is that boiling oil? No, no boiling oil. Kind of surprised by that. The amount of keeps he's built, it might have been worth it here. Calming moment, but I feel like they were hardly holding on with Pathless raiding on his own, but now Mister's joining in. These Desert Raiders are no pushover, folks. 21 damage with the sword, 12 with the bow. The only upside they have right now is that Mister's whole base isn't in one location, so he doesn't have the attack speed for the camels. If you get up to that tier 5, you get an extra 20% attack speed on camels. It's pretty crazy. So funny thing is actually, I think they fixed it, but it used to be bugged, by the way. The camel attack speed used to, I think they accidentally missed, it's typed extra 0. So originally, the camel archers would attack quicker than gilded archers. I think that got resolved even before the expansion was released to the wider audience. Oh, man. I feel bad for these guys. They fought so well as well. Flodder Otto, even though they're level 3, still in Jean at 35 minutes, I think they've done a great job raiding this game. Looked like they were going to be able to break it, but man, the misplays, or the mistimings rather, the pullbacks around those wall lulls. Corvinus, the wall lull king, coming in clutch twice in this game to make sure his team didn't have to worry about a break down the center. And now, well, there's no breaks for raiding. It's just been non-stop. I don't think they've got anything left. At this point, Mister is now up to 42 Elite Desert Raiders. And yes, we have got, I believe we do have Atabegs, right? Sick. Yeah, that's why he went for this play as well. These Desert Raiders are getting so much extra HP. Check that. Biology plus the Atabegs. 245 HP in what is a range/melee unit with 10 melee armor and 3 ranged armor. This does not feel good. 90 Donzo running after 10 Cav. Oh, the cleave! Okay, he has textiles. Yeah, but Pathless isn't happy with not getting these kills, so he's going to go back in for Jean de Cleave time. And, oh, it's going to be worse! Really? I think he would have got a high score there. That would have been 15 villagers dead. Backed away, though. Poor poor Pathless, sorry, no, poor Flotterotto. Just been trying to reboom this corner, but never given a moment of peace. Ironically, it is Karma, though, right? Like, he was the one who started this with all the raids. Feels appropriate, ends in his base. Oh, man. If you do like what you're seeing from these guys, you want to see their perspectives, by the way, be sure to give them a follow. Corvinus and Mister have been streaming a bunch at the moment. Pathless, I don't think he has been streaming, but that's 2 out of 3 POVs, not too bad. Be sure to give him a follow. If you haven't already, make sure you follow this channel as well. Make sure you subscribe so you do not miss a single one of these glorious games whenever they get uploaded. And the relic yoink at the end should signal the end. Corvinus. It's just like him having them in his hands is enough to put the fear of God in them. GG comes out. The pros will take the win, but got to give credit to the other side. I think that their ranks, you would favor the pros going into this, but credit to the West Side team. They had them on the ropes more than once in this game. Oh, man. Cool game. So people were asking what the ranks of these players were. In team ranked, let me have a look. Can I find them? Am I blind? I feel blind. No, I think I just have to keep scrolling. Give me a second, guys. I'll find you guys the ranks. Wait, where's the game? It's not showing up in his match data. That's weird. Not sure why it's not showing up, actually. That's very weird. But Flotterotto has played quite a lot of Age of Empires 4. Their account is is level 400. Yeah, they're conk. They are conk free. And they've been conk too. So they are fairly capable. Let me get the full lineup because, yeah, 1757 elo actually. So Flotterotto, it's a German account. They've had 22 games. They've got rank 99 in solo. They're usually around like they bounce back and forth between like top 200 and top 500. But they're ranked 400 on the team rank leaderboard. And then Boost and Willie and Get My Ball are a little bit lower ranked. So Get My Ball was a diamond ranked player, but top 600 on team ranked. Boost and Willie was ranked 1263 on team ranked. Funnily enough, when it comes to solo play, they played season 3 and 4 only, and they ranked platinum. But that's impressive. I mean, they actually played really good for the rank discrepancy there. Gotta say. Okay, so we've got about 15 minutes. I need to put the heating back on. Jesus, my hands. My hands are getting cold. So we've got 15 or 20 minutes, I believe, until the Wham versus Vanderdorf series starts. So what we can probably do is we can find a pub game to cast and then come in for that series afterwards. Oh wait one sec. Getting cold, guys. And I did enjoy the game. Thank you very much, Pathless, buddy. That was a good one. Hey, it's Biddleton. Where have you been? And don't say taking a break from Age of Empires. We know you're locked in a basement. They don't let you go out for the holidays. It's against the rules. How you been, buddy? Yeah, I think if red doesn't get... Well, what was red the first time, I think it was orange. No, orange the first time, red the second, right, if I remember correctly. If they didn't get Wallalob, they might have actually broke base. And remember that Mr. wasn't participating, right? That was essentially a 2v3 for a lot of that game. Because Mr. was just eco-booming. Been on holidays with baby. Pog. Wait, you had a kid? Oh, that's cool, man. How old are they now? That's sick, man. I'm not too bad. I'm doing well. We're off to a good start this year. We got partner just 5 days into the year. Yeah. And feeling pretty good, actually. The channel's been growing stride after stride. I'm actually proud of the community we're building here. So really pretty hyped for 2024. Hoping to be able to secure some sponsors because then it means I can not have to panic run around looking for esport event after esport event. Esport events can be part of it, and then income can come from this, which would be great. Because this is something that, you know, I can control the outcome of a bit more, which is always good to see. 4 months old. Dude, that's awesome. Enjoy it. They don't stay small for long, especially my one. She's Amazonian is the word my mum uses, because calling her chubby just seems mean. But no, yeah, that's cool. I'm glad for you, man. I remember when we talked in Heidelberg, you said you were trying, so I'm glad it worked out. So, let's quickly have a look at what we could cast. Killjadi. Who's Killjadi been matching up against? I'm seeing a count that I can't identify. No, I mean... Yeah, let's do a quick. Let's do an Iabid Dry Arabia, Iabid Jeanne d'Arc game quickly, and then we can hop into the Wham versus Vanderdorf series afterwards. All right, just let me switch over the UI, and then we can hop in. All right, one more pop game, and then we get back to tournament games. All right, here we go. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals. Welcome back to the pub games here on the ladder. Top of the ladder, in fact. Because we've got Killjadi, a familiar face, ranked 35th in the world right now, playing as Jeanne d'Arc in the orange. And they'll be going up against a very powerful Civ on the other side. Iabids, picked by red. This account ranked 125th in solo matchmaking, so a fairly reasonable matchup between the two. In terms of ranking and Civ choice, actually, I think Iabids and Jeanne d'Arc are both fierce contenders. I actually think Iabids is usually a good counter to Jeanne, in fact, because of the fact they don't have to come out and their fast castle is so aggressive. Something that people have already tuned into when they try to contest Jeanne is that you're essentially taking a harder route to victory because you're giving XP over and taking risk. A lot of players instead prefer to just go fast castle and then get premium units that cannot be sniped as easily. So I'll have to see if that's the way that Red wants to go here. House of Wisdom is already on the way up. Usually you see people in this matchup, it's a pretty good idea to go for the military wing advancement. So military wing rather, so that you get your hands on the camels, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do here. Typically, most games right now are either Growth Wing or Reinforcement Wing. Reinforcement's really good against the French because the Camel Unease is very effective against their Knights, and also it's a ranged unit to poke and prod at Jeanne that she can never reach. After this, probably going to be looking at standard advancement play. I've only got 3 workers on the gold right now. He's gathering the initial wood, but I'm expecting a switch over. Skull Cavalry coming in the meantime from Killjadi, and it looks like Jeanne is going to be building that. I couldn't see her crown for a sec there. We found the perfect spot that it looked like literally no Jeanne was involved in the build-up. So we're going 2 times speed just for the opening here. We'll switch over to 1 times once they crack their tech ups. 12 sheep in the meantime for the Iabids, but keep in mind they have not been clubbing sheep. They've been over here on the berries. On the other side of this, Killjadi. Ooh, that's not great. Only 5 sheep to work with. Normally, Jeanne doesn't mind this because she plays pocket ecos, but this is a fragile matchup. If you go pocket ecos, and this is fast castle, it means the Iabids are just going to spam out camel lancers and you die. So while there are some matchups where Jeanne player can shrug and say it's fine that I didn't get many sheep, I'll just go out onto the deer in front of my base, this isn't usually one of those matchups. So technically you have the Divine Restoration to heal some off. And wow, he's sneaking out for the boar already. Interesting from Killjadi. Yeah, so he's setting up the mill ahead of time with her, but unfortunately, Red finds him running out. Sick read there by Red. Melee form does a lot of damage at this stage, 13 per strike. Funnily enough, he switches over quite early into Archer form. I don't think he needed to that quickly. If he at least microed it, he actually would have got a second kill. Now, here's a funny one, folks. He can actually kill this knight. If he tanks for the scout and goes in now, dude, I'm loving what Red is cooking. For those wondering the identity of Red, I don't have a specific name. I just know that they are a Chinese player, according to AoE Full World. And they have frequently matched up in the Conqueror each season's end. So Season 4, they were ranked 543rd. Season 5, 901st. This is the highest rank so far in a season at 129th. Flash coming in. Dude, he min-maxed that scout. That was impressive. Remember, the Desert Raider has a lot of armor here. The thing that you need to be careful of, Killjadi, if he just relies on the initial charges with the buff damage, it offsets the Camel Unease. But if these fights ever go longer than 5 seconds, it's a bad trade. Because after 5 seconds, you lose the damage buff, and you're just 20% damage down against camels. IB player behind this. Tech up is not on the way. What happened here? Did they get raided? Did the knight actually get in? Yeah, he got in. So it looks like there was some idle time. Okay, really well played by Killjadi not to get fully baited then. One worker kill on each side. And he had to go double outpost plus the arrow slits. So Red's time has been delayed. Meanwhile, Killjadi has got the ball secured now. Has Jean Woman at Arms on her way on the flank. Has got a decent advantage in knight count. 2 Desert Raiders versus 4 Knights, soon to be 5. Keep in mind as well that Desert Raider took a lot of damage. So he could easily be picked off after the fact. In fact, the Knight. He actually might get this trade. This is really well played by Killjadi. He's essentially taking on 3 units with 1. Gets rid of the scout, and all of a sudden, Red is playing a very blind game. Backside this, looks like the berries have been given up. Sheep count was good, remember. So Red will have enough to get his tech up. It's just a question of what he's going to be able to do with it afterwards. This is a hard matchup. I cannot emphasize this enough. For Jeanne d'Arc, this is a tough one because of the fact that the other side doesn't have to engage with you. They can just tech up. So far, Red hasn't really used anything but 3 units to aggro play him. And Red has hit hard. In fact, Red is going to look to hit harder. Unfortunately for him, Killjadi already prepped for this with the outpost. And if Red mistimes this or looks away, and that outpost gets garrisoned, these Raiders have 0 ranged armor and 120 health. You could kill 2 of them. Have to see. Red does see the outpost. Moves away. Garrison comes in just in time. Looks like arrow fire was on the wrong one, but that's still heavy damage done. And this knight could actually clear this up. So goes in. Love tap straight over. The wolf also participating does not help Red's case at all. All of a sudden, he has no units present. Advancement is on the way, so we're 45 seconds away from Camel Lancers here. Killjadi, on the other hand, hasn't got any tech up signs on the horizon here. This is going to be him playing a longer feudal, but credit to him. 6 knights to begin with. Chivalry on the way. And most of these knights are incredibly healthy. This is a decent position for him to be in. Compared to most Jean builds I've seen where they get pressured to dive the base and lose, Killjadi is holding back, which is critical if you ever want to turn this. What's his follow-up play going to be? Blacksmith is on the way. I think he might be prepping Undermesh for a dive. It's difficult, though, because the double arrow slits towers, I mean, these towers already do more damage because of that. And on top of it, have extra range. So any dive, you take extra damage than normal. Jean isn't even moving right now. She's heading for the ball. So I think he's just going to play away from this. Killjadi. The worst thing you can do now that you see this tech up as Jean is dive the base in a panic. You need to be very specific about your timing here to make it worthwhile for the dive. So I think he's going to clean up the ball with Jean. Probably wrap around with the Knights again. By then, Undermesh should be complete. And he should be able to start sniping out these Dervish as they play for relics. What do you guys think? 1's in chat if Killjadi's got this. 2's in chat if Iobid, Fast Castle, too strong. Knight Clash. Good start here from Killjadi. Lancers jumped the gun a little bit there. 1 knight is going to go down, though. Killjadi overstaying is welcome. Jean continues to wrap around. Is she looking for extra wolves? It feels like it. Yeah, I think he's just checking for any extra kills on the outskirts. This is the point we were talking about that's kind of scary, right? Is Killjadi's now playing out into a pocket economy. I'd say like the most fragile point. Now that Lancers are out, you really shouldn't be here, but he kind of just has no choice in this type of game. I noticed the silence in chat. I wonder if that's because people think it's a bit too close to call. It is like threading the needle what Killjadi is trying to do here, because he's not going for Castle Age. Most Jean players would just go for Castle by now. But his goal seems to be focused on denying relics entirely. It's an interesting approach and one you kind of get away with because of Chivalry. Like, you can take these trades, back away, heal over time, right? But it does take a lot of time, which means you need a lot of knights. Losing ones like that is not going to help. Killjadi walks straight into a trap here. Red, more than willing and able to take that engagement. Yeah, the only upside about that fight that I can really see for Killjadi is that this was not upgraded Desert Raiders. That extra damage would have slayed him here. Body block's coming in, man. So much damage on Killjadi. If he can get away with this, Jean will heal this all up. She'll kiss the boo-boos better. Instead, he goes after the Cambulance. Big mistake made there. Oh, man. New wave coming in on those knights, but you're fighting Knights and the Camel Lancers. This just doesn't feel good at all. The first relic has now been secured, so Red, off to a cozy start. Killjadi did get away with most of the injured Knights, so he needs to pull over to Jean so the heal can kick in. She has got the Divine Restoration available. Spearman also on the way from Orange. They are going to show themselves, but they're showing themselves in the worst possible way, one by one here. Killjadi. There we go. Immediately pops Divine Restoration. This should be the turnaround moment. If he's going to take a fight, it has to be now. He's already started to hemorrhage the lead he built. And also, on top of this, he knows that relics are being grabbed by the Ibids. Looks like he's going to try to peel off and raid towards the ball. Ambitious choice when you know that there's already an outpost here. You don't actually have enough burn through to take it down fast enough. So yeah, a little bit surprised by this choice. John is also reacting. A lot of injuries in the Camel line. Killjadi. No way does he get away with this. Red, he finds him. Killjadi a little bit late, even with textiles. Loses 3 of the 5 villages. Jean de Cleve will be completely ignored here. He's able to walk it off. Yeah, Killjadi is going to need to find a hit. He might get it just here. Villagers, unknowing. Knights with the charge in, they're coming through. Quick reactions, quick on the fingers. Red pulls back, will lose a few, but great reaction to minimize. If he took just 1 second longer, that was easily going to be 5 villages, if not more. Killjadi doesn't stop there, though. He dives the base. He's had enough of this. Remember, he has the Undermesh. There's only 1 level Steeled Arrow upgrade from Red, so not a lot of damage coming out from the TC. Heavy eco hits by Killjadi. Much needed ones as well. Needs to get out the other side. Mostly unbruised, though, because every knight is going to count here. Killjadi, credit to him, though. 13 spears and escalating. Oh, well, Red, only 6 archers to his name, so he might have a problem here. He has got 3 relics, so realistically his eco is most definitely ahead. But the thing that's kind of scaring me right now is that Red hasn't read... Okay, sorry for that. What's coming? They need to be more on the wood. And it looks like they're trying to fix that now. Love that they're using the camels like this to heal up all the villagers. Just make sure the next raid comes in. There's no freebies waiting for Killjadi. Spearman are now going to push these camels away. So gold should be safe. Killjadi, he's going for rams. This is so Killjadi. Love it. I actually think it's a very smart read here. Knights also getting freebies on these archers. Jean d'Arc looking for that big fight. Divine Restoration should be available. Yeah, he's holding on to it. Backstab attempt, not going to work out here. Now, you might wonder why the damage looks so pitiful, but remember, it's that aura. It also affects the lance. So if you're used to watching these big lance hits from the French, remember that because that number's bigger, the 20% loss is bigger. Something that Red can do quite well here is if he keeps the camels nearby each time, then the archers will just basically not die as quickly due to the charge. Oh, but dude, I love Killjadi's micro here. Good cleave. So what he's doing is he's essentially trying to bait Red into a long charge, and Red's going to get frustrated, and he's going to try to take whatever he can get. And then at the last second, Killjadi is going to turn around with the spears, get the brace, and pinch 2 or 3 of these lances. And now the big clash comes in. This is adding up, folks. I actually think Killjadi almost has level 3. If he gets level 3 here, I actually don't think Reds can take this. It's a bit too weak. Jean did go down, of course, so that has slowed down the process. But Killjadi, with a fight like that, I imagine he has to be within 50, maybe 60 XP max of getting that level up. Remember, these Camel Lancers do cost 240 resources. Ergo, they give 24 XP each. Rams now coming. Pretty cool read, actually, because if you can't get it through a fight cleanly, these Rams will give you XP through outpost kills and building kills after that. Yeah, all I'm going to say is thank God John doesn't get XP for you burning walls. That really would be pain. He's building so many Rams. Holy crap. This does feel a little bit greedy from Killjadi. Jean's almost here. She's level 3. Oh, and he held her back. He waited for the engagement. Red. This isn't going to end how he hopes, how he thinks. Someone comes out. And that's going to be the champions. He has got the Divine Restoration to pump. And the chase is on. Knights will start to massacre these archers. Sultan's Mamelukes, the bravery is not going to be good enough. And the cleaves are going to come through. Jean de Cleve on the backside of this. Archers are going to be mopped up. Red thought this was his moment to shine, but it was his moment to implode. Killjadi times this perfectly. The delayed arrival of Jean just to bait the fight. And now Red, losing all but one Lancer, has no answer to the French. These Rams will find their value. In fact, Red says, no, I'm done. I know when it's over. I'm going to call a spade a spade. GG comes out. That was sick. Not something easy what Killjadi done here. Not only able to beat out the Fast Castle without being able to get his fights, rather, with the Jeanne d'Arc's faction. The other thing is the fact that he stays feudal the entire time to get this win. Let me know what you guys think. Have you seen anyone else do this? Because so far, every time I see Jean versus Iabid, it feels like Jean just gets stuck and has to go Castle Age. Killjadi just shoot us another way. And by gosh, was it impressive. Okay, so let's have a look. I mean, it's kind of dumb how easy that fight was, but his army was very one-dimensional, right? Like, he had loads of Lancers and the Spearmen come through. So, like, I actually think that's more just... The issue in this game from Red is literally... You know your opponent's playing Pocket Ecos, and you don't even peel off 2 Lancers to go hunt that. Killjadi put all of his Eco into military, while his opponent put it into upgrades, right? He put it into the Relic Hoarding, he put it into the Tech Up. I do think that this loss is kind of more on Red for just assuming he could take an A-click fight. He did try to raid earlier with the Camel Lancers, but he never really tried to hunt for the extra Pocket Ecos. Like, he should have known by the amount sheep he got off the map that Killjadi had to play Pocket Ecos, and it had to be more than Boar. Okay, so we should have a competitive series on our hands here. Wham and Vanderdorf should be drafting right now. Let me update the title. So this is going to be a play all free in the Chiefs of War Chief. And I believe there should be a draft going on right now. Let me just check for the link. So it's going to be Dry Arabia, Gorge, and Coastal Cliffs. Pretty much just the standard that everyone is doing right now. We have got a live draft, though. So let me just add that link in. Oh, wait. Does it not work with live? Can you not import live? I don't know if... Is Cal still here? I don't think you can import live. Didn't know that. If you play as Delhi, Delhi against Jeanne d'Arc, do you just ignore Sacred Site? No, I think you just kill Jeanne d'Arc because Ghazi Raider spam. Ghazi Raiders are pretty good. Also, your archers attack faster. Like, there's a lot of answers I think that Delhi have against Jeanne. I think you can actually fight the game. Yeah, I can't seem to get the updated graphic right at this second. I imagine we're going to have to wait until after they've completed the draft. So ignore this one at the top for the moment. I'll just tell you guys what's happening in the draft right now. So it looks... Actually, I could just... You know what I can do? You know what I can do for you wonderful folks? We'll use the window capture for the moment. Ugh, wrong thing. Okay, so... Opening picks, Mongols are high priority. Not surprised there. Right now, in competitive at the highest level, Mongols is either always banned or always picked. English is a second choice for Vanderdorf. I'm not surprised. I think it fits his playstyle really well. French and Byzantines coming out. I've got a smile on my face because of what we've seen Vanderdorf do with the Byzantines. I don't know if we're going to see it here up against Wham. Bans were prioritized on Juji's Legacy, Jeanne d'Arc, Marlins, and Rus. So, one player saying New Civ's OP, other player saying old competitive OP. Delhi surviving that long in the draft was really surprising here. Delhi doesn't typically make it to a last pick. Abbasid's even being a high priority. Love the Japanese being a high priority. I think they are a little bit more scary right now than the Delhi even. Delhi, you know what your opponent's going to do. The issue with Japanese is they have some very strong builds. It's hard to measure in what the fast castle is going to focus on. There's a lot of different bait and switch builds we've seen at the moment. There's even different openers like the Stone Gathering instead of Gold that can catch people off guard. But now that we've got the draft complete, I should be able to import this. So bear with me one sec. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to update the graphic, and then we go like that. All right. 5 civs apiece. 3 games to be played. I believe we're going to be opening up on, is it Coastal if I'm not mistaken? We'll find out in a sec. They aren't in lobby yet, so we're not missing anything. I can take this moment to actually catch up on chat. How y'all doing? So once again, everyone crying for a nerf on Jeanne d'Arc. The thing is, like, Delhi didn't get nerfed when we had this outcry, not to this extent, right? Like, Delhi received some nerfs at different points, but fundamentally, the oppressive style of it didn't change. So, like, I would argue if you think that Jeanne d'Arc needs to be nerfed, you should think that Delhi need to be nerfed as well. Because the big takeaway is Jeanne d'Arc slightly overtuned right now? Sure, agreed. Is she OP broken? I disagree. I think the thing you have to remember about Jeanne d'Arc is that it's a completely different way of playing the game, all right? So, for years, you've been told a banana is a banana. And now Jeanne d'Arc is like saying actually a banana is an apple. It's a terrible metaphor, but like the whole... What you have to realize what we're doing there is I'm telling you reality is different, and what Jeanne d'Arc does to the way that you fundamentally approach Age of Empires 4 is she makes you play the game completely differently, right? But there's other civs that do that. She's not alone in that. I actually think with the right tweaking, the concept of Jeanne d'Arc and what that offers to the game is a positive thing from multiple avenues. You could go the direction of allowing every civ to, by Imperial Age, have their own hero type unit, which I think would be dope. Probably won't do it. But for those crying that they don't like hero units and this isn't Dota and this isn't League and get out of my game, I would say this: stop being so freaking elitist. You want RTSs to win, you want RTSs to thrive, you want them to grow. Actually, Jeanne d'Arc is a smart move in that regard. MOBAs killed RTSs. MOBAs thrive, still to this day. This is kind of like a smart play by the devs to try and reclaim part of the MOBA market. And it might need a few optimizations, but I think it's really cool. Yo, what's up, Donster? You got a funny game? Hell yeah, man. Send it across to me, message it across to me. It might be that it gets cast either today or it'll have to be tomorrow. We're about to cast Playoff 3 between WAM and Vanderdorf, but I'll definitely try to squeeze it in. Appreciate you, buddy. It was Warcraft 3, sure, but like you haven't seen hero units like that since then, right? Other RTSs already have hero units. It's not new. No, but it's not new to the genre. It's new to the IP, and that's the problem. You know, I don't want no hero units in my game. Get off my lawn type moment, right? Like it's old man yelling at the sky type logic. I actually like how different Jeanne feels. I actually want civs to feel this different. Actually, like, this is crazy. This whole complaint that Jeanne is different and that is bad. Like, dude, I might expect this from AoE 2. No offense to that game. I love that game. But from the perspective that Age of Empires 2 civs are a lot more similar from what has been described to me and what I've seen anyway, compared to AoE 4. AoE 4's whole big brag and flex is meant to be how unique and diverse a lot of the different civs feel. Why are we screaming for the removal of Jeanne because she's different? Now, once again, I'm fine with this idea of tweaking her slightly. I actually think some things need to be buffed, some things need to be slightly tweaked down. I would actually love it if fights worked so that Jeanne, after a fight, calculations were done, and she was given XP based on how much she killed and how much she lost, right? So if you just throw away units like an idiot, you get punished. I could kind of understand that. Alternatively, we could just tweak some of the leveling processes. But at the same time, anyone who tries to argue Jeanne also doesn't simultaneously need buffs, aka Hunter mode, is huffing the crack pipe pretty hard there. I've only seen one player in one game make Jeanne Hunter work, and that was, I believe it was Puppy Paw. Sorry, WAM, I think it was. Once. Didn't Red Alert start hero units? In the earliest form, yes, right? Because you had things like Tanya. I think it was one of the first. But like, you've had loads of games in the early days that done this. Actually, guys, if you want to talk hero units in the earliest days, because I can't remember if Warcraft 2 didn't really have it, right? You know what did actually have it? I think it had abilities as well. It was a game made by the Cossacks developers. So GSC Game Worlds, they made a game called... Can I find it? Heroes of Annihilated Empires. Actually, it's 2006. Warcraft 3 was out in... Was it 2004? 2002. Okay, ignore me then. I actually thought Heroes of Annihilated Empires was a lot earlier than that, so my bad. Might and Magic? Yeah, but Might and Magic isn't an RTS. Very different game, right? In the RTS world, it might have been Red Alert 1. But like that, I don't really fully... it is hero units, but there's no abilities, right? So it's like, how do you define hero units? If you're going by abilities, I actually think it might have been Red Alert 2. Because Red Alert 2 was 2000. Warcraft 3 was 2002. Age of Mythology, I think, was 2004, I want to say. 2002, okay, actually. All right, I appreciate it, Don. Like, message me the game. I'll definitely try to catch it a little bit later today. We're definitely going to be prioritizing this series because the series between Wham and Vanderdorf is going on right now. But I should have some time after that before I end my stream. Appreciate you, buddy. Definitely will give it a look in. Age of Mythology in 2002. Damn, those were the days. Who is Vanderdorf? A talented upcomer, actually. We watched one of his series earlier today. I was pleasantly surprised. In fact, Dom, you should go back and watch the VODs for that. It's a playoff-free series against Sanich. I think you'll like his playstyle. Vanderdorf is very much a Donster type person from what we saw. Is he German or Dutch? I'm not sure. I think he's German, actually. I think he's German. But it was one of the funnest series I've cast of the group stage entirely, actually. It was that good. Yeah, Don, you'll do cartwheels for this guy. You take a bullet for Vanderdorf, trust me. Oh, sorry, it's French, wasn't it? Wait, why do I think he was German? Did we cast a German today? Sorry, you're right. Yeah, Vanderdorf was French, because we said earlier. He actually streams sometimes, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, he hasn't streamed for a long time. But he did once upon a time. Avli is German? That's true, we did cast Avli today. I remember Avli is German. Why do I think Vanderdorf was... No, I think it was like the one that was German that I got confused with is one of the Chinese named accounts we were looking at was Adidas German. Yes. Vanderdorf is French, so we got French versus... Is it French-Canadian? He thinks Vils are military. Oh, he doesn't just think, Don. No. Think doesn't describe what he does. What he does is he lives it, he breathes it, he becomes it. You love him. Let's see what he does in this game. You guys ready for this? Game number 1. It's going to be Mongols versus Byzantines. Oh, baby. All right, after watching just one series of this guy, I have been excited all day for this one. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action for a sick showdown between these two. One a familiar face, one a rising star that's quickly snatching our hearts. It's like Don Arty Mark II, the French version. Vanderdorf over here in the green, opening this playoff-free series as the Byzantines. On the other side, something that's guaranteed to get us a never-ending Dark Age. Wham! The Canadian sensation kicks off the series with the Mongols. All right. Hell yeah, let's go. We're going to speed this up. We're a few seconds behind. I want to get to live here. Dude, this is going to be a hype one. I wasn't expecting much out of Vanderdorf at the start of the day. Like, we caught one of his series because we've just been catching all the action wherever we can. But what he was able to do in the series against Sanich impressed me. It changed my expectations of this matchup. Wham most definitely is still going to be most favored here, right? Wham is a top 10 player, I think it's fair to say at this stage. But Vanderdorf might be able to give an upset. I'm already excited by the opening of the series. Him go for the Byzantines, he has some funky builds. Curious to see if we're going to be getting some Hippodrome action today. Opening is going to be the double cistern. He should be scouting out the racks coming out, and the standardized reaction right now for Byzantines is to open with Rax Limitane. Limitane beat Mongol Spearmen in equal numbers. The issue is maintaining that equal number, especially if you don't get enough sheep. So step number 1 in the game strategy has to be sheep Oh, wow, that's bad. That's not good. He's heavily behind. 10 sheep to 6. Let's check the rest of the pattern. It looks like he's going to be able to recover some, so we'll be able to get up to 8, but this is still really problematic because one of the downsides of Limitane spamming versus Mongol Spearman is that you just don't have the capability of matching the amount, right? Like, you will run out of food first because for the Mongols, half of it is passive stone, right? It's not food actively. And then on top of that, for the Byzantines, you spend more on each of those spearmen, even though they're better. So it looks like instead of actually trying to contest this, Van der Dorf doesn't panic react. In fact, I've got to give him a lot of praise for this. The gold spawned on the north side at the back of his TC. If this had been a forward spawning gold, he might have been pressured to react with racks. But Van der Dorf understands that reacting with racks is step 1 to losing this matchup. Instead, he targets the feudal edge immediately. Berries are going to be a problem, though. One thing that is a bit negative here is this Dry Arabian spawn put his berries and his gold next to each other, which means that Van der Dorf could lose out on the potential to get mercenaries. In fact, Wham already IDs exactly that. This is a smart read by Wham. For one, he's doing this outside vision, so there's no possible reaction. You can't Akratoy defense this because you don't know it's happening. 2, at this stage in the game, it is more fundamental to success that the Byzantines get access to their berries than access to their gold. And the second berries, well, they're a little bit far out. So Van der Dorf might find himself handcuffed, and not in a fun way here. Also, Mining Camp did get hit by the torches, so that's another awkward element. Wham's getting payday for this. Did stop at 4 spearmen. Makes sense. You don't really need more here. And does he scout? Yeah, he sees the Hippodrome. So this is kind of awkward. I'm a little bit surprised he still went Hippodrome play, but at the same time, it makes sense. Like, how were you ever going to play onto berries when there's... Oh, Jesus, he's trying to plant the berries. Buddy, oh, I feel so bad for him right now. Please tell me... No, the scout's not going to get here in time, so he's not going to see this before it's too late. This is a #1 reason why Border Settlements is a god-tier tech for the Byzantines. If he had Border Settlements, he'd know about this right now. He wouldn't have wasted the resources on this mill. And now, he could easily get sniped on that villager. 22 health. If Wham pulls the spearman down and garrisons, that's a dead Billy. So tech up complete. Van der Dorf, he still doesn't know. I actually can't believe he still doesn't know about the outpost. Silver Tree coming in at home for Wham in the meantime, so it looks like he's going to go the trade option. Villager is going to be pulled for the repair. 2 villagers on 22 HP right now. Wham goes for the stabbing. Great micro bat there just in time. Looks like the TC almost gets a snipe, but now he has to send out a new villager. Just trying to prevent him from getting that burn damage and getting paid. I'm not sure if this is worth it at this point for Van der Dorf, unless he thinks he can get back out onto the gold. And it looks like the archery range is there, so yeah, he's going to fight for this. Spin will have to pull back, but remember, they've already got that outpost up, which is a problem here. Behind this, we are going to get the Merc House. Yeah, this is a really early Merc House. That shows Van der Dorf is intending to shift everyone onto berries. That's not going to work. Oh, man, I feel bad for him right now. If he runs out with 4 villagers, especially if it's a low HP one, he's going to be a mile behind. Yeah, it's already been garrisoned as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Wham also goes for arrow slits, just to Kobe him here. Because right now he can't hit that first berry butch. He does have the stone required to go for it, and there it is. It's on the way. Behind this, it looks like we are going to get the stables added in. So Wham, willing to contest the Hippodrome opening. I think it's a bit difficult to match Keshiks against the Hippodrome Horsemen just because they're that strong with the Triumph. But if you get scale on your side, right, if Van der Dorf can't afford the extra food burden to go into additional Hippodrome Horsemen, you will just naturally get the edge. One thing that is pretty nice about the Keshiks here actually is because he's got the forward outpost, and there's the kill we were looking for. First blood drawn. Because he's got this forward outpost, it means that even with the Triumph, it's going to be difficult to stick on top of the Keshiks. Also now going up north side, so Van der Dorf at least making sure he doesn't have to worry about the flank attacks. I think this is going to be one of those games where we see the Keshik... Wait, no, he actually goes Lombos. Interesting. I thought he'd go Keshiks to try and counter raid, right? Take out the trade, but instead, Worried about what's coming his way. He's going to play a very turtly style. Now, the negative of doing longbow here is you're up against Keshix. It already feels a bit weak because of that. The upsides of going longbow here is it means the longer this game goes on, the better it gets for Vanderdorf. This is arguably the best contract if you think you're going to be an Imperial Plus, because you get Streltsy. And why is that so important? Every other Civ needs to spend gold to get their gunpowder unit. Byzantines don't. They just need to spend olive oil, which is infinite. Horseman trying to be a little bit annoying on the flanks, but so it's going to get harder with the outpost going up along the way. Vanderdorf, what are we looking at exactly here? I'm wondering... I don't expect this to be necessarily a fast castle build. Okay, people asking Streltsy or elephants. Well, let's see. This game was made by Microsoft, and Microsoft did make the banger called Zoo Tycoon, but then again, if I need elephants, I play Zoo Tycoon. I also like to win my Age of Empires 4 games. Streltsy, it's always Streltsy. And people saying, why not camels? Because you have a pretty good chance of getting camels on neutral trade posts if you require that later on. Camel Riders also come in pretty late unless you're fast castling, and this doesn't feel like the type of game where you can get away with a fast castle. It's also, once again, the comparison there is, if you go camels, then you're going to get access to the Granny Boys, right? On top of that, the other issue you run into is late game, like you just don't want Grenadiers. Their range is terrible. It's 3.5 tiles. If you think about the most healthy strat we've seen for Byzantines in the hyper late game, it is Streltsy plus Limitane. It's very cost efficient. In fact, it's so effective because you can go down to about 70 eco and never run out of resources. And wow, what a pinch on the backside there. Wham! Pinches on the gold vein. Vanderdorf slow with the reaction. He was distracted on the front side. So great raid so far by Wham. But just to wrap a bow on it, like nothing we've seen right now beats Streltsy as the choice for late game. Streltsy with Limitane. If you really want to get spicy, go for the Siege Engineering Company and then get your hands on 1 or 2 camels from the trade posts. That's when you're really cooking. Actually, I don't think you can do it in this game, right? Oh yeah, this kind of sucks. You got Desert Raider. So no option to go camel archers from the neutral trade posts. Honestly though, with this build, you don't really go for the engineering company. Typically, you'll see people go for the Palatine School to just be more cost efficient with Limitane. That, by the way, is how you can go down to almost 70 eco and not run out of resources. Outpost is going to be cleared up here. Wham, meanwhile, was reacting to the attempt to shut down his trade, and that does get the space to shut this down. So it looks like Vanderdorf will get access to the Mercs, courtesy of clearing up the outpost. How are we looking on that right now, right? Like, we haven't had a single contract come out yet, have we? No. That's how strained he's been. Like, the reality is these olive groves do not give you much in the way of food. Only 20% of what you're dropping off, and the gather rate isn't insane at this stage because it's only a 2-cistern build. Should be adding in the third soon, though. He's got 200 stone to work with. The alternative is this could be a gradual grind up towards the second TC. I kind of like that idea. The downside is you're going to have less to play out onto the field with, and I think he wants to get enough horsemen together to go after that trade soon. Guess it's raiding in. Wheelbarrow is there. Vanderdorf isn't a major sinner. He's not going to make that critical error. That's good as well. If there wasn't Wheelbarrow there, I think Wham would have hung around. Probably gets 4, maybe 5 kills in total with the cutoff. I'd love to see him just set up a small wall here as well, though, between like the houses. I'm not sure if it would allow for it. Maybe just kind of create this weird concave. Horsemen are now raiding south side. So trade count, I don't think Wham's been going hard into this. Yeah, only 4 traders, so that's good. Vanderdorf looks like he was anticipating more trade. That's why I was waiting for this timing. Typically, you allow the trade to boom up to like 6 or 8, and then you get maximum impact out of a Triumph raid here. Unfortunately, for Vanderdorf, that's just not the case. He did get Expilatores, right? Wow, no, on the delay. That's kind of unfortunate because it's going to take a bit longer to snipe these down. Still, should be plenty of time. The reason why it's unfortunate isn't just it takes you longer to kill. It means he just missed out on 20 gold for that kill. So yeah, a little bit of a missed timing there. Expilatores, he definitely had the resources at a phase, but I think he added in additional archers or groves here. Looks like the Keshiks have spotted, so this is where things get a bit annoying, because for the time being, these horsemen move quicker. The moment you get over to this outpost, though, the Yam kicks in, and that's where you get gap closed. So Definitely kind of a frustrating matchup if you're trying to raid the trade here. You can actually see he's P-lining it past him. Vanderdorf, oh no, the cute moves. Well, luckily for him, it's only going to... Oh, I say luckily. It's 2 horsemen and a scout. It's not luckily at all. That's a heavy loss. Unfortunate. Vanderdorf apparently distracted by something else here. Has added in the level 3 system and has played out onto the Berry's north side. Love this detail. Also setting up outposts. He needs to get Lombo count up ASAP here. I wonder if he feels it's even worth at this stage, but he has to, right? He's up against archers. Lombos allow you to trade efficiently within your base. The problem is you might feel pressured to just get out on the map quicker here. So what is the way out of this hole for Vanderdorf? Because you'd think he can just boom up and feel safe, but the reality is Wham can do that too now with Trade. And Trade will always beat villages in this circumstance, even with the system effect. Especially considering this is 1 TC. He hasn't added in a second. I'd at least feel a bit more confident about Vanderdorf's position if he had a second eco element to this build. Right now, he's at risk of kind of just getting flooded. Archer Mass still does favor Wham. Look at this. Mongols with their necessary upgrades. Undermesh plus the Steeled Arrow means he can dive in here. We'll just look to take out the Olive Groves. That's going to slow down Vanderdorf's ability to even get towards Lombos if that was his target. In fact, I think Vanderdorf at this rate might just drop a marketplace and trade the Olive all the way. I mean, I don't think Longbows save you anymore. Feels like you just need more food. Instead, you're going to get hit in the wood. Wham! Immediately in the slow reaction because it looks like Vanderdorf was trying to pressure the main base. Instead, he pays a high price here. Akratoy does get activated, but it feels irrelevant. Against Horsemen, great. Against Knights, it doesn't work. And that is an absolute massacre. Don't mistake the spears. Those are not Limitane. But Vanderdorf has reached his limits here. 20 eco behind. Wham! Repels the raid like it's nothing. And he finds a double dip of his own. I think this is close to over. Vanderdorf doesn't have anything left, folks. Horseman down to just 1 remaining. Limitane now just going to get chased down by archers. You're never going to gap close this. He has nothing behind this. And he still hasn't killed the Keshiks. Okay, that's G. That's G to the G. Remember, Akratoy's still on cooldown for another 90 seconds. He has no answer to this. Every Limitane he has is not here. All of his food gathering is idled up. He has nothing to defend this with. Damn, Vanderdorf. This is the upside downside I was talking about, right? Vanderdorf, when we look below the tier 1 players, I think the reason he's rising right now, he's very effective at finding these raids and putting the pressure on you with the all-ins. The negative for him here is Wham is very good at this attack and defend type momentum, right? Not exactly your all-in player, but very efficient at raiding while defending himself. Vanderdorf, I don't think he was ready for that at all. He ain't ready for this series. It seems like he needs to go back to the drawing board. Game 1 is going to be an absolute shellacking. Wham! Making it look oh so simple. Reminding us all why the Mongols get banned so frequently in competitive AoE 4. Only game 1 though. Vanderdorf still has some surprises for us. Arguably throws away one of the weakest civs in the Byzantines to begin this. Wham throwing away the strongest. I'll have to see if Vanderdorf can break out and get some points on the board. Still 2 more games to come. I mean, I wasn't going to say it, Don, but yeah, pretty much. I can see why Vanderdorf reminds you of me. He dies like I did. Yeah. I'm not even gonna argue with that. I was hoping we'd see something spicy, but yeah, no. I think that opening with the outpost placement especially screwed his game entirely. Oh man. Oh, blimey. Okay, so let's see what we've got for game number 2. In fact, have they loaded it yet? Okay, so they're hopping in the game. I imagine we're going to have to wait 2 or 3 minutes here, right? Because we basically caught up to live. Vanderdorf's nickname is VDD. Might be easy to say. I don't think so. Because, like, Vanderdorf, VDD is the same number of... I forgot what they're called. You know when people make abbreviations that don't make sense because it's not actually an abbreviation to say? Syllables, thank you. My brain wasn't working. There, you can see you guys are so smart. Yeah, it's the same number of syllables. It's like, you know when people... Yeah, www versus World Wide Web is another one, right? So like typing it, yes, more efficient. Saying it, not more efficient. And sometimes it can confuse people. So I think there's a few examples of like with text, like if you nickname them, right? So like Steeled Arrow would be a good one, but at the same time, yelling SA is probably confusing. People don't know what it is. Longbow, LB isn't a good abbreviation, right? Just call them longbows. But there are going to be ones that would make sense. So preservation of knowledge makes sense. That's why you actually see Winston use that one a lot in casts, because POC instead of preservation of knowledge. I mean, even better than POK, you just say POC. Hasn't really caught on though. Yeah, Chamber of Commerce. There you go. Save yourself some syllables there, guys. Save yourself even more. Just call it cock. I thought we were a child-friendly stream, but you know. Glad I came up with... I don't know if I came up with that one, but I think I definitely brought that to the forefront of everyone's mind. And then you've got sock. So, you can't have cock if you've got sock. That's the way the French work. Who knew? Seems appropriate, because we are casting over a French player here. Time for game number 2. Cock and sock. Only if you have enough players on the team. So you do a free-for-all, and then... So it's good, guys. If you do a free-for-all, and you build a Chamber of Commerce, and then everyone builds their School of Cavalries around it, you've got a cock and a sock. I'm moving on so swiftly. Moving on swiftly into game number 2. First one was quite the quickie. Let's see if Vanderdorf can entertain us longer in this one. We hop into Coastal Cliffs. Vanderdorf pulling out one of the most aggressive civs, where he's had good showings. He's going to be playing as the English. Meanwhile, Wham! Possibly an even more aggressive civ, actually, the way they play right now. This is the civ to watch. This is the civ that I think people, they put him as a B tier. Quickly starts to feel like an S tier with the execution we're seeing out these fast castle builds. Wham resorts to the Japanese. Let's get to it. So, game number 2. Game 1 was not pretty for Vanderdorf. Very quick game, in fact. Great pick by the Canadian to go for the Mongols here. I think, you know, Mongols, he showed exactly why it's so ban-worthy at the highest level of play. Vanderdorf, going for the Byzantines, didn't really feel like he was putting his best foot forward, but it seems Vanderdorf has a lot of experimentation. I think he was maybe feeling confident because he played a series earlier on where the Byzantines looked dope, but they looked a bit more dopey in this one. Instead, going for English on Coastal Cliffs makes a lot of sense. I actually think that this might be the best map. Nah, it's second best map right now for English. I think cliff size just trumps it. But outside that, English on this map, because of all the forward spawning woods, is incredibly oppressive. Negative in this game for Vanderdorf, unfortunately, is that wood factor doesn't really matter with the Japanese. The Japanese don't need wood for these builds we've been seeing. These fast castle builds, actually, you can get by on straggler trees alone. So if Vanderdorf's goal was to deny wood, I think Wham already read and counted him out in that regard. Wham. I'll talk about the gods favoring him here. Gold on the back. Doesn't have to worry about a forward spawn that be exposed. This is unfortunate. Luckily for Vanderdorf, he didn't invest in the racks. Instead, he went a bit more greedy, actually. He went for the double farm. So Vanderdorf, the reason why you go double farm, yeah, because of this. Because he goes cross map. He has to get more sheep to justify this. 9 compared to 11. He didn't get surplus. And I think the issue is that he prioritized a line right down here, whereas Wham took 2/3 of the center where it's most sheep dense. So great read there by the Canadian. Puts him out ahead. It means that this farm play with the wider arc didn't really pay off for Vanderdorf. Council Hall on the way, though. 3 villagers compared to the 4 in the Kura Storehouse. Kura Storehouse placement interesting here. Right up against the wood line. That means he saves wood on building a lumber camp. And also, it does put a few farms on the 4. This is a little bit surprising to me. A lot of players, when they do play against English with the Japanese, if you're going to build Kura Storehouse, it's almost mandatory that it's built behind your TC due to the longbow range. Wow, apparently he wants to play a bit more greedy. I'm wondering if this is going to be a stable drop in Feudal Age. Maybe he just looks to kind of be a little bit present, go 3 or 4 horsemen, and then tech up into Mount Samurai. Yeah, this is already a very different build to what I'm used to seeing out of Japanese. A lot of Japanese players, if they got this type of spawn, step 1 would have been dropping an outpost on the south side here with arrow slits. He didn't do that. Step 2 most definitely would have been putting the Kura Storehouse behind this. The only thing I can think about why he'd want to put the Kura Storehouse here, I think he wants the wood generation a bit quickly, right? Because we highlighted that this map is about wood denial for the English. If you think about it, by the time the English are heavily park denying wood consistently, you're going to be at a point where you're generating 75 wood for free every 50 seconds. Rax follow up. So Vanderdorf ticking the right boxes for making this work. I don't think English can play this matchup greedy at all, because greed usually involves a second TC. And, well, second TCs are kind of frowned upon this map. Stone outcropping's way too far away. That, by the way, can be a weakness for the Japanese. It heavily handcuffs the builds they can go towards, because some Japanese players have proven very strong with this stone outcropping build, where you just gather stone until you have your tech up costs, and then gather into a second TC in Daimyo. But that wasn't an option here, and oh my god. That is actually sick. No way that doesn't get scoured. Vanderdorf come around the back. He's going to see this. Dude, this was a great idea, but getting seen like this, oof. And apologies, you're right. It's not 75 wood, it's 50 wood. 50 wood generated every, was it 45 seconds or 50 seconds? Because the farms take 50 seconds to spawn. It used to be 45 seconds for the wood generation. Yeah, I think it's 50 every... Oh, 50 a minute, was it? Sorry, yeah, that's right. 45... I can't remember the bloody numbers now. 40 or 45 was what would pop up every X seconds. You're right. 50 wood a minute. Let's just settle that. It's confusing when you switch over the numbers, because the generation of rice fields, for some reason, is every 50 seconds. And the highlight about him missing out on Kura Storehouse farms for free, that's fine, because it means he gets the wood sooner. Right? And also... in the meantime, he's saved 50 wood on a lumber camp this entire time. And he will clear the way for the additional farms over time. I actually prefer this type of placement. I think people are sleeping on the Kura Storehouse. Way too many people are using it as just a food drop-off location, spawning farms. The highest level players have started to ID that it's a fantastic tool to optimize your timings, using it as a drop-off building. By the way, I'm waiting for the day that I see someone drop a Kura Storehouse between gold and stone, because that does work. How many times have you had a spawn where the gold and stone are just one tile too far apart from one mining camp? Get this bad boy. Nah, I'm kidding. You'll never do that. Forges are too good. This build is actually sick from Wham. I love this, man. It has been scouted out, but Vanderdorf now, what do you do? Because you almost feel like you're being baited in that if you now switch into stables as the English, you're going to get slapped by Japanese Raxes. Right? I don't think Vanderdorf wants this to be a Rax archery range matchup, because I think he loses that. Sorry, archery range matchup from Japanese and horseman required from you, because I think you just lose to the Rax of the Japanese. It has a bit too much flexibility in this matchup. Sick from Wham though, man. I've seen some sprinklings of Yuumi where these builds usually involve you going into, say, cavalry as well, or you basically play into shinobi. This is a new build to me. I've not seen someone do the Kura Storehouse raw Yuumi, especially against English. It feels quite bold, but the reason why it's not the worst of ideas is you have to remember that the Yuumi move faster than longbows. Much faster. Archers, even, they move faster than. They have less health for that, but the way they make up for that is they cost less. And here's another crazy detail for you folks. You know how English get tooted around because they have extra base damage? That remains true here. Actually, it's a difference of 2. But the value that the Japanese get out of their Steel Arrow upgrade is unrivaled. This is a 25% damage buff to Yuumi. And they are marching fast for it. Lombos do get the first tickle in, so one is going to go down, one will have to back away, but this is making space. Wall's going to go up, and it looks like he's prioritizing onto the Daimyo pass level, so that makes a lot of sense here. I said you get the +1 from having that Bannerman. You now want from having the Steel Arrow, rather, you now want the almost +1 from having a Bannerman as well. I say almost +1 because you only get 15%, and 15% of 5, it's going to get rounded up, but even though it's rounded up on the front UI, the damage behind the scenes isn't rounded up. Right? It's not integer, it's float. To be a bit nerdy about it. More Yuumi coming as well. I actually love this. This is one of the cool things about Yuumi. The way I've described this unit best is it's Zerg. In fact, in a lot of ways, Japanese are Zerg. Right? It's not just the Yuumi, it's also usually Onibagisha. But the whole idea here is that you want to be able to split off into 5 different groups and go. Because you know your opponent can't have enough units to block everything. Daimyo coming. I haven't seen this matchup. Like right now, my brain is trying to rack who has the lead here. I think Yuumi win at scale because the only exception is if you have the aura for the English, because otherwise the Lombos just don't attack quick enough, right? They just get outmassed. 1.62 to 1.62. You need that extra attack speed edge to make up the number difference, especially with the Bannerman now being added in. And the thing is, like, unlike your standard Archer-Lombo matchup, these Archers gap close you quicker. Another thing that I think favors the Japanese here is that the English Lombos are going to overkill a lot. Yuumi have less health, and usually that's a negative, but the positive side of it is that your opponent just doesn't have... They have to focus more on the fight. They literally have to micro more intensely than you do. Meanwhile, playing Japan more or less just feels like A-clicking at this point. Outpost going up. This doesn't work. Not against the Japanese, because they can dive so quickly. So we'll get the Lombos in position here. Longbow count. This does not favor him. 24 to 17. Wham is going to start marching out here. Needs to reach him, but once he's in range, you can't get away from him. So this is going to be the commitment from Wham. Starts targeting him down. Vanderdorf cannot get away from this. Instead, Wham will let him just to stop that outpost going up. So 19 to the 15. A little bit surprised Wham didn't commit to the dive there. I think that might have worked better for him. But this is all to cover his win condition. Look at what's happening behind this. Wham, he's saving up for Castle Age. This first outpost doesn't really kill the game for him. A second one would. Wham. It's so annoying, actually. The amount of shots that Vanderdorf gets in for free here. So we'll be able to gap close. The problem now is the Yuumi Bannerman is almost dead. So if he goes down, that's the more expensive unit to reproduce in this format. The trade out will commence. Attack speed aura is in. So Wham, at this stage, there's no point pulling back. I mean, he's going to try, but like honestly, you might as well just trade it out with the remaining Lombos. I guess his thought process here is if he just trades out every Yuumi, then the next outpost definitely goes up. This might make Vanderdorf pause for a second. Well, while he pauses, Wham will make his way up. Floating gate, incoming. Vanderdorf now adding in the men-at-arms. Interesting choice. And I think if this just prolonged, it would have been good. But now it's a little bit problematic here. Wham, if he gets this tech up and he gets a Rax drop, and he pumps out 5 or 6 Samurai, Vanderdorf is in trouble. He will get that tech up quite quickly. Kura Storehouse is inoperable right now, but he has got the berries behind this if he needs additional food. So he's not going to run out too soon. He's got about, what, probably 600 food remaining here. He's still got sheep underneath the TC also, not to mention the berries off in the corner that has been walled off. So plenty of safe eco still for the Japanese. Now Vanderdorf, an entire age behind, and I don't think he can afford to go back here. He has to go in. Outpost being built up. I imagine we're going to be looking at siege engineering. Yes, already researched here. So Vanderdorf needs to be saving up for that ram now. No upgrade coming through for those Yuumi. Just a full priority onto the cavalry. And these men-at-arms, that may be a little bit overzealous. That's a pricey loss. 360 resources, and he didn't really do anything with it. I'll tell you what. For 360 resources, Wham's like, that's another samurai and a half. I'll take that. Scaling into him fast here. Yuumi are going to keep trading out. Need to be careful. You want to keep these. It's actually helpful to just lead with the amount of samurai, but he needs to get enough of them. Interesting discussion about favorability in this matchup with Lombos. Yeah, I think the thing is you're more likely to get overkill with the Lombos because of that extra range. You think it's a positive, but once the Yuumi start diving, and they have to dive, right? Like, you are naturally going to overkill a lot more if you do not micro your formation. Meanwhile, like I said, the other side is literally wham, just A-clicks. It's kind of that simple. Mad Samurai here now. That's only one Spearman. None Spearman. Oh no. Men at Arms going for the clash. Mad Samurai are going to tank a lot of damage here, and those unmounted Men at Arms most definitely cannot. Vanderdorf needs the spears ASAP. We're on the way, but this many Yuumi can still snipe them down. King's Pass is coming behind this, so Vanderdorf, he's actually done a good job of threading the needle here to get his own tech up. Wow, gotta be said, not really feeling that strong. Only at 4 mounted Samurai right now. And good question coming in on why you build the Men-at-Arms instead of Spears here. Men-at-Arms are going to scale a little bit better later on because of the armor-clad Surge Point, but more importantly, it's because you can't just spam Spears in the face of Yuumi. Vanderdorf's concern is that his opponent is adding in a lot more Yuumi than what he actually has here, right? Like, you have to play this as if Wham's still scaling double archery range. Because if he is, and you've built 20 Spears, they're all just going to die. Outpost now being burnt down, or attempted to. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if Wham would have been better off with the Samurai here, actually. I mean, you essentially get 2 Samurai for every mounted Samurai. And Adachi can then be scaled in, at which point Lombos, Spearmen, all of it die so quickly. Now, admittedly, the amount of Samurai 1x1 actually have much better stats, but the price you're paying for it, you need to find a way of raiding. Instead, he's going for the fight. Attack speed aura is going to be there for Vanderdorf, but Archer is just trading out, getting rid of the remaining spears, and that is going to be a wipe out of the Lombos. So Vanderdorf, I think he knew this was coming. When he played this far up, when he was teching up alongside it, it was always coming this way. But the spears were never going to be quick enough. In fact, now he's just getting perfectly card. Love the fact that Wham has just min-maxed the last of the Yuumi to milk the remaining spears. All Lombos are now down, so Vanderdorf without a single military unit, and I don't think he's been getting arrow slits. So keep in mind the negative of what Vanderdorf just done. You contained the Japanese. There's a really big problem with that, though. This is not the old floating gate build where you had 1 Shinto. Every 2 minutes you're contained is another Shinto priest now ready to run out, take sacred sites, and take relics. I actually think Vanderdorf misread this. This is so frustrating because I think a lot of people panic about the Castleys of the Japanese because of how they flood the map. And Vanderdorf done a great job of containing him, but by containing him, not shrinking his eco, all you've done is delay this. It reminds me of when someone builds a wall to stop Men-at-Arms. It's like, oh, good. There's a wall. They're not going to come through, right? No. They are. They're going to come through later, so you better have a response, because when they come through, there's going to be double the count there was previously. Same effect here. Mount Samurai looking spooky now with 9 marching forward. More Yuumi being added in. Love that upgrade out of Wham. Remember, he had the tech up advantage for so long. And now, we're talking about probably 5 relics by 18 minutes. 18 and a half. You know, I think the thing that caught Vanderdorf out most there is I'm not sure he was expecting the Yuumi to be recommitted to. And Donai's right. Like, it's almost like common courtesy that you fall back. I will say there are exceptions to the rules that catch people off. It always reminds me of Stewie and how there used to be an unwritten rule in CSGO that you do not rush smokes, and then he would, and he'd win. So there are ways you can make that work, but I just don't see what the way was going to be here for Vanderdorf. He should have been back towards this outpost so he can retreat. The fact he was this far up trying to protect his greedy investment, I think that killed him in this game. And now, Wham, after all the credit, after all the hype we put behind Vanderdorf, Wham, he's just making it so clear where the experience lies in this matchup. For those that are just tuning in and are unfamiliar with Vanderdorf was a, what do we say, plat level player in Season 2, Diamond in Season 3. And he's been cracking into Conk ever since. Right now, he's in the top 200, his best performance of any season. But you're still seeing the mile of difference between him and a competing player in S-tier tournaments. Wham! Completely dismantling Vanderdorf now. Crossbows are going to struggle against this mini Yuumi. Has got the walls up, but that's just a temporary defense against this. Love the fact we're seeing Onimusha layered in just in case there's more men-at-arms. Also, Onimusha outrange crossbows, so they can trade well there as well. Looks like we are going to get those 5 relics. Final 2 returning home. Exactly when we said. And after that, it's going to be Sacred Sites locked in. So Vanderdorf may have walled himself in, but the reality of this map, with how close the only 2 Sacred Sites are, you don't need to go in the enemy base. You can force them to come out. On the upside right now for Vanderdorf, this is the Japanese, which means there's no keep drops on those Sacred Sites until Imperial Age. Downside for Vanderdorf, Wham's about to get the stone required for the Shogunate Castle, and that means his food rate is going to inflate very quickly. More negotiations on territory coming out from Vanderdorf here. Oh wait, that's his only gold, right? Oh wow. Yeah, no, this might already be over. I mean, if he can scrape time together, he can get back in. But the Mango now showing up. Vanderdorf lacking gold access. I think this is GG. He can't access the gold out here. It's just kind of too exposed right now. Hasn't walled past it. Even if he does, he's up against Yuumi and Mangos. It's been that Mango. Now that it shows up, Vanderdorf doesn't even have enough gold to buy into his Springald right now. Oh, this is so tough. Siege Workshop is being prepped, so he's going to have to trade across for the gold required. Breakthrough is on the way, though. And Vanderdorf looking like he is at death's door in game number 2. Wham, notably not in a rush here, but for good reason. I think he should be adding in more farms behind this. It looks like for the time being, he's playing off of bushes to slow this down. Actually, I don't... Yeah, Wham's going to try to end this game without needing to go farm transition, which is pretty smart. He has got the deer, he has got the boar, he's got plenty of food in the mid-map to allow for this. And Vanderdorf in no position to play out into those areas. Army marches in. Wall break on the way. Mango looking for good shots. Not bad. Archers are going to be in position to defend this. Mount Samurai are going to back up. The Mango should be turning to burn on this though, and there it is. Shot to the backside. No way of dodging that in the choke point. Mango continues to back away from this. Yuumi are going to stand their ground. Mount Samurai do re-engage as the Spearmen get cleared up. Looks like the Spearman does get the kill on the Mango, but heavy damage done to Vanderdorf. Wham. Well, with the front line gone, Vanderdorf has nothing to defend him here. Spearman also runs out into its death. This is over. He just doesn't have the crossbowman to hold against this. Just enough Mount Samurai to break through. And even if it wasn't for them, the Yuumi will massacre this many villages. In fact, Vanderdorf, probably his best chance of defending this is actually attacking with the villages. Surprised he's just idling them up, running away. Wham. After all that idle time and all those kills, the Sacred Sites are still locked in. The farm transition is now underway. Wham. Sure, he's behind by 40 Nico, but when you equate 5 relics, 2 Sacred Sites, and the fact he's about to go Imperial Age, I don't think he really cares about the King's Palace. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, 38 minute. Wait, no, that's meant to be 45. I've noticed this before. It's a bit buggy because it's to do with the timing on when it tracks the wood, if I remember correctly, right? Wait, no. Does it mean I was right? Because someone said 50 wood and it's 75, right? By that logic, no. Yeah, maybe. Why do they make it so complicated? I don't know why it doesn't just lock in the wood per minute. The fact that it floats up and down like that is weird. Yeah, so it is 45 or 50. Relic, fix this. There's no reason it should be this way. Shout out, by the way, to Excessive Profanity. I see that raid coming through. You're an absolute gem, an absolute superstar. Hope the stream went well. So 38 every 50 seconds, yes. Which means that it's 45, right? Dude, he's going Castle the Crow. This is sick. This is actually sick. Okay, how much resource do you think a boy would get from a trade that long? Put a number in the chat. And guess why you're wrong. This is actually pretty smart. He doesn't need to run into the base with a Zitsu to end the game. Like, Wham knows his win condition is 6.5 minutes from now. Tanagashima Gunsmith is more value if this is 20-minute plus imp, but this is going to be over. 500? Try 400 of each resource except stone. Okay, guys, you're in for a shock. I done some tests with this. You'd think you need the full map distance to get 2,000 resources. You really don't. Half the map, from what I've tested, gives you about 1,600 resources, I think it was. It's crazy. Tech-up complete. Rocket launcher installed. And Jesus, does it reach far. All right. Bring in the goodies. Come on, ring the bell. I want my treasure caravan. Give me my shinies. Please tell me he's going to remember. I've noticed a lot of players forget about this. You need to actually select the neutral trade post, or it won't spawn. I don't know how Vanderdorf is meant to get out now. These are elite Yuumi archers, by the way. That's sick. Never see him. But it's a smart read here. He's not even building units. What is he doing behind this? Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Look at it. Look at it in all its glory. 484 food, wood, and gold. Almost 200 stone. Yeah, 1,700 resources. Jesus. Well, 1,600 to be fairer. Look at the distance. This is why Castle of the Crow is not as crappy as everyone thinks. Now, admittedly, it takes a long time, right? It's every 6 minutes, if I remember correctly. Sorry, 5. But still, that's going to scale forever. When you're in the hyper late game and there's no stone left on the map, there's no gold, don't worry. Castle of the Crow's got you covered. Cool read there, man. So to do the specific maths, so if we round up, so it's 500, 500, 500, and with that round up, it'd be 100 stone, right? So 1,600 resources for a trade route that I think took him a grand total of not even 20 seconds. Pretty cool. Archer's now diving in. Vanderdorf losing villagers here. Is he trying to get Imperial Age? Because I just don't think that's going to work. There's a transition coming, by the way. Wham is switching over to Samurai, and that will destroy Vanderdorf. And yes, 630 is the cap, so you get about 2,000 resources total because it gives you half stone compared to other resources, roughly. So you get about 2,000 maximum out of the Castle of the Crow, but you do not need the entire map distance to get that. I think the cap is about half the map distance to get the maximum amount of Castle of the Crow. So yeah, pretty cool. And I like the way that someone in chat described that. It's like it's essentially refunding half of your Imperial cost. And you can argue that the stockpile tickets, if you want to go into Zutsu or Hand Cannoneers, is saving you huge amounts of resources. Like you get 5 tickets straight away, right? So that's saving you 1,200 resources. Sure. But you can only use those stockpile tickets into certain things, right? Into Hand Cannoneers or a Zutsu or like a Roboticon or a Bombard. This rebate you just got on your tech up, I can use that on anything. I can use that, for example, to queue up 20 Samurai. And yes, sorry, it went down to 2 tickets, didn't it? So even worse. Yeah, Tanegashima Gunsmith, like, I think they've done a good job of tweaking that to a point that it's not just broken. I think we are going to see more Castle of the Crow in the future, especially around timings like this. 3 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. Oda Tactics on the way in a minute and 10 seconds. Yuumi need to step back a little bit here. But even if they do, this is going to bait him in range of the Castle of the Crow. And remember, that giant fat rocket launcher is waiting to take a few heads off. So Vanderdorf just wants to get out there, and you can see it. Just not allowing it. Baits him in range here. I don't think he's going to get the decap here. Outpost is on the way, but it's the Samurai coming. 28 of them, in fact. I actually love the fact that Wham consistently used Yuumi from start to finish in this game to destroy the English. That's incredible. Oh, man. And now the dismantling is happening here. Even with the armor clad, right? It counters out against the Yuumi, but I'm worried about the Samurai afterwards. The Samurai, for me, is a scare factor. I mean, sure, there's a lot of food income on the horizon for Vanderdorf. Wait. Hold on. Wham. Wham, there's a decap going on right now. I don't think he's noticed. No way Vanderdorf claws a way back into this. I mean, Mangoes are here now, so I think even if he gets the decap, it doesn't matter. And Wham has noticed, but he notices too late. Decap complete. Vanderdorf on the boogie there, dancing his heart out. Gets the decap. However, he might find himself decapitated for it. The mangonels are not answered here. Keep in mind, Vanderdorf going Scrimbles doesn't work because of shutter triggers. So even though he's kept the game alive longer, I still don't see the way out. Oh man, he's even losing his front line to these archers. Men-at-Arms count down to 19. He hasn't got Incendiary arrows yet, right? I don't think we've got Incendiary, so that should be on the horizon here. Because we know he got the University for the Oda Tactics. So yeah, once he has Incendiary arrows, I think this is over. Vanderdorf. Anyone who wants to huff the hopium and say he doesn't need gold is wrong here. This is Castle Age English. He very much needs gold. The gold isn't exactly what I'd call in a safe location. Down to 15 men-at-arms. This is getting worse. It's not quick to kill them, right? Like, not with that much armor, sure, but the problem right now is Vanderdorf isn't replacing an equal rate to the loss, so his army is shrinking where it matters most, and it is that front line. Also, keep in mind going Lombos against Samurai. Yeesh. Sure, you got higher base damage, but guess what? A Dutchie wants to say hello to your face. Yeah, this is over. Vanderdorf, he has to know it as well. Maybe he's just processing the loss. Cool to see Castle the Crow coming out, though. Really did help him, because I think if he went Tanagashima Gunsmith, there was a breakout moment there for Vanderdorf, but the Castle the Crow prevents him from diving towards the base. Just a great read in this game by Wham. Like I say, Vanderdorf, definitely a player with a lot of potential, but I think the difference in competitive experience shows, and oh my god, the timing! Berkshire being built up. Wham dives it at the perfect moment here. Now, he will not be able to stop the tech up from completing at simply too many villages, but the price is high for Vanderdorf. Eco losses adding up here. Start this with, what, 40 villagers? Loses about a third of the workers here. Well, he might be up in Castle Age, in Imperial Age rather, but this is only a 4k gold he has to work with. Wham has infinite gold via the Crow. He has got the 4k over here. He can even take this 4k away from his enemy, not to mention the fact he still has 2.7k, 1k, and 400 here. Now, Wham does need to relock that Sacred Site. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't done it already. Then again, that would require him actively producing a Shinto priest, right? Because remember, you only get 4 of them unless you destroy or lose the buildings that have the Yoroshiras in them. I think... Have we been missing the final melee tech? Wait. Oh my god. No wonder they hit like kittens. Puppies, I guess would be more appropriate here. He doesn't have melee tech upgrades. That's such a big mistake there. Wow, that... No wonder the Odachi is not working that well. Folks, that's a huge deal. Oda Tactics scales your damage by 20%. He's missing +4 right now. That affects Bannerman's aura as well, because they give him 15%. There's a lot of missing damage. I think he's missing, like, in grand total, not just the 4 from the melee tech upgrades. He's missing, like, an extra 2 or 3 on top of that. That's such a huge loss for the Japanese in the late game. That being said, apparently it doesn't matter. Mangonels are moving in. Archer's going to push back against this, but the limited men-at-arms is the bigger problem here. He can't easily access those mangoes. Mangoes that are now just bullying the back line of green. In fact, there's no melee left. So despite the fact that Wham did not get a single melee tech upgrade in this game, he's still going to be able to close this out as the Japanese. I don't think I've ever said that of a Japan game. The melee tech is such a big advantage. I don't think I've ever seen a game that doesn't involve its utilization, but yet Wham is going to make it happen here. Archers. The Archers, which, by the way, are considered to be the worst archer in the game right now. He completely forsakes the strongest tech of the Japanese in their melee techs and uses the weakest unit to win game 2 here. If that is not a destruction, I don't know what is. this is definitely Vanderdorf now just processing the loss. He did get into enclosures, but the bigger issue is how he's been enclosed in his base for the last 15 minutes. I think we've reached the end of the tether here. Eco lead now with Wham after all this aggression. 75 workers killed so far in this game. The number just keeps scaling upwards. A cool attempt by Vanderdorf to get back into this game, but Wham just one step ahead. So sick the way he opened this game with Yuumi and consistently used them all the way deep into Imperial Age. Crazier still is the fact that now he's finally realized he does not have Incendiary Arrows. So this build, if you wondered why it was close, you have your reasons. The false hope for Vanderdorf was that Wham never had the melee techs, he never had Incendiary Arrows. If he had these when he could have got them, I think we would have seen a GG a lot earlier than this. Jeez, this is an absolute destruction. Mangonels, not really even that phased by the Men-at-Arms coming out at them. Archer Army, I mean, he's down to 20 military. He has to know the writing's on the wall now. Don't worry though, folks. Despite the fact it is going to be 2-0 on the board, these are play or freeze, which means we do get treated to a third game. We might see Vanderdorf able to make some sort of recovery arc here. But there's no doubt about my mind that the majority of the games in this series will go to Wham. Finally, the white flag gets waved. If you like what you're seeing here, make sure you are following the channel. Make sure you've got notifications turned on so you know when we go live. We've been casting so many competitive games the last few weeks, and I can guarantee you we'll be doing more in the future. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh. How the game would have looked if VDD didn't have the early age free army delete? Yeah, it would have been a very different game there, but the crazy part to me as well is the fact that like Wham was essentially, I think the best way to describe that build, he was fighting with one hand tied behind his back, right? Because he didn't have the melee tech upgrades when he transitioned into Samurai. He never got them. He didn't prioritize Incendiary Arrows either. In fact, he prioritized Oda Tactics instead. Kind of crazy that he was still able to break him so simply because of that. Just shows you how big the lead was that he built earlier in the game. Now, 3 minutes away from the final game of the series, Vanderdorf goes for the Ibids. Wham has got the Ottomans. Once again, though, shout out to Excessive Profanity. If you guys haven't seen Excessive Profanity, he doesn't originate from AoE 4, but I've noticed he's been streaming a bunch of the game recently. It looks like he's been having a fun time with it. Always glad to see new faces in the community. I think he has quite a lot of variety, actually, so be sure to give him a check out. At the moment, I believe he's been streaming... Did I see, like, Lost Odyssey before? I think he's even trying Rogue Trader, which I need to get my hands on. Let me actually give him a shout out so you guys can... I mean, he's there. Hey, I get to say this now. A fellow partnered streamer. Do you think there's a window for Horsemen instead of Men-at-Arms for VDD? Yes. Because your opponent has opened archery ranges. He hasn't even added racks yet. He was going stables, but... It's very pricey on the food, and I think, didn't we highlight earlier on that the VDD didn't get many of the sheep, right? He got like 6 or 8. Horseman's very expensive. Actually, no, we went over this early on. It's like, basically, the comp that Wham was building, he wants Vanderdorf to go in to the Horseman. It actually benefits him because then you go Rax, and Rax is the strongest of the 3 production buildings for the Japanese. You've got 3 unique units, well, 2 unique units, the Spearmen get unique later, that function well against very different army comps. I think there's no other questions there. We're a minute and a half out. Here you go. You guys can see. So yeah, interesting that he went for Ibids. Was there a better matchup? Probably not, actually. Like, let me double check the final Civ picks. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he could have went HRE and Gorge. I've seen a few players like that, but Ibids makes a lot of sense. You have a very aggressive timing to get out on the map and take relic control, whereas the Ottomans are a little bit slower in reaction. Just checking as well. So, goal, by the way, after this game is going to be, I'm going to go eat, but I'll put a replay up for you guys, and then when I come back, we'll probably cast 1 or 2 more games, and then I'm going to raid across to a charity pub quiz that a friend of mine hosts. I'm going to be hosting it tonight. He's feeling a bit under the weather, so usually he'd join me, and we both get completely trashed while trying to ask you guys questions. It's just going to be me. So there'll be more content into the evening of me, just on a different channel, but that's still not for another 2 hours, so don't worry, we've got plenty of action here. Oh, lordy. Huh? My throat must be made out of iron? I don't know. It just never bothers me. I naturally project my voice, is what I've been told. Usually you need, like, singing training or whatever for that, but it's just a weird way that I speak. So I can easily cast for 12 hours and not feel it. Anyway. Oh, Emma did message me earlier. Yeah, burger's going to be ready for after this one, folks. Go eat like a champ. Hum, num, 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 num. All right. Let me just make sure the scores are on the right side here. It looks like they need to be flipped. Boom. All right, let's get to final game of this set between Wham and Vanderdorf, and it takes place here in the Gorge. Wham goes to something oh so OP, an outrageous Civ, possibly the strongest Civ of the OG ones, it feels like right now. It's the OP-mans. On the other side, Vanderdorf has opted for the new generation of OP. It's going to be the Irobids coming out in the green here. Interesting map for Irobids. Typically, it's the fast castle build every day of the week in this matchup. What I'm curious to see is what the Ottomans could do in reaction to this. Do the Ottomans try to all in, or do they try to go for their own greed into fast castle? Keep in mind, if he does try to go fast castle with Ottomans, he's almost definitely going to be giving over 4 relics to the Irobids. So I'm expecting Wham to try and set the pressure, set the aggression. Unfortunately for him, it's not a good spawn for it. Wham, if he tries to aggro the gold, which is the way you shut down the Irobids, it's on the backside here. So getting access to this gold and stopping him from gathering is going to be incredibly difficult for the Canadian in this game. Opening scout rotation, looks like Vanderdorf had the right call. He went ultra wide into the top north corner. And I think Wham, yeah, he went a little bit tighter, but he still made his way over to that corner. Didn't find much for it, though. Only getting 5 sheep compared to the 9. This has been something that's surprising to me. Actually, for a start, Wham didn't check the full corner, which is baffling, by the way. There's almost always 2 sheep per corner from what I've noticed. But the thing that's really baffling to me in general and competitive is how willing people are to go into Gorge. Gorge is a little bit funky on the spawn right now. It kind of feels like you choose left or right, and it's a 50-50 on whether you hit sheep roulette or not. In this game, it looks like Wham actually goes bust. And Vanderdorf is going to be all the happy for it. Sure, Vanderdorf doesn't really need the sheep as much because he does have the berries. But it just gives him extra safe food to work with when we get into that mid-game where both sides are likely going to be pumping cavalry here. Vanderdorf, what's the opening going to be? I imagine we're looking at growth here. Military wing reinforcement. That's surprising, actually. It does give him an answer to the initial spearman, and also gives him a little bit of poke and prod into the Ottoman base. But usually in this matchup, I feel like growth is just the go-to. You typically go for the military wing reinforcement when you're up against a cav-type unit, just because the camels can't be contested. My thought process here is like Vanderdorf wants the solution to the poke of the spear with the archer form, and then after that, the Sipahi follow-up, he still has an answer to what Ottomans are cooking. Madrissa on the way, though. How's the spawn looking as well? Yeah, so naturally, Wham's going to build into the military district here when he gathers stone over in this direction. Outside that, deer and berry pretty close by, so Wham does have surplus food if he needs to shift onto it. Other side of this, Iobid's a little bit less lucky. The berry stack is further away. The deer is very close. But he can ripple. He can hop, skip out in this direction. Could even think about going for the berries near the gold. There's a lot of priority in this area. He could have thought about dropping an outpost, for example. Instead, pulls back from the gold. This will be temporary, though. Like, I'd be very surprised if we're looking at a prolonged feudal. We don't tend to see that out of the Iyobids. Iyobids compared to Abbasids really is this tempo-type civ. It's all about getting these very fine timings that allow you to just pressure outwards. Whereas Abbasids is about a consistent track. So I always like to describe it with graphs, where if you had a graph for the Iyobids power spikes, it would be spikes, right? It'd be up, down, trending upwards. For the Abbasids, it's more like this. Maybe tiny spikes, but at the most, it's just a consistent path upwards. And that's why you see Iyobids with advancement looking so absurd right now, is this tech, and what it does for a player, is essentially just the whole philosophy of the Iyobids turned up to 11. Right? You get your tech up into Castle Age, not just insanely cheap at saving 500 resources. You get it 40% faster. Speaking of tech ups, first one is complete. Wham, he did back away, understandably. Love that he actually hung around here. So on a delay, he's going to move back across that goal to keep Vanderdorf honest. And my God, is he going to be honest here? Archery range is not something we ever see out of Iobid players right now. Is he really going to turn this into a feudal off? I mean, it kind of fits Vanderdorf's style. Vanderdorf is the type of player that doesn't really lean into greed from what we've seen. He's now going back on the gold and is setting up an outpost. So maybe this is just kind of like feigned aggression. He wants 2 or 3 of the Desert Raiders, and then he wants to go for his greed. Fairness right now, Wham doesn't have a reaction, right? Like oh wow, he hasn't even built an archery range. Instead, he's using the military school to produce archers. So this might be the right read by Vanderdorf. It is admittedly going to be a pricey one, though. Instead, he's going to go for the archers. Yeah, I was going to say, like, Desert Raiders, for how hard they hit right now, if your goal is just ranged attacks, you're paying 180 resources. So archers do make a lot more sense. I think Vanderdorf needs to be careful not to get baited into this long term, though, because this is an expensive matchup to try and clash with. The reality is that you're playing against a Civ that will not just have passive production, but they'll also have the attack speed aura soon enough. Like, if you're Wham and you see Vanderdorf adding a lot of range units right now, your second Vizier point is almost guaranteed going into the meta. Outpost does go up, though. Spin pushed away. Oh, Wham. This is fast castle. Oops. Not enough sheep, it looks like. Madrissa got overflowed. This is a fast castle move from Wham. Oh, wow. This is crazy. Wham is doing this in reaction to the expectation of fast castle from Iobids. And you'd think that Vanderdorf would be very strong in return because of it, but I'm not convinced the numbers add up in his favor right now. 1 archery range, 1 Rax on a delay, and the occasional Desert Raider. Wham's going to get what he needs here. Even going in for the Imam points here. Yeah, he's fully committed to the Castle Age. He thinks this is a relic race. Vanderdorf might try to turn it into it now. I mean, gold is gathering at a decent pace. He can be ready for the tech up in about just over 2 minutes here. Has surplus food to push out units in the meantime, so should be looking to do that as well. Yeah, just 2 or 3 archers will counter out this Desert Raider. Mill finally coming in on a delay from Wham. That definitely cost him a lot of efficiency here. Remember, he could have researched Wheelbarrow a while ago, and he didn't. Instead, he had villagers running back at least for 1 or 2 drop-offs here. So a lot of lost food time. He would have already been on his way to Castle Age if it wasn't for that detail. Desert Raider being a pain in the arse, but golden food is there. Wham, this will be an amendment in Imperial Armory. Needs to make sure he has the wood required for an immediate blacksmith as well. And man, is this a tight base spawn. The way he's playing this, I don't think he's going to try to build a blacksmith here. He can't because of the archers. It's going to be a blacksmith, yeah, immediately behind this. Man, he's full corner camping. It's unfortunate for Vanderdorf, though, because I think his units are now completely in the wrong location. Yeah, if he tries to pressure gold, I think this falls apart. He needs to be pressuring food. Imams are going to be tanking through this. And yeah, Ottomans are going castle before Ibids. In fact, Vanderdorf actually didn't even save up any... Well, wait, there we go. He did. Stupid UI. Advancement is on the way. Oh, man, this is unfortunate. I actually think Wham had the perfect read. Usually building Imams against archers is a no-no, but he understands that in this matchup, if for some reason Vanderdorf comes at him with 20 archers, doesn't matter the Imams are countered, it means that the Ibids can't contest you 2 minutes from there. So instead, this had to be... maybe 3, 4, possibly 5 archers in total. We can see it's 8, but he hasn't got all 8 here, so good trade-outs temporarily for Wham. He's going to have to back up now. Let's see what his comp's going to be. Mangonel is being passively produced as we speak. Desert Raider going for even deeper dives here, but it's going to be stable, so it looks like we're getting into Sipahi territory. Not something you often do when there's already Desert Raiders in the field, but you're mainly just seeing archers. I think this... No, what am I about? Not Sipahi, just go knights, right? Yeah. And that's a dead Desert Raider. Nice bait there. Wham, drags him in. So, Lance is really effective in this matchup now because Vanderdorf, even if he's going for spears, he's heavily delayed, right? You haven't seen a single one so far. What a wild game. Fast Castle Ottomans and delayed Castle Iabids is not something I would have expected going into this. Now, positives for Vanderdorf right now. Wham invested in the Imam point and he hasn't picked up a single relic yet. He needs to get out. He should be getting the majority. If he does not get 3 relics at least from this map, this is a wasted point investment. Vanderdorf, on the other side of this, should be saving up for a mosque. Get your hands on the dervishes because they will move out and hoover up these relics much quicker than the imams ever can. Now going up from Vanderdorf. I think the timing is not going to be fortuitous though. Archers will discover him. And double imam here, by the way. So yeah, this is the play for the central relics. Well played. Really good start. Backside of this looks like the archer is being a little bit pesky, but Lancer will clear that up. And that's unfortunate because this should, yeah, this most definitely was going to be the Moss next. Green not looking too great with his position in this game right now, it has to be said. Wham! This might even be 4 relics. It all comes down to which one Vanderdorf goes for first. He also still needs to pump the dervish. So yeah, 40 seconds out. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Wham will probably patrol a knight or 2 over here to guard this area. Damn, though, this is so harsh. 2 relics already on the way home. Behind this, Wham hasn't been building much military, so he doesn't have many Vizier points yet, but that's going to scale. Right now, he needs to get on the stone because he has the ability to build 2 additional military schools behind this. This is like a very unique build from Wham. I mean, we've seen fast castles before, but the way he done this, I didn't think it was going to be possible with the Sheep Hall. You saw how early he had to go into berries, but your boy threads the needle well. We've got Gulam, Crossbow, and Raider out here. Imam, uh-oh. That may have been a bit too greedy from Wham. Jumps the gun here. So we'll lose one of the religious units, but 3 knights coming. This is a fight you always win if you're the Ottomans. Dervish is on the way, but I just don't think the timing is going to be right. If anything, the Dervish might just die, and that's 180 resource investment. Vanderdorf realizes it, does try to back away, but it's too late. Charge is going to come out. Lancer and the Gulam should be going down. Oof. So 4 relics. Unless he can sneak this with the Camblance, but I'm not holding my breath. Imam is on the way out, so it looks like he might be able to snipe out another one. He needs to be in melee mode, though. Not ranged mode. Uh-oh. Just gonna... Yeah, you keep shooting. I'm gonna leave. Olo comes out. Vanderdorf. Oh, no! That was never gonna work. Oh, I can't believe that. It's so unfortunate as well. If he'd been on melee originally, he would have just got the kill. I mean, I think 13 damage would be good enough, but with 30 health left over and that close to the conversion, I'm surprised Vanderdorf even tried to commit in. That's now 4 relics, even quicker. Oh, sorry, 3. This relic is still being contested. Looks like Vanderdorf did get the army together. Wham has got, I'd say, a fairly scary force here, but he's kind of discombobulated, right? Instead, he's going for eco. Uh-oh. Even finds a sheep back here after all that time. Yes, I love Seek Shelter. Wait, was that an intentional click? I thought for a second he actually just had a bug there, but the Seek Shelter didn't work right. So now that we're in a slowdown state, this is where the game starts to kind of turn against the Iabids. The issue with this Civ now is that you didn't hit your timing, right? Like, you haven't even picked up 1 relic yet. You'll only get 2. On the other side, the more units that get produced, the better it gets for the Ottomans. Military schools have been added in. He's now up to 4 military schools, plus a Mehmed Imperial Army. Plenty of free units coming out for him. Everything for Vanderdorf has a price, man. Like, this is 1 TC. This is limited food with an eventual farm transition required. It doesn't get much better in the immediate future for Green. So he needs to make his future. He needs to find kills. Desert Raider is going to find some freebies here. So reaction is on the way of Spimmer now. Main army marching down the center. Lancers are going to make their way in. Villagers are going to get picked off. So great raid coming in on the backside here. 3 kills by Wham. We'll get away with all the Knights alive. Like, Vandorf? Like, wait, what we do? Do you just want to lose the... The fact that he did not lose that camel is going to haunt me. I can't believe. I thought Wham was going to charge that. 3 lances and a sword strike afterwards. The dervish dies there, and that's just 180 resources wasted. But looks like we'll get this one home. This relic, however, has still not been picked up. That's double mango also. Honestly, I'm surprised Wham's backing up here. This is a perfect time to try and commit, but I think he understands the lead he's got, and he doesn't want to throw it away. Yeah, we also are seeing Janissaries added in. I think he's going to cut that. There's no real reason to go Janis here. Like, your opponent is not going to be going cavalry in this game. Camel Lancers rarely rear their head later in Castle Age. It's more of an early Castle Age play. And Vanderdorf simply just does not have the food and gold income to afford it. Where is his food now? This is the final berry patch he really has for free, right? Like, Deer over here, that's a bit too exposed. Van needs a fight. Stone gathering from Wham. Are we looking at a... No, he doesn't have enough for keep drop. I'd be surprised if this is a secondary TC from Wham. Actually, no, I wouldn't. Like, he's being greedy, right? Right, yeah. Like, he backed away, so Wham has decided he doesn't need to rush the end of the game. This might get a bit snoozy, folks. I don't blame Wham for this. I actually think he's in a stronger position than he realizes because we have full vision. Wham doesn't, right? But Wham's like, why risk the game right now if I can just chill for 5 minutes and be much stronger for it? He still keeps finding picks like this. It's definitely adding up. Vanderdorf and Wham now neck and neck on Eco, but that's about to change. Desert Raider is going to spot the TC. Now, what's the reaction going to be from Vanderdorf? Because he has 2 choices. Either double the Eco greed of your opponent or go for end. Looks like he might be going for end. I'm watching out. This is so difficult, though. The amount of passive generation already for Wham, now up to 3 mangoes. Sprues are being added in on a delay, so keep in mind Vanderdorf does have anti-siege to cancel these out, but if those 3 mangoes get 1 shot off at the beginning of the fight, that could just be half of Vanderdorf's army dead. Lance is just roaming everywhere. He keeps suspecting he has to be playing out here, but we can see Vanderdorf is just taking the safer resource right now. Smart play here. In this type of game, if you need to put all your army at the ford, you can't afford to be spreading your defenses thin. Is that it? Because if that's all Vanderdorf can do, he needs to be on stone. Like, you either go in now or you go stone. I don't think there's any other option here. If you try to play 1 TC knowing you're against 2 TC Ottomans and you've lost the relic game, you just have no upside as the Ibids. Lance is just not allowing him to access anything either. I don't know, guys. This is starting to look like a 3-0. Vanderdorf almost feels like he's just been frozen out of the game, really. I think he knows that diving the base would kill him, but at the same time, with a lack of good surplus food to access, you can't exactly just say, let's go multi-TC either. He's got 20 villages not working. Oh, yep. Into the corner, boys. And don't come out. I don't know what he's really building towards here, though. I'm trying to not be negative about it. Like, but out of all the games I've cast today, this is the one where it just feels like it's over, but the person just doesn't want to call it most. In that, like, we have had games that are more clearly over, but the person's trying to fight, right? This game just sort of reeks of Vanderdorf being a little bit lost. Militarily, he's matching, sure, but it's the eco difference that now is scaling, right? Like, Wham is going to go Imperial Age. That's clear as day. And when he does, because the military numbers aren't that great for Vanderdorf, he can't punish him for it. The time to punish him was literally 2 minutes ago at best. All right. I guess the bet is going to be whether he GG's the moment Imp gets cracked. One's if he GG's when he sees Imperial Age. Two's if he goes for a full fight. Three's if for some reason you think Ibids can go Imperial Age once they see Ottoman Imp. It's Vanderdorf, right? It's not going to just GG without a fight. He's going to go. He's got 2 Rams, for God's sakes. He's like, Ram rhymes with Wham, and there's 2 of mine and only 1 of you. Bring it. Imagine if he Trojan horsed and just sat inside the Rams. Shuffling in, though. Istanbul Observatory coming behind this. Little, maybe known fact at this point about me. I always used to call it Istanbul. I don't know why. That sounds like a great name, by the way, for a delivery service in Istanbul. You know, Istanbul. We deliver inside X time, or your money back. Here we go. Vanderdorf now moving in. Well, he definitely kicked the crap out of that outpost. However, Wham's army is ready to kick the crap out of you. Mango's getting in range off the back of this. Brion's slow to react. Mango's... What? They attack the Rams, but it somehow doesn't even matter. I think that the crossbows are just going to win this. Vanderdorf, I mean, credit to him for going into a fight, but this game has felt over for about 10 minutes. Wham with the fast castle build, just 1 step ahead of the Ibids. Ibids, which, by the way, are considered to be OP broken right now. Do you know what that means, guys? That means Ottomans are OP broken. The Oppermans need to be nerfed. I'm happy to say that every day of the week. I can already hear Sassy crying somewhere, but no. Nerf their asses. Nerf Wham? That's right. Announcement from Microsoft. They're shutting down all the NA servers. Get wrecked, NA scrubs. This game actually is going to be Europe getting wrecked. The French player Vanderdorf not able to take a single game off of Wham. Army has been reduced to nothing. GG comes out. Wham showing that although Vanderdorf has improved, he is on the rise. The difference between that tier 1 and what comes afterwards is still a big gap to close. Looking forward to seeing what Vanderdorf can do in the future, and I'm sure we'll feature more of him here on this channel. So make sure you're subscribed if you aren't already, so you don't miss any of what his future might hold. Whew. I think the word is shellacking. That was a bit of a beatdown in the end. Okay, so food should be ready. I hope it's ready. Emma, is it ready? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a replay up for you guys to watch. Then when I come back, I'm going to cast 1, maybe 2 pub games. And then I'm going to be doing a pub quiz on a friend's channel. So let's get a replay up. And yes, thank you for pointing that out, Cal. I will be streaming some of the Rising Empires playoffs. This was their group stage. The playoffs happen, they start tomorrow. I'm going to be casting some of the games there. But Sunday, you'll be able to catch the action on Rising Empires because Sunday, I am taking some time to spend with the family because I have been streaming a lot at the moment and it's important to have a healthy schedule. I think one of the biggest concerns that exists in the content creator life is not knowing when to take a day off. So I'm trying to focus on mainly doing probably like 4 days a week on average. But within that, I'm kind of doing an absurd amount of hours. I think we're doing like bare minimum 6 up to 10 hours sometimes a day. So if you aren't subscribed already, you'll definitely get good bang for buck there, as I'm almost doing a full-time job's worth of hours per week. But what we're going to do now, I'm going to put a replay up for you guys to watch to keep you entertained. And then after that, I'm going to come back. We're going to cast 1 or 2 more games. And then we're going to have a pub quiz, which typically involves a lot of drinking, and it is for a good cause because we're raising money for charity when we do those. So let me get a replay ready for you guys to watch. Let's see what we've got in the backlog. In fact, let's check back a bit. Oh. No, this that one's a bit long. Let me have a look. Which one's this? Well, I've been looking for players like... Do you guys want to see Book versus Kaup? Who the hell is Book, is what you're thinking right now. Ironically, Book doesn't need to read because he plays Malians, and that just requires you finding the A key on your keyboard. So, ooh, I'm sorry, I probably offended a Malian main there. A little bit weak for that tech. Sorry. No, that one wasn't great. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just finding you a game. I do like that game. Okay, let's go for this one. Louis MT versus Matisse, Abbasid versus Zhuji. It's a pretty decent game. I'll leave this one with you guys. Like I said, gonna play this game, and then when I come back, we'll cast 1 or 2 more games before I do the pub quiz. So stay tuned. Plenty of fun still to be had. I'll see you all very, very... Boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. I could not resist the opportunity to check in on this. We have got a clash engorged between old and new, and some familiar faces to equip them both. Because over here, on the old, on the Abbasid dynasty, what was quickly becoming the S-tier Civ, the god-tier pick of the previous meta, it's Louis MT in the yellow. And across the way, new kid on the block, Civ-wise, yes, but not this person. Although they do seem like a new kid, a refreshed kid when it comes to their choice of Civ, because this is your Zhuji legacy, Grandmaster, expert. I would wager no one in this game knows more about this Civ right now than the man on this screen here. It is, of course, the one and only Matisse. Matisse, who has accumulated an absurd number of games on just this one Civ alone. Most people would drive themselves mad. They would want to quit. They would be sick and tired of it. Even Crackety does not have enough games to contest this on this expansion. Matisse, last time I checked, about 150 games I think we must have almost been up to. Let's have a look now, because it's been a few days since I last cast him. I imagine the number is absurdly higher now. So we go into ranked matchmaking for solo. They're currently at 96 games. They have a 99% pick rate. That is since, by the way, the December 6th patch. If we go all the way back to release date, all patches included, so since 14th of November, so just over a month, in that time, Matisse has accumulated 205 games on the Zhujis. 205. I can't think of anyone who's gone more fiendishly into one Civ on this new expansion. Don't get me wrong, there's probably a few Jeanne d'Arc players out there that don't want to raise their hands and admit what they've been doing, that they've just been one-tricking it. But this is different. Matisse, pro-level account, up in the top 50, top 100 consistently. It's not easy to win those clashes. It's not easy to make them fast finishes like maybe the Jeanne d'Arc climbers are. But it is easy to find a good meditation garden, especially when you're this tuned to the Civ. Oh, good lord. Is that going to be... Wow. So that, if I'm not mistaken... That's an 80 food. That's an 80 food. And about, I'd say, 15 wood. Admittedly, they probably could... I think they could have just sacrificed a little bit of food. Maybe like 1 or 2 bushes to get the stone. It might have been worthwhile. But this suggests that Matisse might be doing some very aggressive play in Feudal Age. Usually when you want to have more food, it's because you want to aggro your opponent, not boom. But meanwhile, on the other side, let's check what's happening with the Abbasses. It looks like it is going to be the El Clasico Eco Wing coming out. So Louis, thinking this is going to turn into Eco Warfare, just wants to try and TC boom ahead of the Zhujis. And yeah, in fairness, you actually can. The difference here, right, like short term, Zhujis is better than Chinese for TC booming because it's more cost efficient to enter. But long term, the production rate, the ramp up of the Chinese, that's where they tend to excel, right? But looks like we are going to be getting those TCs. A movement across onto the stone with 3 villages. It could be that we're just looking at some outpost defenses, but I highly doubt that. Interesting insight coming in from the chat. So Johan's saying that this matchup is cursed if you go Sugar New all in. I'd agree. The one kind of caveat is if Louis manages to get into like mass horsemen, right? That can be pretty effective here. But Considering you went Eco Wing, he's likely to play a bit more greedy, so he would be super susceptible to Master Chigeunu. I just don't think we're going to see it here. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Jiangnan Tao has been dropped. Obviously, that's prepping for Song Dynasty. It doesn't really tell us anything, but typically, like, if you are definitely even going to think about going for that Master Chigeunu, the standard opening is Jiangnan into 3 archery ranges, which just give you the surge timing. But for now, he's going to hang at home. How did the scouting patterns go in the end? Let's check and see. It looks like Louis got his hands on 8 of the sheep. Meanwhile, it's 10 for Matisse. So a fairly even exchange here. And what's really important on top of that, obviously, both these civs will eventually use the berries. Something I find interesting about the Zhuji as well as the Chinese is while it doesn't even up fully to what the Abbasids can do, they kind of close the gap when it comes to the value of berries, right? Because this civ over here, going to get a big lofty increase of 30% on the gathering rate, 33%. But over here, in return, you're getting 20% additional food on drop-off, right? So it kind of negates the big hits that you face in terms of being behind on food if it does resort to berry on berry. Let's see if it loves to exploit those berries, of course, is going to be the Abbasids, which is why the TC is going to go down there. 1, so that he can go additional TCs. 2, so that he can gather the berries efficiently right next to it. Still needs to drop a mill for that, actually. It's kind of surprising to me that Louis didn't want to go for mill play and berries here. That's a very surprising opening for the Abbasids specifically, because this is one of those civs that immediately should always be dropping a mill. Even if his goal here was an optimal second TC timing, I don't know if mathematically he did save time. I imagine, like, I mean, Louis knows better than us, right? So the reason why this mill wouldn't have went up is because he probably got this TC building about 10, 15 seconds earlier than he otherwise would. And that's why you can now see he's adding in the mill afterwards. And because this TC is in this location, like I said, this is probably going to be free, possibly 4 TC, which you'd expect anyway. Like, realistically, if someone is going Eco Wing and they're building any less than 2 TCs in the game, it's a mistake, obviously. If they're building any less than 3 TCs, it still feels like a mistake. Eco Wing really starts to pay off when you move up to like that 3 or 4 count, or even higher when it comes to town centers. Funny part about that, by the way, check this. 300, 263. Wait for it. 240, 350. Isn't it kind of nuts that the Zhujis almost gets the same amount of savings as the best TC booming civ in terms of cost efficiency, or what was the best, right? It's kind of nuts to think about. Then when you add in the fact that like granaries and the likes afterwards, that's where it really gets kind of funky, especially with farms. If both these sides have to farm transition, right? That's where it's quite intriguing to look at these numbers, where the Zhuji pay 45, but funnily enough, on the other side, the Abbasids have to pay 56, despite the fact they locked in to the Eco Wing specifically. Just an interesting observation there. I think the takeaway really is that right now in this matchup, it kind of feels like Zhuji should be a bit more favored, because if you play Eco and Eco, this Jiangnan Tower kind of gives them this military wing effect at the same time. Like, that's the crazy part about this. It's kind of like having an Eco and a melee wing for the full price of feudal, right, each time. Meanwhile, for Louis to do the same thing, it's going to take him a lot longer to get it, and it's going to cost 1,800 resources. It's a bit bonkers. Matisse shifting in. We talked about this archery range drop. It's only double so far. The triple's going to be added in now. He also gets the stable, so this is a really, really scary opening for Matisse. Now, Louis, he has gone for that free TC condense. He's been really responsible. He's even going for a 4th, which seems a bit reckless. And he even gets seen trying to do it. So that's going to be a cancel. And I think he might, just have to settle for the condensed 4 TC. This is getting a bit uncomfortable, right? Now, we don't really typically see 4 TCs this condensed because the resource dries up a bit too quickly. Funnily enough, actually, on Eco Wing play, you can do free TC like this with the Abbasids and be a bit kushki. I think the one redeeming factor for this for Louis might be the fact that he secured the deer with the 3rd TC. If he didn't have this deer, and he was forced to go condensed 4 TC, this game would already be over. Instead, that shift south side maybe gives Louis time. He's trying to rush up an outpost, but that's not going to work. Is he really committing to this? There's no way you get this up. He realizes it now. I can't believe he got away with that. He actually gets the villager out on 1 HP, so does survive. Doesn't hemorrhage a single eco unit. And that's going to be important here because he needs to reach this fine line timing where he's like 10, 12 eco ahead ASAP. right? Matisse, you have to remember that he's got the supervision to help his economy a bit. On top of that, he's got the meditation garden worth 95 resources, 80 of which is the food. Which, by the way, like I said it already, that he plays a lot of this Civ, but we really need to give a lot of praise with all the playing that Matisse has done, because in playing this Civ so much, he's done things like immediately realize when you get like double food this way, it is feudal all in. It's not greed, right? Yes, he went for a second TC, but that's versus Eco Wing Abbasids. You're allowed that. Outside that, you've got all this food, so use it. Apply the pressure. Try to close the game fast, because it means you have additional income for unit production, not just for producing villages. Outpost going up on the south side here from Louis. 14 villagers out here as well. There is a shift, a ram coming, so Matisse, he already suspects it, right? Like, he understands in this position, Louis has way too much food, no gold. So the only play out for him is to try and sneak out and get towards Castle Age. And Matisse, I mean, he might suspect that, but is he really going to just guard the big gold? There's no way. I actually can't believe Louis is getting away with this, but he in fact is. And he also has horsemen coming out to try and intercept reinforcements, so just being a little bit annoying in the mid-map here. Is he really not going to notice? I legit think Matisse is going to go for the main base here. This is not a play onto the gold. He would have already been moving with a single ram into this area. So Louis rushing out with 14 villagers is going to pay off. Remember, these villagers are also very easy to keep scaling at this stage because of the fresh foodstuffs. 18 food off per villager means that this finite amount of berry access he has actually works. And I love the fact that Louis diversified the risk here. He went both north and south, and for good reason, because Matisse is shifting in onto that gold. And Damesh also coming in soon. So Matisse going to have a very big edge in terms of damage output, courtesy of the blacksmith with the Chugin Nu. Actually, Matisse still missing eco upgrades entirely. Funnily enough, Louis is as well, but Louis at least has that golden age to kind of buff up his income a bit with a 15%. Essentially makes it as if you already have that level 1 eco upgrade. The third ram now being added in as the outposts have been abandoned and the military wing is on the way. Louis will find the way up. There is no way, statistically, theoretically, or otherwise, to push him out of this game in 2 minutes. Which means Matisse, what does he do here? Is it just going to be more Master Chugin Nu, or is it going to be a move into his own castle age? If he goes Master Chugin Nu here, he's only at a count of 26. He could probably get up to about 35, 36 by the time the tech up completes, if he puts pedal to the metal. But that's still not going to be enough to break face here. TC's at least going to have to be bailed on. Dive comes in from the horseman. Louis, not a single military unit that can defend against these horsemen. He has one horse of his own, and that one is guarding the north side right now. What a coffee break. For good reason. Unless this guy's name is Lu Bu, he should not be fighting. Which would be quite the turn of events. Because, actually, no. Lu Bu did kill a lot of Chinese people, in fairness. So it would fit. But he's not going to be able to kill many here. Louis needed to rush the wood, get into the racks, and you're going to see him pumping them on the north side here. Even sets up additional houses just to be safe. This is all about the Gulam timing, folks. It's all about getting that first 5, 6, 7 out before this Chugin Nu count gets untenable. Gulams that also will fare incredibly well against the horsemen. Both the units that Louis faces here do not have melee armor, which means the secondary strike of the Gulam is super effective. He's got to be careful about his timing on this dive. You're starting to see his forces whittle down a little bit here. Chugin Nu count still only around 30. Not exactly impressive. Sure, he's taken out 2 TCs, but these TCs were cheaper, and Louis, there's no denying it paid for itself, right? 20 villagers ahead right now. Final extension TC now going to be sacrificed here. Tech up comes out. The Camel Riders are out. But they will not look to fight just yet. It's all about patience here. Louis under pressure, but doesn't need to jump. Instead, Matisse, realizing what's happened here, realizing the primary TC and now the House of Wisdom is too tanky, he starts to back away. Behind this, that comfortable, very cozy granary transition at 13 minutes in, despite the fact that Matisse has built over 50 military in total in this game. He'll just forced off the berries, so this is a little bit uncomfortable for Louis, but Louis did build up a decent reserve, and well, he has still got a few sheep left over. I think the last of them have expired, so this is where he's going to have to start thinking about farm transitions. Luckily for him, he did go for the eco wing, so it is cheaper to do so. So pressure now starts to come in. The Gulams have now arrived. Villagers are going to be exposed on the front line here, shifting away as the Chugin Nu dive deeper. Gulam dragging towards that choke point near the town center. they will be able to quickly dispatch these horsemen. And this is looking bad right now for Matisse. This dive isn't finding the damage, but it's at least covering his tech up behind this. Check what he's doing. Food and gold being stored. However, a lot of units are going to be lost to get this tech up. And that's the thing that makes this scary, folks. If you lose the entire army, if you tech up behind this, you tech up with nothing against Mass Gulam. The only upside so far, he's at least able to eviscerate the Camel Riders. Remember, this unit has a high base HP, but no armor to speak of. So, good strike there. Now, in this retreat, a scary thing starts to emerge. It's not just the Gulam anymore, it's the Lancer as well. And keep in mind, this is already an uncomfortable situation for Matisse. Due to the faster movement speed and the charge, Louis can gap close on these repeater crossbows. Oh, lordy. And the Rams, I mean, they've done some decent work. They definitely at least pay for themselves, but I'm getting a bit uncomfortable looking at what's happening to Matisse's forces right now. He has gone for the Shallow Monastery. Shallow Monastery is not fantastic here, I want to say, against Gulams, because you can't use them to defend. You could try, but the issue here is you have 2 melee armor, and the Gulams have the secondary strike, so a lot of their damage goes through, and they're just so tanky themselves. So, considering the cost investment, it's not the best of defenses here. Really, the play for Matisse is try to get the relics as quickly as possible. He's still at least guarding the flanks for that reason. The Gulams now reaching into Matisse's base. It might be time for a taste of his own medicine. Although these units do not shoot out bolts, they have that double tap effect, similar to what you expect out of repeater crossbows. So Matisse has to get a defense out fast. Crossbowmen are being pumped, so it looks like he should be able to hold this. Louis behind it is prepping the Scholars, though. It looks like he's going to be playing for the relics ahead of Matisse. A brilliant read by the Abbasids here. And considering the position that Matisse has in this game, the fact he's gone crossbows, I doubt he's going to rush out into the map, which means we could be looking at 4 relics potentially going the way of Louis, as he's already moving out with those imams. Horseman on this flank, just not really going to find that big wallop. So Matisse at least knows about the external golds. And this is one very important thing about Gorge. When you play Gorge, always note this. There is only one safe gold. Everything else is out in the flank, so unless you wall your map, you're not going to get it for free. And this is something that pro players have already got very good at exploiting the timings around. Unfortunately for Matisse, because of that dive, there's no timing to exploit anymore, right? Imagine this game if you tried to split off the Chuginu into 2 groups and check the flanks. He probably could have made this a lot more uncomfortable. Instead, that dive cost him dearly. And yeah, he found some eco kills for it, sure. But at the end of the day, it's still a rebuild in the TC from Louis. So he's mirroring the 2 TC on 2 TC. But now, with the mass advantage in that mid-map, and relics already on the way home, this game does start to get a bit question marky for Matisse, right? Because the other issue that I do see with his comp now, going mass crossbows, it is the answer logically to Gulams, for sure. However, this is Gulams, which means this is the Abbasids. And that means an ability to build mangoes in the field. And this is not your standard Chinese. They don't have those clock tower units that are just better at trading, right? This is the Zhuji. They forgo that advantage. Shalamon getting a little bit ambitious over here. I think that was the worst unit for him to choose a fight with. Lancer does at least get baited into his death, but it's actually an even exchange almost there. So 240 for the Lancer, 200 resources for the Shalamon. Not bad to block him there, right? He bought enough time for this. He actually pulls the relic back. So second one for the right side on the way home. Looks like Matisse is going to guard this northern side one. This is still looking like a free relic game for Louis, though, considering the position of this third. So 2-3 relic split is pretty damn good for Louis, considering that Matisse is playing Shallow Monks here, right? He should have had the advantage off the back of that element. Just was unable to exploit it due to the timings. I love the fact that both relics are on this screen, by the way. Louis a little bit gluttonous on his retreat pan. Wait, the timing on this, though. Can he sniff it out? Oh, if he's fast, maybe he can get the Shallow Monk here. The Shallow Monk moving at 0.89 movement speed. The Gulams, they keep hunting this way. It looks like he will not be able to get it in time. However, he will get the other relics. So Louis now going to have 4 relics versus the 1 of Matisse. Matisse, I don't see a world in which he doesn't get this Shallow Monk home now, but man, when you go for the Shallow Monastery like this, and you come out with 1 relic, it was not worthwhile. At this point, he probably wonders maybe Mount Lu would have just been better. At least if he had Mount Lu, he'd have interesting techs on his taxmen, right? He'd have an ability to kind of scale their efficiency up more, which is pretty valuable when you start getting these granaries online, especially for like supervised taxation and whatnot. But instead, Matisse Has to walk away with his tail between his legs. He continues to mass into the crossbows, and I'm getting increasingly worried here, folks, because it's not just the mangonels that are coming out. It's also the fact that we're talking about composite bows with military wings boot camp also. So this army that Louis is featuring here is actually a lot more scary right now, I'd say, than Matisse's force. Archer count up at 21 versus 30 crossbows, 12 spearmen. I like that Matisse is now getting the power scar, but it is slow, right? It's not like he's been building this for 2 or 3 minutes, so he has a lofty force to fight with. Might be a problem. Mango on the way to this fight. Archers, we're going to trade out. Guillem's moving out of range of this. The Mango does reveal early due to the A click on the pass guard. This should now force a retreat. Matisse with the heads up now. Realizes this is not the fight to take. He is prepping Nesta Bees on his health, but he hasn't gone in for the Springalds, which is kind of surprising here. I think, considering the investment Archer compared to crossbows, it's more important to counter out your opponent's anti-ranged rather than to get your own, right? So, an interesting choice being made there by Matisse. Mango shot does get a decent lick in there. This is only one Mango so far. Now, something you've got to be really careful of is that Louis at any stage can pump a second. In fact, the other thing that now scares me is this Nesta Bees play ahead of the Springald. Another reason why it's really bad in this game, gives your opponent an opportunity to build Springalds in the field. The one upside, Matisse is supervising. So those Springalds that he's now prepping are coming out fast. Mango retreating away. Springalds being built up behind this. Now, Matisse, if he starts to shift out, if he gets the timing window correct, he could stop the anti-siege from building. But instead, Matisse, too paranoid to step up for good reason. He's going to try now. Might be a bit too late, though. I mean, it's way too late here. Springal's almost complete. Snipe comes in. That forces the cancel. So Louis doesn't get the 2-to-1 Springald advantage, but he does still have one to play with. Louis going in for the trades here. Melee line is thin. It's not going to be able to defend this. The Siege has to back away. The Mango getting the hit, and the Nesta Bees kind of irrelevant in this phase here. Louis, with a clear number advantage in this fight, pushes it forward, gets the Springal snipe, and now the Nesta Bees can't fight. Mango continues to wall up as well. New anti-siege coming out, but once again, the melee's starting to reach in here. Matisse does get the trade out. Mango getting a few more wallops, though, and Louis now with a 2-to-1 military advantage. The siege is at least removed. The Nesta Bees is starting to strike, but it's not healthy. Archers with the composite bows now targeting onto it. Down to 21 HP. It looks like it's going to be a step back. Louis decides to retreat. Matisse will hold for the time being. But that was an uncomfortable fight, and one that did drain him. You can see it in the difference on military here now. Louis will temporarily reset, but remember, he can build up that siege in the mid-map. He doesn't have to fall all the way back. Seems like he's interested in doing so, though, considering the stone walls. Could be looking at going deeper into this game, right? Considering maybe an Imperial Age play. I know the Abbassis tend to feel very comfortable there. The scaling that you get off of the boot camp with elite tech upgrades is pretty absurd in this matchup. It's one that Matisse will struggle to match. And look at the timings. I love the instinct, right? These players are just so good now at optimizing military academy timings. I remember when it was once upon a time kind of seen as a niche tech that got forgotten about and pumped in Imperial Age. Now you see the importance of it in the mid-game because both of these players know the same thing. After that fight, it's not going to be an instant dent and done. There's going to be a reboom opportunity, and the difference maker is going to be who has military academy and who doesn't. Stonewall's now going up. 2 Nesta Bees are out. Now, he's going to have to get that gate up because right now he has no way of attacking those Nesta Bees, which is going to be problematic here. In fact, he has to cancel the gate. Too low on HP, so he's going to back away from this. Horsemen now just trying to wiggle their way in. If one or two of these can get onto the farms, it is very annoying. With Louis. Oh, looks like the oil pathing there. Matisse doesn't rally them deeper, so only one horseman going to make it through. And honestly, with that much HP, the villagers will just kill him off, so no idle threat there. More walls going up in the meantime, so this is becoming a fully condensed fight now. This is a way that actually is usually quite comfortable to play with at this point in the game. Louis had to give this over in that if he didn't wall it in the way he did, it would have been Palsguard Flood. And Palsguard Flood, the only counter to that is mass stone walling. I think we've all seen or experienced a game where we forgot to put one wall in, and all of a sudden, that leaky faucet lets in a good old 30 Palsguard to kill off our economy. It's Louis. Very responsible play, shifting back like this. Additional walls going up, just layering the cake right now. Villagers, whoa. That's an ambitious attempt. I guess more military? is the plus side of that. One of the Springles is a little bit AFK on a coffee break. Anti-siege device now with Louis. Tradewing is coming up behind this. The pushback begins. Matisse, he was starting to save up himself, but the goal wasn't there yet. And this choke point might be his undoing. Unless he can hide behind the wall, the Nesta Bees cannot fight. I'm surprised Matisse didn't try for that, actually. If he shifted north side, these Nesta Bees would be fine. Instead, the trade-outs are coming in. Springles looking for the snipe down. We'll be able to find one of the Nesta Bees. The Flurry does come out to the Archer Mass here, though. Trade out still continuing. Nesta Bees is going to survive. Springwood has to back away from this. And the Archers have no defense right now. Horseman Palace Guard leading the way. Louis in a fragile position here. Remember, he did put up a keep behind this, so it's very hard to kill off his game. But he did just try to full-on send it in a situation where he just invested 2,600 resources. The only reason he will not be punished. Matisse is about to do the same. This 3,600 resource investment, by the way, it's much better for Louis. The reason is Matisse has waited so long comparatively that even with the Chinese build speed, by the time he reaches up, Louis is already going to be there. And we can see this. The Temple of Sun is on the way. It's only got 3 villages. This time is going to be off. And that's unfortunate because it means that Matisse, I mean, he could supervise to get the veterancy into elite upgrades quicker. But one of the downsides usually for the Abbasids is, you know, they're a bit too slow to tech up. They can't be a reactive civ. Unfortunately for Matisse, in this situation, Louis doesn't have to be reactive. He was proactive. Tradewing done. And I imagine we are going to be seeing a bolstering of the Ghoulims and the Archers and a continued push of them here. As the Imperial Age has been reached. Temple of Sun about to complete on the other side, and it looks like we are going to be getting into a much harder Palace Guard pump. Well, little raids from the Horsemen are hitting on the flanks. Veteran Horsemen as well, so a little bit harder to stab down. The villagers not even reacting right now, but Ghoulam Spearmen are at least on the way, so we'll start to get rid of these nuisances. More production is building up, though. And Louis, are we at Golden Age 3 yet? We are. Okay, so here we go, folks. This is a really big deal. The production speed advantage the Abbasids now have can give them the edge here. Grenadiers are coming out from Matisse soon. Springles trading out in the meantime. Shadow Triggers has already been pumped by Louis. He's closer to having it than Matisse is, but it only really counts if you keep the anti-siege alive. Both sides backing up here. Matisse, he does have an edge when it comes to the blacksmith upgrades. He's behind in other areas, most notably when it comes to the raw HP in these fights. The Grenadiers could be the saving grace. However, Louis, you know, with mass composite bow archers, it's not a bad solution to Grenadiers considering their low range, right? So don't expect Grenadiers on their own to break this game. A bit of a baited fight here. Matisse wasn't looking for an engagement right there. Louis should be able to snipe out these few troops. There's no way they should be allowed to flank this. This is not Yuan play yet. This is not Ming. This is just Song Dynasty, which means that Matisse doesn't have that movement speed to quickly wrap around with the Palace Guard. No, this is a PG-13 on the movement speed when it comes to it right now. We're not up to PG-16 yet. When they become two-legged cavalry and tend to look like one of the most broken units in the game. More walls going up. I love this read by Louis. Like, the state of the game right now, the only way he really loses, clearly at least, is if the Palace Guard get in. So creating these choke points denies that entirely. And remember, he did Stonewall behind this. And not only that, look at what Louis is up to. This cheeky git has built a small little proxy base, and he's got Rams ready to release. He just needs to release a few people from this realm first. He's pop capped, so he can't get into them yet. Ghoulam upgrades are coming in. We're also seeing the precision crossbreeding. We also should, see improved processing. So this is where the Abbasid dynasty's eco tends to really outscale the Juji. You've got the granaries, which sure gives that 30% increase, but remember, Eco Wing already gave the 15% increase on farms. Now it's getting an extra 8% drop-off. Then you had that 15% increased gathering speed from Golden Age anyway, which goes up to 20%. There's a reason why the Abbasids are seen as an absolute king of the late game, and their economy is the one true reason. These Horseman raids, I mean, Matisse, it feels like you need to micro them a little bit clearer, right? Like, it seems like, oh, well, it's just three or four Horsemen in the late game. What does that matter, KP? Quite a lot, because he needs to try and eke out an advantage just by idling Louis right now. Like, that's maybe his one edge. He's built up a bigger reserve. He's done a great job on the gold, right? But the problem that I'm seeing in this game right now, I mean, gold-wise, there is still 2k down here. Louis' comp doesn't require much of it. It will soon, though. He's going into hand cannoneers. Now, the interesting part is Louis also did go into that trade wing. And I'm waiting for him to pull the trigger on it because it hasn't been much so far, right? I think he should have had a few initial traders playing into the marketplace, but maybe they got sniped. Unless it was popped. If you're popped, I don't think the traders can spawn. And I'm not sure if they spawn on a delay because if we check Louis' entire... Yeah, there's no traders. It might be that they died to those 4 horsemen, but I'd be surprised, right? Because I think it's 5 traders in Imperial Age. Louis, going on the flanks here. Looking for a breakthrough. No cannon placement here, so not this really annoying defense that could ruin the fight for Matisse. However, it is going to be a break into the farmlands. And Matisse, mistakes made. He's realizing it now. No stone walls from Zhu Ji means he was always vulnerable to exactly this. Outpost in the meantime being set up around that trade post, wall after wall between the two. But the detail that matters is over here, folks. Into the granaries goes the vanguard force of the Abbasids. And with a lot of them being ranged, they can actually snipe down these villages very quickly. Zhu Ji's, even with the textiles at this stage in the game, up against veteran archers, hitting for 9 each in composite bows, it's going to be a heavy loss. Matisse now shifting off the farms. That's going to force a lot of idle time. Meanwhile, center. It's going to be a pushback against these outpost emplacements. Outpost with cannonballs. A pretty smart read there by Matisse, trying to utilize the Divine Defense for a 10.5 tower range cannon. However, backside is what I'm really still keeping an eye on. I think he may have sent them back to the farms a bit too quickly here, folks. Matisse losing even more economy. Also, this flank attack coming in. A few spearmen just trying to break out. Won't be able to do so, but the main fight in the center is fully stalled. Matisse having to pull half of his troops back like that, it means he just doesn't have what it takes to now break through the center. And that means that Louis continues to scale the premium army behind this, right? He's throwing away the cheap, the archers, the spearmen. He doesn't want them anymore. He's done with them. It's now about the hand cannoneers and the Ghoulims. And, well, that's scary because in this type of game, like, you know, Grenadiers, you got the 4 tower range, but those hand cannoneers can snipe you down fast. Sure, they have to get in range, but we're talking about a 150 health unit versus 150. The difference maker is, of course, going to be in the damage. Now, if Louis does cluster up too much, if he has a bit of a whoopsie-daisy moment, sure. You can see that figuring and leaning towards Matisse, right? Just quickly being able to wipe out that force, but that's going to be a big ask here. I think, if anything, the way these fights are likely to play out is the Ghoulim are going to draw the hand grenadier fire, and the hand cannoneers are going to get 1 or 2 pumps off for free. And that's pretty scary. In fact, the fact that we're seeing horsemen coming out from Matisse is also scary to me. Not in a, oh no, he's got horsemen. More, no, you don't want horsemen here. The Ghoulims fare incredibly well against horsemen. Sure, it's not as good as if you had spears. But the thing that Ghoulim do really well is because they have that double melee strike, if you're up against anything that lacks melee armor, you just slap. Well, if there's one thing that we can criticize Matisse for here, in a game versus Ghoulim, 32 minutes in, where he's been seeing Ghoulim for several minutes now, Matisse never got melee armor. He's trying to fix that now. And I bloody well hope he's supervising it, but I know he's not. Because if a fight takes place right now, the lack of melee armor on these horsemen will destroy them. March around the flank. There might be a way in here. Louis was a little bit greedy, didn't finish off his wall. Flank attacks coming in from the Ghoulims, though. The crossbows there are there, though, to match it. Meanwhile, in the center, Matisse starting to march in. Springald's slight edge there for Matisse, but the numbers do favor Louis. Gets the snipe out in the nest of bees, and that's going to be a commitment in. Hand grenades shifting to the backside, but Ghoulim in on the clash. It's only a melee armor level 1 here, and with that many Ghoulim, it's going to be a wraparound. All these units that lack any melee defense are going to get slapped. Matisse, first wave is lost, and Louis continuing to plow forward. I mean, with so many of these hand cannoneers, I see no reason not to, right? It looks like for the time being, Louis decides to not charge out, but Matisse, right now, losses on the flanks here. It feels like he just didn't bring enough troops. The Ghoulims continue to pump out. Louis, dude, this 1-2 proxy base has been so sick in this game. It's the small raids, right? Like 5 or 6 Golems here or there. It's just frustrating Matisse and forcing him to react on the flanks in a less efficient manner, where it takes him double the time to get in position. And look at what is coming now from Louis. That's quite the crafty read, right? After your opponent trades out Siege, he's probably not going to be going back without a good reason. And, you know, Matisse doesn't really have a reason to try and mass Nesta Bees up against hand cannoneers. It's just very difficult to get enough together to get the good enough trades fast enough. So Louis taking advantage of that to try and pump Mangonels. He even got the increased firing rate, the crossbars. Up is going to be cancelled here. Is a choke point, so Louis needs to be a little bit careful about this. That's a lot of Grenadiers. Hand Cannoneers just dodging out the main blow. A big walk to the center of the formation. Mango from over the walls to force Matisse back a bit. But now up to 45 Grenadiers and counting. Horsemen are going to leak through onto that Mango. Mango only getting one good shot in. And remember, these Grenadiers with 150 HP means they really don't care. Trade now exposed. Louis, has he made a mistake here? Golems are now marching in from the left side. He needs to start hitting these targets fast. The Grenadiers are breaking him. Castle down to 3k HP. If it ever comes under fire from that mass of Grenadiers, it's going to die. But it looks like it is going to be forced back just in the nick of time. Matisse has to reset, leaves behind some of the Grenadiers, but they are going to be lost here. And despite all odds, Louis looking like he's starting to stabilize. Matisse now down to 57 military, struggling to reboom. Food cost is high for this army comp. That's going to remain so if he wants to keep the Grenadiers pumping. Instead, it's going to switch over to the Horsemen. But this might be a little bit premature. The castle does go down. But Louis now with enough to hold. And hold he will. Military count is now even on both sides. This is going to be Horsemen versus Golems. And right now, that's just an A-click Horseman. They're not moving through this engagement. And Golems just continue to dominate. This is a game now. Matisse, after a few minutes still, with only level 1 melee defense, starting to feel the pain of it. Rams have been finished. Trade still continues. Cannoneers behind this are still looking healthy. And Matisse anything but. What a hold. Dude, what a way to hold that as well. I mean, part of it is kind of like, my doubt is whether Matisse misread that. I mean, he didn't keep the Grenadier pump going. Maybe felt he couldn't anymore. And maybe it was just the Abbasid eco in this late game that's a bit too strong. Either way, Louis holds that clutch fight, takes the big dub, and shows you that even though we made 2 about these new series all being broken, some of the old ones aren't too bad either. Yeah, no, absolutely freaking incredible game. I can't wait to upload on the YouTube side. That was like a sick hold turnaround by Louis. Louis is so freaking talented, man. I honestly think Louis is like the standout player at like 20. Well, no, because it depends on like, not the best, right? But in terms of the came out of nowhere, most improved, most surprising player of 2023, Louis is that. And now going into 2024, it's great to see that Asia has some like really strong contenders again. Because of course, Lenok seems like he's taken an I don't know how long the break's going to be. I don't even know if Lenok's going to come back, right? So like Louis, it's good that Asia is going to have a new front runner. I actually think it's really important every region has people to look forward to. I think it's actually been a really big boon that the Canadian Bros, Magic, GUA, these type of players are also people that get looked towards in NA. Because, you know, the beautiful thing about esports is we can actually just back our horses anywhere around the world. But at the same time, it's nice to be able to believe that your own region has potential, right? It was definitely a weird feeling in Dota 2 for years, literally having 0 UK pro Dota players that were worth their salt because no one could make it, right? And we may do, but it is always inspiring when you're able to have someone who came from your area, your background, right, that was able to make it. I think, especially for aspiring pros, that's really important to have. So definitely looking forward to Louis. Thought that tile goes to you from diamond to top 50. That's true. Wait, did we have a more astonishing turnaround? Wasn't someone a bronze before? Well, was it you, Myriad? I remember someone was either gold or bronze. Yeah, no, it was you, right? Gold season 1, plat season 2. Yeah, but like that was across multiple seasons. That wasn't just 2023. Yeah, you were gold trash in season 1. Yeah, I remember. I think I've highlighted that before. It's you, and I think Vanadorf is another one really impressive, actually. I was impressed by how he's improving, considering he used to be, I think, plat at the start. But, guys, I see the word memeing, and that triggers something in me. Oh, something takes over, and there's only one thing I can do, and it's find a Don Artie game and cast it. You didn't think we were going to go a whole week without casting Don, did you? That's absurd. I can't allow that. We're going to have to fix it. All right, loading up the game now. Final game, I think we'll have time to cast. Otherwise, like, I assume so. So we'll cast this one between Donna and Felisberto. And then I'll have to go get ready for the charity stream. For those wondering what the hell the charity stream is, basically in about 45 minutes, there's going to be a pub quiz that happens. It happens the first Friday of each month. I do it with a friend called Jurasar. Jurasar isn't going to be on camera this week. Just can't make it. So I'll be hosting it alone. But the whole idea is basically we do a pub quiz. You can join in. You basically fill out forms with your answers, see how you do. And then across the course of the evening, people will donate to charity. So we basically raise for a different charity every month. So it's a pretty cool little cause. So if you guys do fancy doing a pub quiz, I'll get you the details on that closer to the hour. What is up, Pathless? Big shout out to Pathless. We cast one of his team games earlier, the one with Mister and Corvinus, where Pathless was playing as Jeanne d'Arc. Had a tough time, it has to be said as well, man. I got to give it to the Jean on the other side. I feel like you and him were trading good blows for blows. That teal player was really impressive to me. So I think what we'll do is we'll get ready for some Donstar. Oh, itchy ear. Boop. Oh yeah, those two Wallalols. I feel like they definitely save the bacon of the team. Right. Let me just toggle score off. All right, here we go. Well, I'm just having bangers delivered to me, and I cannot resist it. Boys, guys, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the ladder action. 1v1 showdowns here. This one was recommended by one of the participants in this game. In the blue, this is going to be Phil. This should be Felisberto, if I'm not mistaken. Felisberto, a Mongol aficionado here. He's even got the golden card to flex it. On Rocky River, going up against Cowboy Corner Michael. Appropriate name for someone who picks English, but I'm not sure he'll be hiding in the corner. Do you guys know who this is? It's the Donstar. Don Artie is back and grinding. I think this is the first game of 2024 we're going to catch. Just didn't feel right to go a whole week into 2024 without casting some Don, so we're going to fix that now. And he is going to make sure that it delivers immediately, opening with a Men-at-Arms. Wait. Really? Against Mongols? Wait, he's making another one. Really? Against Mongols? Should have that as a voice line. This is brave. Keep in mind that he only just scouted the base as he was producing the second Men-at-Arms. So this is a really tight spawn. I'm pretty sure you can't burn down that Uvu without being attacked. The gold, however, is a different matter. Felisberto built his TC, or moved his TC rather, so far away from the gold that Don knows where it is. He should be going for it right now. And here we go. Donald is on his way. They really don't look that lethal, do they? When you see the little Men-at-Arms like this, they almost look like a kid picked up a plastic sword. In fact, that sword definitely looks like it's made of plastic. Feels like a really cheap and tacky, can't decide if it's Lord of the Rings or Star Wars type memorabilia deal. It's going to be about Outpost coming up from Phil, though. Oh, okay. Might end up losing one village if he doesn't micro away, but Outpost will at least go up, so props to him. That was the correct move. Admittedly, that was a little bit delayed on Dom moving across, and, well, yeah, you don't have a job now, mate. There's literally no reason for you to exist. I'm sorry, that was a bit harsh, but really, why do you wait? He's making more Men-at-Arms. Wait. Wait. There's no way he's going to try to burn down this outpost, right? Because that would be insanity. There's no way he makes a fourth, right? Oh my... Oh. Wait, where are the rest? Oh my god, the villages! I was like, where is his food? It's not an MAA rush. They're just the carpet to welcome in the villagers. The most Donald of Donaldy things here. And Felisberto is about to get ducked. Holy crap. Only in a Donati game could I be seeing this at 3 minutes and 20 seconds in. Donald, he pounces. And the worst part still, Felisberto, he didn't even check. He doesn't know, right? He doesn't know. Oh my god. Men at Arms, first one's going to go down here. Felisberto, probably confident laughing, going, Donald, you idiot. I'm just going to kill these and repair this. Wait, my only weakness. It's a trap. Felisberto will try and run. But don't worry, because Don is going to gun. Snipes one. Make it two. But why stop at double when you can make it a triple? All right, mate, calm down. That was a little bit dramatic. You died in a video game, chill. And the worst part still is that this is all of his gold. The only other place that Phil can get it is on the other side of the map. What have I just stumbled upon here? I mean, it's done. What else did you... The best part is he gathers 10 gold from each of them and runs. Why is he running? Why are you running? Get back in there! No freaking way. No, Don, don't walk away. Not at this very moment. Men at Arms are coming back out. Phil still needs 30 gold. Men at Arms, they see this. Go. He's coming back. Don's gonna get more. He doesn't want a triple. He wants a quadruple. And he's gonna get in range for this, right? Short bows. Pull. He might even get a fifth. Just about gets out of range. Phil doesn't have the gold still, but here we go. This is why Don was running. Horsemen are coming. He needs to fight them. He actually needs to shoot them right now. Don, do not build a lumber camp, okay? I know you're shooting a lot of wood, but you need to shoot more. One villager going down. I think he only loses one for this, actually. Yeah, it's just one horseman left over. Phil also not double producing. Okay, he is. There we go. Additional coming in. However, you can't run in now. And now Don, he's gathering the stone for an outpost, no doubt, here. I think he's realized this is all the gold that Phil has. More men at arms coming, by the way. He didn't stop. And the best part still, he gathered 100 gold here. That got dropped off when he built the lumber camp, right? Because that's the way the drop-off buildings work, is they'll drop off any resource when they complete a structure. So he's got enough for 5 more men at arms. And Arms now just body blocking this as much as they can. Short bows. Agony target down. Weak villager goes down. One horseman dies for this, though. And Phil has to back away. He is still 2 more eco down. Actually, more than that. Right now, look at the count. Phil is 6 villages behind. He has skipped production. Oh my god, he's still skipping production. Outpost being rushed up here. Villagers are going to defend themselves. What is Don doing to my games? He's building a council hall behind us. Wait, hold on a sec. Don, what? Why are you building... No, wait, hold on. We're going to have a discussion about this. Why are you building the council hall there? There's a perfectly good location right here. Right in this spot. What are you thinking here? Come on. I mean, I thought Don was the chadliest of chads, but this council hall placement, what kind of cowardism is this? Now, Phil, he says, finally, I almost have enough food for Castle Age. Finally, I will have gold. Oh, he hasn't even scouted it yet. Oh, man, I'm feeling so bad for Phil right now. He's spreading out. He finally realizes he's going to come back. So, Mongols are not going to be Dark Age Eternal here. However, he is going to be Dark Age a lot longer than the English. It's okay. I don't know what Phil's doing here. If he's hoping to block the English out of a tech up, mate, it's way too late for that. I'm just a bit disappointed this stopped at 1 outpost, really. That's not the Don I remember. The Don I remember would have used a heavy dose of irony and built 3 outposts around the Mongol base here. Personally, I'm outraged. I'm disappointed. But he is winning, so can't really fault it here. 5 villages ahead after all that. And now Silver Tree on the way. Dangerous game, Phil. Might lose those traders to some short bows. Lombos are now coming out. So it took 8 minutes, but guys, we are in a standard game of Age of Empires 4. Boy Scouts and non-binary pals, welcome back to a standard vanilla, nothing unordinary game of Age of Empires 4. We have got a slightly later feudal age timing, but nothing to worry. Nothing crazy happened. You didn't miss anything important in the first 8 minutes of gameplay. What do you mean? What are those green units over there? The green is wood, guys. There's nothing weird here. Just calm down. Is he building an encampment here? Why not? If Phil ever needs his 4th, 5th tree line, he's in trouble. Got him. Oh, this is an incredible game. Shout out to Don and Filisberto for the quality of this already. The fact that Filisberto actually found a way through this. Filisberto just chanting, I've got to get top 100, I've got to get top 100. Just reminding himself what all the pain is for. He's definitely going to be feeling that pain. Lombos, they can just sit here actually. Oh, no. Yeah, Don knows it. If he just sits right here on stand ground, you can't gather. Arrow slits, I don't think that's even going to protect you here. Well, Filisberto now has one of the most useless silver trees I've seen in a while. Horseman is on the way, but there's a spearman here. And here we go. Don. No, Don, just stay there. No, stay right there. No, don't back up. Come. You know how this works. You're a clever clogs. Oh my god, he's pulling the villagers again. Not again. Not again. Oh my god. Why? Why? If the first play was excessive, what the hell is this? Outpost being torched. Don says, give me them scalps. Villagers about to be in trouble. One outpost goes down. Second one to be targeted here. Lombos should be sniping out the villagers for free. Arrow slits haven't come through yet. Don, he doesn't just want a clean win. He wants it nice and dirty. He's the person who goes in and says, give me your grease, trickle it over my burger, and don't stop until there's so much bacon I'm going to have a heart attack. That's Don's kind of day. He has now lost so many villagers, they are even on economy. But not for long. 5 villages are now going to be going away from Mongol land. I can't believe this game. Oh, what's that, Filisberto? You thought you'd killed more villagers? Hold on, let me just check my Dondar. Turns out my Dondar is scanning an incoming raid from the entire English economy at 10 minutes in the game. Oh, dear God. And, well, yeah, in fairness, you know, Don, he doesn't play as much these days. He's getting a bit old, right? So it makes sense that he hasn't got textiles or wheelbarrow. Just, you know, a step behind. Oh, my God, he's actually playing this. Kesha goes down. Don still with a free eco lead. Don, never change. I'm tired of all these sweat lords. You know, these people are like, well, actually, it's most optimal to make the build order with 5 people on wood and 2 on gold. You need to make sure that you make the rotation towards your second production building at 9 minutes into the game. Mark these times, guys. Follow the guide. Then there's Donati's build orders. It's literally just a giant spinning wheel with ideas on it. And he just stops on one every 2 minutes. Oh, I love Don. He actually may be my favorite player to watch. I wish more people played Age of Empires 4 like him. You know, some people are trying to find the meta because they want a pro career where they win hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then there's Don. Don is like, you might remember that one game that won Marine Lord 100k. But you'll remember about 80% of my games. And you'll forget the other 20% that weren't worth it. Oh, blimey. After all that, Filisberto still has no gold. Hence, no additional Keshiks. Outposts have not been arrow slitted. That would involve gathering stone, and he's been too busy doing other things with his economy. The villagers are being pulled. Oh my god, but Don's on the way with the Lombos and the spears here. Torch damage is being reduced. Villagers should be targeted now. Filisberto, he tries to outplay Don at his own game. Attack speed arrow used. Men at arms do jump out for this. Villagers get back inside for the time being. Lombos have arrived, and that's going to be a pullback. Felisberto, he thought he had it in the bag. Instead, the only thing in the bag, in the box, is his own head. Yes, that was a 7 reference. I didn't want him to say it was his wife because I didn't want to assume that gamers get married. That doesn't happen. We're too busy gamering, you know. We're really good with our fingers, but mainly for the keyboard and mouse. And now Araslit's coming in. Don refuses to leave his colony. And he lost quite a few units for this dive. Spinman charging in. Because why wouldn't you lead with spears against archers? Oh, Felisberto. I mean, he's got food, he's got wood, he just still doesn't have gold. I think, honestly, at this stage, just sell the food. You need gold, man. Tonai has made this the most uncomfortable game ever on Rocky River. And I say that as someone watching it. Imagine being Phil playing this right now. Jesus Christ. He's played English colonialism to the maximum. In fact, the only thing that's really missing from this is that he needs to walk in, pick up the silver tree, take it home, and put it in a museum. That's the only thing he's done wrong here. Don, if he starts gathering gold, this could be Castle Age. Instead, it's going to be multi-TC, because understandably, quite a few villagers died in that early game. They need to be replaced. Army, in the meantime, being chased down. Maneuver arrow is going to be activated. Phil chasing him all the way back to the colony. Doesn't even turn around the men-at-arms at all either, which is kind of interesting here. They are early men-at-arms. They hit a bit harder. Instead, Don just taking the pummeling on the way back. Now, keep in mind, Felisberto does have 4 traders. So the days of the Dark Age are beyond him. Behind him, even. Now we enter the golden age of the Mongols. 112 gold, baby. And he's back out here. What? I can't believe he walked all the way back out here again. But it's happened. Felisberto, not just with the 10 gold trade boy. He's now doubling his gold income, more so than that, actually. The traders have found their way out to the vein. And this time, I'm not expecting Don to pull the villagers. Villagers have been pulled by Felisberto, though, and this is going to be costly. He is actually prioritizing those villagers down as well. So break here. Phillies have to run. Men-at-arms get said, get out of my way, I'm more important here. They're going to start slapping even more villagers here. Textiles was researched by Felisberto, so he learned from Don's mistake. However, Don is killing off a lot of eco still, so this might actually even up. Yeah, it is going to. Villagers are going to be sniped down. They'll try to take a few more of the Mongol villagers with them, but with the textiles, it's just too good. Felisberto, he done the one thing that Donati was missing here. He got textiles. Screw wheelbarrow, that's for lamos. The fact that Don didn't have textiles, though, I'm just thinking how different this game could have been with textiles. I actually think this game would already be over. But the Mongols have risen up against the colonial overlords. They will not be oppressed. They will not be suppressed. And now, their target is the English mainlands. Jokes on Khan. His fleet in the west wasn't very impressive, and we live on an island, so good luck. An island bolstered by outpost defenses. Oh my goodness, what is this game doing to my brain? Poor Phil as well, like... Imagine being Phil here. Like, oh, one more game. I'm feeling it. You know, we're having a good day. We've won a few games. Let's just, you know... Oh, it's... Who's Cowboy Corner? Oh, it's Don. Don, such a very fun player to play against. He's very aggressive. I'm going to get an all-in. It's going to be tough. But, you know, I've got this strong open of the Mongols. I know it works. And why the hell are the villagers walking towards my base? Poor Phil just wanted a very easy, relaxing game to round out his day. His mistake was queuing into Donati. And the best part, by the way, is this is a running theme. Don does this a lot specifically with Phil, right? It's not just Don doing Don things. I have cast multiple games of him against Felisberto, and every single one has a twist. Does anyone remember the Prairie match between HRE and Mongol, where Don just randomly walked over to the Mongol base with relics and dropped them off? I do. I can't get that game out of my brain. Things have at least calmed down, though. We are a bit more standard. And after that, Don is now 2TC. So his eco is looking pretty shiny. Meanwhile, Phil, this has been going on so long that one pasture is not going to cut it. He has to play out onto berries as the Mongols without Yam. Might as well move to the deer at this point, but he's threatened by the fact there's still longbows to contest. We are now getting Keshiks added in, but I mean, you need to double down on the archers. There's just so many spears here. I like how he's guarding gold as if it matters. I don't, Phil, I don't actually think that Don needs additional gold. He was very content with the 100 gold he took from your vein. Not really much reason to need additional gold outside of your base in this type of build anyway. Oh, look at that. Don with the casual 19 minutes wheelbarrow. Philip already beat him to that. I bet he still doesn't have textiles because Don's like, I've lost all the villages I'm going to lose in this game. Oh no, no one else dies in my kingdom. Cav cut enough reinforcements. A good move here. Notice that Don doesn't care. Don knows where his opponent is. Oh my god, the timing couldn't be worse. Look, it's all the trade. The perfect timing from Don. And he says, don't mind if I do. In fact, he's going deep. Wait, Don? There we go, buddy. There we go. Get him. He's going for the eco, though. Unfortunately, he doesn't get anything much out of that. Only one trader when he could have had either 4 traders or 4 villagers. Phil just trying to cut off those reinforcements, but really needs more army ASAP. Spearmen are actually going to find bonus kills here. Second trader goes down. In fact, wait, Phil, abort. Yeah, no, follow this one. Go this way. This is safer. Oh, no. Well, Phil was starting to recover his game. But apparently this game is like a crack addiction. Every time you think you just kicked it, it bites you back in the butt. Don, every time Phil was like, it's over. I can finally start rebuilding my life. What's that coming over the hill? It's not a monster. It's Don Artie. And he always brings the best parties. More units being built up. He's not even thinking about Castle Age. He's literally 4 farm clusters in. This is usually the point where an English player is like, Castle Age would be really good right now. Not Don. Nope. Don has been on record saying he categorically, without failure, hates late game. He will do whatever it takes to keep you out of late game. Such as pulling all your villagers at 6 minutes into the game. So you can bet your butt off, Phil might get this tech up, but it might end up costing him an arm and a leg. Ah, yes, Don, with the all-in feudal play, with the casual 21 minutes under mesh, as you do. In fairness to him, he has had Steeled Arrow ahead of this, so absolutely fine. Phil, so here's the problem with the Castle Age play from Phil. You got an army, they'd like to be upgraded. You do need gold for that. And Phil, I know you're getting a little bit of PTSD, and it's probably going to trigger it when I mention this, but you do need to go back out to that gold vein at some point. He has got a little bit of gold gathering here, but that's going to be a very slow tech up if that's the case. 5 villages to afford all your upgrades and then more Keshiks. That's a pretty penny. You're definitely not getting it from the trade. So he does send out more villages. That's going to now be 10 villages over here. Philosberto, he's ahead of his time. He makes sure everyone has a house to keep them safe. Okay, but they can finish their own house. King's Pass on the way, though. Don says, oh, I see. We're playing Castle Age. Let me just instantly hit the cancel Q button, and we'll fix this. And now he's diving underneath the primary TC, looking for the fight. And arms starting to be built by Phil. Lombo's immediately target after the villagers, though. He came for one thing and one thing only. He just wants eco kills. Oh, this is bullying right now. He doesn't even attack the army once. Confidently walks under the primary TC, in the face of Men-at-Arms and Keshiks. He plucks the life force out of, what was that, 10 villagers? And still walks away with an army of 24. Holy crap. And remember, behind this, Dom was teching up. The best part, by the way, is we were casting a Pro Series earlier on, and Don said the mistake that was made in this game by the English player is that when he was teching up, he should have pulled his army back to cover his tech up so that he didn't lose troops. And then this Don, ladies and gents. Not only does he tech up while diving the enemy base, he does it with the King's Palace of all things. Not even paranoid for a second that he's going to get dove. And Phil, right now, I mean, he looks a bit lost here. Khan goes down to Keshik as well. I don't know what that rally was. I think he thought he was going north side of the pond. More gold gathering on the way. Upgrades are coming through, and the Spearmen are going to turn around for a poke and a stab. But the Men-at-Arms transition is what has me on the border of a heart attack here. Phil doesn't actually have any answers to Men-at-Arms, and for anyone who thinks Men-at-Arms or the Mongols answers English Men-at-Arms, I've got really bad news for you. In theory, the Kurultai, sure. That Kurultai has to be there. Got a feeling you're going to be unpacking this landmark a lot if you want to stay close to the action. Holy crap. No, don't go to war. Oh, thank God. Anytime I see Dom pull more than 6 villagers, I think it's going to be a villager rush. This is doing things to my heart. Other side, this looks like Phil's bow is going for relics now. We have finally done it, folks. I think we've truly reached it. 25 minutes into the game. This is a standard, normal, nothing weird about it game of Age of Empires 4. It's absolutely fun, guys. There's nothing left he can do that will fry our brains. I think. I don't want to get sued for false advertising. I'm not sure entirely, but I think he's done everything wild he can in this game. Actually, technically, he could pull the villagers. Pulling all the villagers would definitely fry my brain again. I think Don at least waits until he's got pop cap before he does that, though. You know, he's not crazy. Phil. Feels like this game is driving him to insanity right now, though. Kurultai is going to look for the unpack. But I don't know if you even take this fight then. Crossbows are coming behind this from Dom, by the way, so he's a step ahead on the transitions. And I think he's just going to burn this crap down. Yep. He says, fight me, damn it. I want to fight you. It feels like, please, we've been fighting non-stop for 26 minutes. Don's that guy is like, oh, what, you think because you say I surrender, the person's going to stop killing you? That's not the way the world works. Wake up, Phil. Wake up. Don in again. Already chunking 1.5k HP off the Kurultai. Lombos sniping out now. These Lombos can add a lot of damage into the Kurultai if he chooses. Instead, he continues to dive. This is going to be on fire soon. Phil, he's not going to have the aura. It's burned. It's done. Phil has been cooked. Kurultai. It's going to do something that rhymes with it. It dies. And now, pinned up against his own TC, up against armor-clad Men-at-Arms. He has to take the engagement. But he knows it's going to be a futile one. Phil, double ecoed up. 2 times on the Men-at-Arms spam count. And counting. There's no way back. Defensive arrow, you can pray to your gods because that's not going to be strong enough. Don Artsy will take nothing but the absolute annihilation of the Mongols. Oh, if you like Don, and I'm sure you all do, after this game, you either need to shower, or right now, you're in a pleasurable place, but whatever it may be, make sure you're subscribed to this channel so you get more of this. Don Arty lets me know when he has games like this, win or lose, and I will be here every day of the week for every single one. Thank you, Don Arty, for that absolutely phenomenal game. That was incredible. Jesus, I felt like honestly, the casting style we went with, I thought I was actually doing a Bronze League Legends type game, you know? Like, that's not an insult to Phil. It's just the wildness of that game was absolutely incredible. Right. So. Okay, apparently there was another game. I'm going to pray that it's there tomorrow because, Don, I don't have time for another one now. Now, actually, maybe I do. It's going to be tight. I think I'll try to catch it tomorrow. That'll give people a reason to tune in because they don't tune in for this trash. They tune in for that. Because I need to get ready. I've got this quiz that's going live in 13 minutes. And I always lose the Discord channel. Where are you? It's right here. So, let me check with my person who I run this with. Let me check with Joro. One second. Yeah. So I'll give myself a few minutes to get prepped. So I also need to get a drink. Yes, that's right. There's going to be drinking. It's going to be drunk pigeon. So plenty of reasons. Raid Warman? No, we're going to be raiding Charitable Endeavor. So a friend of mine called Jurasar, he does a pub quiz every month, first Friday of every month, to raise money for charity. And I host it with him. So I'm waiting for him to go live. And then I'm going to raid through there. So you'll be able to catch more of me. I'll probably be wrongly pronouncing several different questions throughout the evening for about 2.5 hours, something like that. So we're going to actually raid across the Joro. Let me just message him now. See if we can get it ready. So yeah, so basically I've been doing, I don't know how long I've been doing it with him. Most of 2023, we've done a bunch together. But basically every Friday, first Friday of a month, he hosts a quiz. Anyone can join in. It's free to do. You literally just have to use a sheet, fill out your answers. It's just for fun. There's no prizes because people could cheat at online pub quizzes quite easily. But what happens is any subs he gets or any money directly donated through the links goes to charity. And each month he raises money for a different charity. In fact, I'm just having a look now to see which charity he's raising money for. Let me double check. I think. All right, I can't. Is it Lifeboats? Royal National Lifeboat Institution. That's a different one. So they are a charity that saves lives at sea. That's what I thought it was going to be. So basically, lifeguards out on the ocean. If people get stuck, if there's any sort of flood, if someone's boat sinks or whatever, these are the people who go out and save them. So a pretty worthwhile cause. I mean, honestly, there's some really crappy ways to die, and I think drowning would rate pretty highly up there. So definitely something to get behind. So if you've got a sub or you've got a little bit of money you want to donate to a charity this month, you'll be able to do that there. I'm just waiting for him to get the stream up. I might beat him with a stick at this rate. But I will be back tomorrow on this channel. What kind of questions will it be? It varies. So there's some really funky rounds. So it might be just general knowledge. It might be geography. It might be history. I actually think I can... I don't want to give away too much. I technically know all the questions. I'm just that smart. No, it's because I can see the quiz forms, but I'm not going to spoiler it. But there's a nice twist. So there's usually a music round. The music rounds are very creative, and it might be, for example, 2 songs that have been meshed together, and you have to guess which songs they're going to be. So he's quite creative with what he does with that. Let me see if I can find the pub quizzes. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I'm going to make it that easy. But I believe this is... Yeah, so for example, there's going to be like a true or false round, and then there'll be a what comes next type round, so you have to predict what comes next. And then I think every month we have a general knowledge one to round out, but there's usually a music related round. They are usually quite well balanced. It's not just all British references or whatever, as we do have people tuning in from around the world. No problem, Don. Enjoy the CS, buddy. Thanks for the game. It was a pretty good one. But this week as well, it's just going to be me on camera because I know that John isn't feeling too well. So he's going to be operating all the stuff behind the scenes. So if anything goes wrong, just blame him. Everything that goes right, blame me. Cowboy Corner is the name 5 of us got. We then stack up on top of each other. Oh my God. Of course you do. I am not surprised. He's asking me for a camera link, but I need to raid him first. So, have you ever had to poop really bad during a stream? Maybe one. I don't know. I don't really like keep memories of that. I mean, just learn to hold it in. Don't think I've ever needed to crap really, really badly. Maybe like when you're feeling ill, but it's not really a regular occurrence, I guess. I'd recommend if you want to stream, just get that out of the way before you go. But it looks like my friend Jorah is up. So, guys, I'm going to raid across to Jorah now. You'll be able to catch me there shortly. I will be back here tomorrow. Final stream of this week. So we'll start again on Monday. It's going to be tomorrow, Saturday. I'm going to be casting some more of the Chiefs of War Chief tournament games. They're going to be entering their playoff phase. So really exciting. Definitely want to be sure that you are here to catch all of that action. But folks, I'm going to raid across to Jorah now. There's a pub quiz going on. Anyone can sign up. If you've got anything you want to donate to charity, the money is going to go to a lifeguard organization that saves lives at sea. So always a worthwhile cause. But that's it for now. Make sure you're following this channel if you aren't already. Make sure you have notifications turned on. I know a lot of you people just don't. I can see it. The stats tell me a lot of you don't have it turned on. You need to know when we're live so you can always get here at the beginning and not miss a single piece. So make sure you're here bright and early tomorrow when we get the final stream of the week out of the way with some more Chiefs of War Chief. I'll see you there.